All right, everybody. Welcome to the November 17th Jackson Township Planning Board meeting. This meeting has been appropriately noticed according to the Open Public Meetings Act and all the appropriate forums and places and notices required. Madam Chairwoman?
We'll have a roll call, please.
Mr. Brezzi,
Present.
Mr. Marzo, Mr. Heller,
Here.
Mr. Rogers,
Here.
Mr. Tremor,
Here.
Miss Rose,
Here.
Mr. Weingart, Mr. Sullivan,
Here.
Dr. Campbell.
Here. We'll have a motion for payment of voucher for recording secretary for November 17th, please.
So moved, Sullivan.
You want a roll call?
Roll call, please.
Mr. Brezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Heller,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Miss Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Weingart,
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan,
Yes.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes. We have some changes to the agenda. The December 29th regular meeting is canceled. Do we need a motion on that? Do we need a motion on the cancellation?
Yes?
Yes, then, we'll accept a motion, please.
I move that we cancel the December 29th, 2025 meeting of the Planning Board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Block 10201, Lot 8, Moore Korea Motor and Marine LLC is carried from December 1st to January 12th for scheduling purposes only. No notice is required. We'll take a vote on that, please. Motion?
Motion, Sullivan.
Second, Heller.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Introduce,
All right, Mr. Alfieri, let me introduce Mr. Brent Pullman, who's our RLUIPA attorney, and he'll be discussing the ordinance that's on the agenda for tonight, for the application.
There we go. Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brent Pullman. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Mandelbaum and Barrett. I've represented the township in a number of religious land use and civil rights matters over the past 5 years, including the federal action which gave rise to the ordinance that provides for the development of private schools and private schools with student and residential housing in the R3 zone and other zones within the municipality. As background, in 2017, the Township Council enacted certain ordinances which serve the purpose of prohibiting, among other things, private schools in certain zones and prohibiting residential accessory or affiliated uses for private schools within the township. This resulted in the Department of Justice, the United States Department of Justice, instituting litigation against the township on the basis that there was no objective reason for those ordinances to be enacted. Specifically, the Department of Justice contended that the township could not articulate a non-discriminatory reason for why it was enacting those ordinances at that time. This was particularly in light of the fact that under both federal and state law, private schools have to be permitted in those zones in which public schools are permitted, and that there can't be a differentiation between the two. After lengthy discovery, which involved the review of the development of the ordinances, the review of communications relating to the ordinances, as well as emails, and depositions. A decision was made by the township to enter into a settlement agreement with the United States Department of Justice to avoid what would have likely been even more significant damages and potential control by either or dictation by the courts of the township's ordinances. As a result of that settlement agreement, the township agreed to permit private schools in specific zones, as well as private schools with residential uses in other zones. These zones encompass both the Pinelands and the non-Pineland zones. For the zones that are part of the Pinelands area, the ordinances were sent to the New Jersey Pinelands Commission for their review and comment. Pinelands Commission had specific comments regarding density, building height, and other bulk standards that would affect the development of schools in a residential component. And so the ordinances were then changed to be in line with the requirements from the New Jersey Pinelands Commission. Pursuant to the ordinances which were negotiated with the United States government, reviewed and approved by a United States District Court judge, the township does permit, as a matter of right, the development of schools and schools with a residential component in specific zones. Now, notwithstanding, those schools and any residential component must meet certain standards, such as lot size, setbacks, height, density. So while an applicant can build without needing a use variance, a school with a residential component, they are still subject to the bulk standards and the requirements for these types of developments in these zones. The application that is before the board this evening is for a property which is located in the R3 residential zone. The R3, this type of development is specifically permitted pursuant to the settlement ordinances that were enacted by federal district court judge and reviewed by the United States government and adopted by the council in 2023. This specific application that is before the township before the board this evening seeks preliminary and final major site plan approval for a 2-story high school and post-high school with a dormitory. There is an accessory, we call ancillary use of a gymnasium, which is proposed for a second phase of the project. These uses are permitted by ordinance. The applicant has submitted an application, which, as I'm sure the applicant's attorney and professionals will testify, appears to be in accordance with the bulk standards for this area, for this use in this particular zone. When we are hearing applications for any type of religious land use, whether it's a school, whether it's a house of worship, whether it's a community center, certainly the public has the right and is encouraged to participate in the process and ask all reasonable questions. And those questions are questions such as what will the type of use be? What will the intensity of the use be? What is the timing of the use? Questions that will relate to traffic, questions that relate to density. However, the question of whether or not a school with a residential component is appropriate for this zone has already been answered by the township when they adopted an ordinance in 2023 as the result of their settlement with the United States government. And the township passed an ordinance which said that this is an appropriate use, the permitted use within the R3 residential zone. So as we move through this application this evening, of course, everyone is encouraged to ask questions of the professionals and to get answers as to how how the structure will be developed, its intensity, the types of uses that will be there, when they will be used, and get questions regarding the compliance with state regulations as well as the local bulk ordinances. And that's completely permissible and is encouraged. However, I do want to make clear that whether or not a school with a dormitory component should be constructed in the R3 zone is not before this board this evening, because the governing body has already told this board through its ordinances that this is a permitted use within this R3 zone. Madam Chairwoman, do you have any additional questions for me?
And just to be clear, this ordinance was a creature of litigation with the U.S. federal government. It was not a result of the master plan. I know I've seen some of that online. It's a creature of litigation, and as a result, the use is permitted within the zone, and I will leave it off to our professionals and Madam Chairwoman.
All right, we'll start tonight with our professionals. Mr. Klee?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. An application for preliminary and final site plan involving a 50,600 square foot school facility with dormitory to house 23 students, 22 students and 1 RA. We'll leave it to the applicant. I don't know if the RA is part of the student population or not, but that's the application before the board. We looked at the engineering aspects of the site development, and I'll give it to the applicant. He did a pretty good job as far as the overall design. We did provide the applicant with some technical revisions, T's and I's, if you will, that I'm sure the applicant will agree to. But if there's any issue, I'm sure he'll let us know during the testimony. We looked at the grading and drainage. No issue with the either design. The applicant should talk about some retaining walls and the height with relation to safety concerns, and as well as confirmation that the final drainage system will be compliant with ordinance standards. We looked at the lighting and landscaping. Site lighting meets ordinance standards, but we should have some discussion to make sure we don't have off-site glare impacts. Landscaping, I think the biggest concern is buffering to the properties to the west and across Frank Applegate Road. The rest of it is environmentally constrained. So some testimony from the applicant regarding adequacy of the buffering that's proposed. The parking complies with ordinance standards. Frank Applegate Road is a county facility, so that driveway connection will be subject to review and approval by the county planning board. Site circulation, the only thing we'd like the applicant to address is the bus loading and stacking. From the exhibits that were provided, those components, the bus stacking and loading and unloading, seem to be a little different between the plans that was submitted to the board that we reviewed and the exhibit that's going to be presented to the during the night. Solid waste we have no issues with. Signage, I believe there was some variance requested for the signage. However, I think that variance request has been removed, but I'll leave it to the applicant to address that. One of the things I think the applicant needs to address is the environmental issues. The sanitary sewer service is proposed to be provided by on-site systems, which will require specific or additional DEP permitting. There are some environmental constraints relating to wetlands and riparian areas. Buffering has been indicated to each of those areas, and we just need some confirmation from DEP regarding the adequacy of the buffers provided. Really, from my perspective, engineering-wise, I think the application, major questions I would have is the operations of it, which isn't really engineering, but as far as the impacts to the adjacent property owners, what I can read, and I'll leave it to the applicant to provide a testimony, I'm seeing 23 20-year-olds in the dormitory facility, and I can kind of remember back when I was 20 years old, and some of the things were a little bit out of control. So just security, and if there's going to be any access restrictions to Frank Applegate Road, and anything else, I'll chime in.
Thank you. One of the things I'm going to mention to everyone tonight is that there, as you can see, the entire building is under some renovation, and the microphone systems that are used are not as good as they used to be, but they will be much better in a few weeks. But for this time, make sure that the microphone is held close so that everyone in the back can hear, because the internal microphone system is not functioning. Thank you. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If anyone in the audience can't hear me, just say so. Put your hand up, let me know. I'm usually pretty loud. Our office has a report dated October 13th of 2025. We'd ask the applicant to give a detailed description of the proposed uses within the building. There are some words on the architectural plans that may not be common English that folks may not understand, so we'd ask for a description of the proposed uses throughout the building. I think Mr. Pullman and Mr. Shea both addressed the use issue, that the use is permitted with certain standards. And as we go through the report, I would expect that the applicant is going to discuss compliance with the standards. The site is in the conservation overlay zone, so we should hear some testimony regarding compliance with those standards. I will try not to repeat anything that Mr. Klee said. However, if I find it important in our report, I'll just bring it up again so that the applicant knows we really want to get that testimony on the record, or we're going to ask the questions afterwards. The initial submission of the plans, we brought up an issue with regards to the bus drop-off zone. I believe the applicant's going to address that tonight, but that was an issue that may require relief if not complied with. The signs, as submitted, I believe they asked for a variance. I'm not sure if that's going to be addressed this evening. As it relates to the traffic circulation, there are a number of comments in our report which may require design waivers. Some may be simplistic, some may be necessary. So we'll wait to hear from the applicant with regards to any waiver relief as it relates to on-site circulation. In terms of landscaping, there is a concern whether or not the required buffers are being provided, so we'll expect some testimony from the applicant with regard to that. Mr. Klee discussed the environmental impacts on the site, and the applicant should address the outside agencies that are required for this type of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready for you, Mr. Alfieri.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Salvatore Alfieri, Cleary, Giacobbe, Alfieri, and Jacobs on behalf of the applicant. Your board professionals did a pretty good job of summarizing many of the issues that we're going to cover this evening. I just wanted to bring the board up to speed on a few of our points, that our plans that we have this evening. We have our engineer planner with us who will go first. We have Brian DuBois, our environmental consultant, who will testify second. We also have the rabbi who will testify about operations. We have an architect, and we have our traffic consultant. So I think through those 5 professionals, we'll be able to cover all the issues that were raised in the board professional reports, and hopefully any concerns that the public may have. We have reports from your board planner and board engineer, as indicated. We also received a report today from CME relating to landscaping, which we'll be prepared to address, and I know we've received also a fire and police memo. As indicated, we identified at the beginning of the application that we would need variances for signage, but those details haven't been worked out, so we're not going to ask for variance relief of any kind for signage. and therefore we don't believe there are any variances associated with the application. There will be some design waivers that Mr. McFarland will get into during the course of his testimony. Mr. McFarland's, we do have exhibits that we pre-submitted that we're going to hand out to the board, and we're also, I assume, going to be on the screen when Anthony brings them up. And that's enough for introduction. We're going to ask that Mr. McFarland be sworn in so we can qualify him.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Sure, it's Graham McFarlane, M-A-C-F-A-R-L-A-N-E, professional engineer, professional planner, certified municipal engineer, testified before this board many times, and previously been qualified, offering both engineering and planning testimony tonight in support of the application.
And the board accepts your credentials?
Thank you
And
very
I'm
much.
going to hand out this package. I'm going to ask if you could pass them down, please. I believe there's enough for all. If not, I have more. So, Graham, now that you've been qualified, can you, do you want one of the exhibits brought up so you could identify where this property
Well,
is?
yes, Anthony has brought up Exhibit A1, which is an aerial display of the subject property. This shows most of the property. It shows the portion of the property that is going to be developed. The site is located on Frank Applegate Road. The site has a total land area of about 24.5, 24.8 acres, something like that, plus or minus. The site is occupied by freshwater wetlands and riparian buffer. You can see, no, this doesn't work on a new screen, does it? You can see the exhibit shows furthest to the right of the exhibit, you can see a heavy blue line, which is the actual stream corridor of the tributary of the Metedeconk.
Thanks, Anthony.
This dark blue line is the actual stream channel, stream corridor of the south branch of the Metedeconk River. The next line we show is the wetland line here, and then an anticipated wetland buffer here. And then the final line we show is a riparian buffer, which is 300 feet as measured from the top of bank of the stream. The wetlands have been field delineated by Brian Du Bois, and then an application has been submitted to the NJDEP for letter of interpretation, which is a document that will confirm both the location and the resource value and the buffer width of those wetlands. We are confident that a 50-foot buffer will be provided. Brian will provide some more testimony about that. The riparian buffer, the 300-foot riparian buffer, is a little more straightforward. The state has maps that identify a list of Category 1 waters, which the South Branch Metedeconk is identified as one. So again, that is a 300-foot buffer from the top of bank of the stream to that line. So when we map those areas, we end up with the only portion of the site that's developable is right about 6 acres up here in this portion of the site. The site is kind of U-shaped. It is comprised of lots 1 and lots 3. This is lot 2 in the middle of those two properties. So we're proposing to develop only the portions of the property which are classified as wetlands or are not encumbered by those environmentally constrained lands. Anthony, you can go to A2 next.
Just real, approximately what percentage of the entire site can be developed then?
It's about 25%.
So the remaining 75 would be encompassed by either conservation easements or other types of encumbrances, so they can't be disturbed.
Correct, and we do not have any disturbance proposed to the riparian buffer, to the wetlands buffer, or to the wetlands on this application. Anthony, you can go to A2 next. So A2 is a color display of the site plan that we have submitted in support of the application. You can see that this plan shows the proposed building. It shows the access proposed to Frank Applegate Road with one driveway, one two-way driveway serving all entering and exiting traffic movements. It shows the layout of the parking field. It shows areas dedicated for stormwater management, 1, 2, 3 separate areas. It shows the main building, which will contain the Boys High School and the Higher Learning Institution in one building. It also shows the indoor gymnasium that is proposed in this portion of the building. We have an outdoor basketball court, and then we will also have some open space that would also be available for recreation purposes for use of the students on the premises.
The subject property is located in the R3 zone and also within what's termed an R3 overlay zone. The R3 zone allows primary and secondary schools. The overlay zone then allows higher learning institutions and dormitories for properties that are located on certain roads, of which Frank Applegate Road is identified as one of those roads. So this project does comply with ordinance requirements and is rightfully here in front of the planning board. I've classified this application since we actually have 3 uses that are occurring on the property. We have the boys' high school for grades 9 through 12. We have the higher learning institution for young men who have already graduated high school. And then we have the dormitory, which is associated with the higher learning institution. So in my opinion, both the high school and the higher learning institution would be classified as principal uses, and a dormitory would meet the definition of an accessory use in this particular application. Just to look at that a little closer, the ordinance is very clear on what an accessory use is. And just reading from the definition section of the local ordinance, accessory use is a use of land or of a building or a portion of a building or of a structure or a portion of a structure, customarily incidental and subordinate to the principal use, building, or structure. In this particular application, the dormitory would not exist on this property if there were no higher learning institution, clearly making that an accessory use to the principal use. So I think that test is satisfied. The ordinance does put some specific standards on these facilities, which will all be adhered to. Briefly, the ordinance does require an annual reporting to be provided. It does require frontage on one of the identified streets, which again, Frank Applegate Road is one of them. It does require compliance with dimensional standards of the lot, same as in the underlying zone, which the application complies with. It does apply standards for building coverage, which the application complies with, and it does apply standards to building height and location of parking areas and access driveways, again, which the application does comply with. So the project is in full compliance with the zoning, again, of the R3 zone, the standards for secondary schools, and the additional standard for the dormitory as an accessory to the higher learning institution. Also, we've already had some discussion by Mr. Pullman, but since this project does provide education within a religious institution, it is protected by RLUIPA, federal law, which ensures that religious institutions and practices are not unduly burdened by zoning or land use provisions or land use board actions. I think that is pretty clear at this time. So again, the application is to develop this site with one single building containing 2 stories. It has a total floor area of about 50,300 square feet. Within this building will be 22 dorm rooms for the young men who will be residing on the premises. 1 dorm room dedicated to a counselor overseeing the students in the higher learning institution. There will be 6 classrooms that are used for both the high school and the higher learning institution, somewhat shared, but the rabbi will discuss a little more detail about that. There are also some associated spaces inside the building, which include 2 separate Bayis medrashes, offices, dining hall, and other support rooms for both the high school and the higher learning institution. The building height is proposed to be right about 30 feet to the flat roof, where 35 feet is permitted in the zone. Access to the site, Frank Applegate Road, with a single two-way driveway. Buffers are required along side and rear property lines where the property abuts residential uses. So we have buffering on side property line here. We do not have any specific buffers shown. Again, this property is kind of U-shaped and continues down, down around here. We do not show any buffering proposed on that east property line because all of this property is consumed by riparian, wetlands buffer or riparian buffer. No development proposed down there. I don't think there's any benefit of imposing some buffer restriction. There's actually several hundred feet of natural vegetative buffer that will be provided. We also have buffering shown along side property line with Lot 2 in accordance with ordinance requirements. Mr. Peters does point out in his letter that buffer is also required along, you gotta move this. Keep hitting it. Buffer is also required along Frank Applegate Road, and we will revise the plan to comply with the buffering requirements along Frank Applegate Road. We will make a slight modification to this stormwater management basin so we can get the buffering along the front of the site as well. So the site will be fully compliant with the buffer requirements of the ordinance. As shown on this plan, we have 80 parking spaces right now. Your ordinance does only require 40 parking spaces to be provided. However, when we worked with our client and the architect and we developed this building footprint that they had the vision for, and we developed the layout of the site, we ended up having some space available for additional parking spaces. And we talked to the client about it several times and came to the same conclusion that they said, well, if we can get those additional spaces, why don't we just build them on site? They had no problem spending a little extra to get additional parking on site. And that way, it will give them plenty of parking for any additional events outside of the normal function of the school or the higher learning institution, such as orientations or PTA meetings or other similar events. So the application does have more parking spaces than are required by ordinance. Again, we have 80 parking spaces in total proposed, where only 40 are required by ordinance. Busing will be provided for the high school boys on a daily basis when the school is in operation from Sunday to Friday. The enrollment of the school will be about 160 high school age students, 9th to 12th grades. The drop-off for the high school students will require most likely 4, possibly 5 buses to make drop-off and pickup. We do anticipate that the drop-off will be staggered from 7:30 to 7:45 for 3 buses, and then 7:45 to 8 o'clock a.m. for the next 3 buses. So there will never be more than 3 buses on a site at any given time for drop-off purposes. Pickup at night will be 8:30 p.m. for grades 9 and 10, and 9:30 p.m. for grades 11 and 12. So the same thing, half the students picked up at 8:30, half the students picked up at 9:30. The higher learning institution will have the 22 dorm rooms with 3 students each, so that's 66 students enrolled in the higher learning institution. They will reside on campus and they will not be permitted to have cars. So there will be no cars associated for those young men who are residing at the facility. This plan
The applicant
does,
stipulates to that?
yes,
Yes.
this plan does allow for a drop-off area to accommodate bus loading and unloading right in front of the school by the main entrance. Our opinion is that the language in the ordinance, clearly addresses that bus loading and unloading shall occur in areas that are not affected by other traffic movements, do not interfere with other traffic movements, does not require the boys who are entering or exiting the bus to cross any traffic lanes. And I believe that this plan complies with that requirement because, again, all bus loading and unloading will occur in this plaza area in front of the school. So I believe that it does comply with ordinance requirements. There has been some discussion we had with your professional staff whether that space that really can accommodate 3 buses is large enough, or if it does need to accommodate 4 buses. If the board does make a determination that we have to accommodate 4 buses, we do have a plan here tonight that shows how we would accommodate those 4 buses. So we can talk about that a little bit later after we go through the application a little bit. Touching on the environmental aspects, I spoke about the wetlands buffer, the riparian, and how there is no disturbance, no impact proposed to any of those areas. The only portions of the site where work is proposed are classified as uplands and not regulated by the DEP for those particular matters. There is a past history of some illegal disposal of solid waste that occurred on the site. Material which is termed shamos, which is religious text and materials in the form of printed documents. Former owner of the site was a gentleman by the name of Rabbi Abadi. Rabbi Abadi had buried some shamos on his property in, I believe it was like 2015, 2016. He did that without any approvals. He was burying and disposing of those properties, had dug holes and buried in several locations on the site. He got found out by the DEP. He got some violation notices, went through a process with the DEP. All the material was removed and cleared from this particular site, and there was a stipulation of dismissal from the DEP issued in April of 2017, closing the case, fully addressed, satisfied with no further actions required. I can also indicate that we have conducted a series of test pits and soil borings on the site as part of our site investigations. So we have conducted a total of 8 test pits on the site and 4 soil borings for geotechnical purposes, and we did not encounter any of those materials in those 12 excavations or soil borings that we encountered. So I would believe that any of that material that was on site has been properly removed and disposed of properly where it's supposed to be. Public water will be extended to provide both potable and fire service. There's no water main available along Frank Applegate Road. The nearest water is available on Jackson Mills Road. We haven't yet developed the plans for those off-site utility improvements, but I think it's about 4,000 feet plus or minus to get from this site up here, over there, to Jackson Mills Road. The applicant is committed to making those improvements so that we can have city public water and city available fire service for both the on-site fire protection and for fire suppression system that are needed for this type of building. Sewage disposal will be provided by on-site septic disposal fields that will be designed in accordance with applicable regulations by the state code for septic and what's also termed as an Egyptes discharge permit. Any application that is seeking to dispose of more than 2,000 gallons a day has to go to the DEP for that permit. Again, that's called an Egyptes, New Jersey Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, an Egyptes permit. So this applicant will have to obtain that Egyptes permit as part of the project. Anthony, if you can go ahead to A9 for me real quick while I'm on that subject. So A9, this is a map that shows currently existing regulated Egyptes discharge permits in the municipality. You can see the municipal boundary is about here. This overlaps into Manchester Township a little bit, and Lakewood Township a little bit. You can see all of these brown-orange dots are sites that have this same permit that we will be making the application for. So the point is that it's not anything out of the ordinary. It's a permit for which a DEP has a specific set of standards and regulations to be followed, and of course the applicant will be required to comply with that regulation in its entirety. We do have a couple of what I think are very minimal design waivers that are requested. And Anthony, maybe just go back to A2 for me real quick, and I'll go through those. And again, the waivers are just, design. I always call them technicalities where there's a small deviation requested. First one deals with the need to provide curbing for all parking areas. Right at this portion of the site where we have the basketball court meeting some parking spots, instead of putting a curb that could be a tripping hazard or frankly was going to give me a little challenge with making the grading work, we have a series of parking bumpers along those, I think it's 9 parking spaces that are against the basketball court. So instead of curb, we have parking stops there. The second waiver we're requesting, Anthony, maybe zoom in there. Anthony, if you can zoom in here a little bit for me on the basketball court. Perfect. So you can see for these parking spaces here, we just have parking bumpers instead of a curb. We also have a very small painted island here instead of a curbed island. Again, for the same reason, it just was a lot easier just to have a painted island there instead of a curbed island. Also allows a little extra room for the loading and unloading that will occur here for deliveries to the dining area. And just looking for that waiver to not have to provide an island in that location. I think Mr. Peters also points out, which we deal with all the time in this municipality, is a question about no parking along major circulation drives. The ordinance doesn't allow that. And our opinion, our representation on many applications has always been that that language is really intended to apply to shopping centers and not a single-use project like this where it is common, it happens all the time, where there's only one drive aisle, so of course we want to have parking along that drive aisle. So just to be safe, we're asking for a design waiver of that particular condition if the board feels it is necessary. Of course, this plan does not show sidewalk along the site frontage. Ordinance provides for one of two requirements to be satisfied. Either the applicant would install the sidewalk or pay the pedestrian fund. As usual, we'll let the board determine how they feel about the need for sidewalk along Frank Applegate Road. And
We like sidewalks.
We'll be guided by whatever the board would like us to do. And keep in mind, we do have two portions. We do have this portion. We have the other portion down along on the other side of Lot 2, which I really don't think there's any benefit of sidewalk there, but again, it's entirely up to the board. Your ordinance also requires a concrete driveway apron for all driveways. I just don't think it's warranted where we have asphalt pavement to asphalt pavement on a non-residential application like this, so we ask for that waiver. And then the last one is landscaping around the trash enclosure. Trash enclosure is located right back there, out of the public view, close to the building. So we're asking, I don't think there's any benefit or purpose to provide landscaping in that area. So we're asking for that waiver of having to provide landscaping around the trash enclosure. You can also see on this plan that the project does propose a fire access and emergency access lane fully around the building so that emergency vehicles can enter the site, have full access all the way around the building and get back out to Frank Applegate Road. This plan was reviewed by the Fire Commission, and they did have some comments about where landscaping should be placed. Of course, we'll comply with that. And they had some suggestions for where fire hydrants will be provided, and we will, of course, comply with that. And then they asked for, a Knox padlock for a gate on the emergency access road on Frank Applegate Road, and we, of course, will comply with that. We also, of course, have comments from both professionals, the engineer and the planner. They both summarized their comments, and I think between their testimony and what I've offered, I've covered pretty much everything that is pointed out in their letters. We don't take any exception to any of the comments. Just let me double check. Just let me check Mr. Peters' letter because he sometimes could get pretty specific. We do have one ground-mounted sign proposed in front of the site here, which I think right now we show it as 20 feet. Ordinance requires it to be set back 25. We are going to set it back 25 feet, so that is going to comply with ordinance requirements. Mr. Peters, in his letter, did question whether signs are permitted or not permitted in the R3 zone, but based upon my research, a sign is permitted for the school in the R3 zone. I think that is pretty clear by ordinance.
That will be an address sign?
Site identification sign.
No, number, street address sign?
Yes, site identification sign. We have it, I think it's 6 feet by 5 feet, 30 square feet. Based upon that size, it has to be set back 25 feet from the right-of-way, so that's what we will comply with. I talked about the buffers. Mr. Klee commented on the lighting. Our plan right now didn't show the building-mounted lights on this initial submission. Of course, there will be some building-mounted lights at every doorway, and we have to add lighting to this plaza or courtyard area. We didn't have that on this initial submission. Of course, that will be provided. The project is not being built in 2 phases. There was originally some thought about it being phased, but our client has determined there's no need to build it in 2 phases, so we're not asking for approval of any phasing. Some more detailed discussion, a statement of operations will be provided by the rabbi who will be overseeing the school. And with that being said, I think that I am done for the moment.
I just have some follow-ups that we want to make sure we cover. First, can you just generally describe how the stormwater management is going to work? I know you're stipulating that it will comply with the stormwater management regulations with both the township and the state, but just generally describe how it would operate.
Correct. What we have proposed on site here, the site has there is a drainage divide on site. So some portion of the site goes towards Frank Applegate Road. The rest of the site goes back towards the stream corridor. The building of rooftop runoff will be handled by an underground recharge system that will be located underneath the parking lot. The rest of the site will be collected by a series of inlets and then piped to the various detention basins. They're called small-scale infiltrations nowadays that we have. Based upon current stormwater management rules, they can each only have a certain contributory drainage area. That's why we need to have multiple SSIBs on a property. So you can see we have 1, 2, 3 of those. This one will have a connection to the existing county drainage system in Frank Applegate Road. The other 2 will work in series and then have an outfall back to the stream corridor. And the township does have requirements that stipulate the applicant to provide deed restrictions for maintenance and ownership and management of the facilities, and those documents will be filed and complied with all township requirements.
Can you describe the statute for EV parking spaces and whether we're going to comply with that statute? And
Yes.
where they're located?
Yes, we'll comply with the EV parking. We have the EV parking spaces located right over here. You can see we've learned from dealing with the local fire department, they always want the EV parking spaces located farther away from the building. We used to try to put them, close to the building, either up here or up here. But the fire department continually tells we don't want them close to the building in case there's an incident. So they are located down there. I think it's 4 that we need for this project. My memory's correct. We have three provided on this project, which satisfies the statute.
You discussed with the board early on the fact that we need the NJDEP approval for the letter of interpretation for wetlands, and you discussed the water approval, which would be the Jackson MUA, correct?
Correct.
And then you also discussed the Najiptes permit, which is also DEP approval. We have Ocean County Planning Board, you also mentioned. Are there any other outside agencies that will review this application before it could be constructed?
Ocean County Soil Conservation District, we have to get a plan certification from them. Ocean County Health Department will review the application. I think that's it.
There's a reference in the CME report that I referred to at the beginning, that dated November 17th, about whether a 50-foot perimeter buffer is required as opposed to the 35 that we're providing. Can you clarify why we believe we comply with the ordinance?
Yes, well, that 50-foot buffer applied to houses of worship. It does not apply to schools or higher learning institutions. This is not a house of worship. So this application it just kicks back to the standard buffer requirements in the ordinance, which requires a 35-foot buffer for a building having more than 50,000 square feet of floor area. So that is what we have provided.
There's also, I know there was some comments or questions about the 300-foot buffer that's being proposed versus what some believe might be a 600-foot buffer. Can you explain why that 600 is not applicable there?
Sure. There are other portions of town, it's specifically the Pinelands portion of the town, does have a more stringent buffer requirement. Properties that are in the Pinelands have both a 300-foot wetland buffer, then there's a 300-foot buffer in addition to the wetland buffer. That only relates to properties that are in the Pinelands. This property is not in the Pinelands, so this property is bound by the 300-foot Category 1 riparian buffer, which is the strictest buffer that the state has.
And you did indicate that you would comply as a condition of approval with all of the technical comments contained within the board professional reports.
Correct.
You also discussed the waivers, but I just wanted to get on the record that although you consider them minor, is it your testimony that the literal enforcement of the ordinance provisions would either be impractical or exact undue hardship, and therefore the waivers are justified?
Yes.
And that waiver standard is a lesser standard than what a variance would require, correct?
Correct.
That's all the testimony of Mr. McFarland.
One of the things you mentioned was sidewalks. And we've been trying on this board, for the sake of neighborhoods and safety, to make sure that sidewalks are, curbs and sidewalks are installed across the entire property for the benefit of the neighborhood.
So, Ms.,
We can stipulate to that?
the entire frontage, correct? Is there any wetlands that would impact our ability to install a sidewalk?
Well, there are. We could apply for the permit, and if we're successful in getting the
Please
permit,
apply, and
then
if
we
you get it,
will,
fine, and
then
if
we
you
will
don't,
install the
fine.
sidewalk. If we cannot get the permit,
Thank
then
you.
we'll make the contribution.
Thank you.
But there are areas where we clearly can put sidewalk, right? It's
Yes,
just,
the portion of the site that is being developed right here are not impacted by the wetlands or wetland buffers. The other portion of the site down here is impacted by wetlands. But we can make the application, and if we get the permit to build the sidewalk, we'll
Thank
build
you.
the sidewalk.
Any members of the board have any questions for this gentleman?
Yes, ma'am. When it comes to, let's start with the fire department access.
Mr. Tremor,
When it comes to the fire department access, is that secondary access going to be paved or is it going to be grass?
Now, right now, we have it gravel,
Gravel?
yes,
Okay,
suitable to support emergency vehicles.
gotcha. And you said you had a plan to put hydrants connected to city water, but it's not been approved or planned by MUA yet?
We have not submitted plans to the MUA yet for the water extension. We have had a couple discussions with them, they know our intent, but we have not yet developed those plans for the off-site water main extension.
Is there a backup plan in case that doesn't go through?
No,
When it comes to the LOI, is there an active LOI right now?
there is,
There is?
yes.
application, not
Application.
So there's an
Correct.
application to the LOI?
Application has submitted to the DEP, I think it was March of last year, but again, Brian Du Bois submitted the application. He's here and he can talk about the specifics of the LOI application.
Okay. And then my last question was about the septic, you said. How many total occupants of the building is there going to be?
We're going to have 66 the higher learning students that will be residing in the building, and about 160 students. And then I think it's about 20 or 25 staff members that will be utilizing the facility.
So the plan would be to have a septic on site.
Correct.
Where would that field be in that plan?
The disposal fields are going to be back here. We're probably going to need two, it looks like from preliminary design, we're going to need 2 disposal fields, because there are some limitations on how big the fields can be, how long the pipe runs can be, and things like that. So we're going to have 2 disposal fields back in this area.
Okay.
So we do have room available on the site. That's why we have some open space back here and left room for those disposal fields.
Thank you. And then my last question was, in the environmental impact statement, there was a comment about there's still pending applications that need to be approved for the EIS to be complete, correct?
Well, the EIS summarizes the permits and approvals that are required for the project. So that's why that information is presented in the EIS.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
thank you, Mr. Tremor.
Yeah,
Mr. Brezzi.
So on the subject, I was actually going to wait until the environmental person got up. And knowing the area and how we have to allow something like this there, something that's not done too often. I'd like the applicant to submit for a letter of no concern from the DEP to specifically address the septic system if they're happy with it, the habitat, the effect of runoff on wells and other properties, the effect of the wetlands and surrounding waterways with the Mosquitoconk, and the buffers, along with this, I know Ocean County Health has to approve the septic. I understand that. The DEP has to look at it too. I think having 2 checks on it and 2 letters of no concern are important. I'd like the applicant to agree to getting that letter of no concern from the DEP, listing all these concerns privately, right on it, each concern on it. List it and have them say no concern to it. If you cannot get a letter of no concern from them, you must come back in front of us. Would you stipulate to that?
I personally have no experience getting a letter of no concern from the DEP. My understanding is the DEP has different divisions that regulate different activities. This project, as it sits right now, my opinion is that the only the only two actions we need from the DEP are issuance of the LOI that confirms the wetlands and the Egyptes permit from the DEP. I've never seen a letter of no concern of such issued by the DEP, and I'm not familiar with any process to obtain one, so I can't, in good faith, say that I can obtain one.
That's what you're saying, I respect that, and over many years on land use boards, I know they've been asked for. And asking for it isn't a sin. You can ask for it. If they want to tell you they can't do it, that's something else. But to ask for it, would the applicant be willing to ask for it, and if do give it, only come back with a letter of no concern or come back in front of us?
So,
I think that's important, because there's a lot of factors here. It's not just the septic tank, it's not just the runoff, it's just not the buffers. There's so many in this area that I think we need some lack of cooperation, even though it may be a double check from Ocean County Health for the septic system and the DEP. And I think to get that all listed and put out there in front of them. Now, if they don't want to do that, I understand that, but then bring that back to us. But the other thing is, I do understand you would probably not get any, that at all, or even from Ocean County Health or any other outside agencies, any letter of no concern until after an approval, because they want to look at the complete data that's given to them, not just what you're presenting, but they want to know what was approved. Now, I think it's a fair question to ask, one, will the applicant supply that question, worded like that, to the DEP, make sure our professionals get a copy of it? And two, if it comes back with a concern, that you come back in front of us.
And as I sit here tonight, I cannot agree to that request because I'm not familiar with the process, and I've never seen or heard of it, so I can't agree to something that I'm unsure of.
I can respect that, but if they can't agree to it, bring us back the letter that they can't agree, but make the submission for it at least. What is the problem in making the submission?
Your question had two prongs to it. I would
A
be
lot of
happy-
prongs.
I would be happy to make the submission. I cannot agree to a condition that makes us come back to the board if we don't get a letter that may not be possible to obtain because the DEP possibly has no procedure for it.
Okay, if the DEP does not have a procedure, that would explain why. But if the DEP does it and comes back with a concern, would the applicant be willing to stipulate they'll come back in front of us over it and address it?
Before we finalize that, can we just have Mr. Du Bois testify to, and make sure we get his input, and then we can respond fully to your request?
Well, the odds are, with the environmental person speaking, I will probably get lost in half the conversation, but my question remains.
Yeah, understood, and we'll ask him the same question. So, but before we finalize the response, I want to get his input.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the board? Thank you. We'll come to our professionals now, please. Thank you.
Just real quick, you indicated they're going to be providing additional buffering to the residential area adjacent to or on the opposite side of Frank Applegate?
Along Frank Applegate Road, yes.
Design exception, I'm seeing the generator pads in the 35-foot buffer, and I think, I can't cite the ordinance section, but I think there's regulations that prohibit activities, structures, that type of thing in a residential buffer. Any comment on that?
Yes, you're correct, Doug. Frankly, I did overlook that when I talked about the waivers. We do have two backup generators that are proposed in this portion of the site with the CMU enclosure. They would be natural gas generators with enclosures to limit the noise that would conform to state and local ordinance requirements. They're located here so that the run to the building is as short as possible, frankly, to keep the cost more reasonable. The further back these get, the lines have to be upsized. Adds a lot more cost to the cost of these generators and the power lines. You know, it's what my client and the developer tells us. And again, they will have noise abatement so that they comply with noise standards of the state and of the municipality.
Thank you. The curb stops adjacent to the basketball court, with all the curbing throughout the site, why not put curbing there too?
Well, I'd rather have the bumpers. It just makes the grading work a little bit easier between that basketball court and that adjacent parking area. If you tell me I'm crazy and think it's a terrible idea, I can put the curbing in and put some depressions in it to allow the water to run off the basketball court into that parking area. But I thought it was such an insignificant portion of the site. It's 9 parking spaces against a basketball court. But if that bothers you for some reason, I'll put curb there.
That doesn't bother me that much where I would require the variance. But I do think they're a tripping hazard. I think you mentioned you didn't want to put curb in because it's a tripping hazard.
Well, I've asked for the waiver, and you get to
And I
tell me
really
what to
don't have
do.
that much of a.
Gentlemen, if you could just talk into the microphones.
I have another question. Another question. Joe?
Sorry. And the lights will be shielded, or they're designated to go off at a certain time?
Yes, we haven't developed that in full detail, but yes, we will agree to work with you to develop a lighting plan so that we will just have a minimal level overnight for security purposes, but the bulk of the lighting would turn off at, I would say, 11 o'clock at night.
And the only other question, proposals for on-street parking restrictions as well as, gated access.
We are not proposing a gated access. Rabbi, who oversees the school, is going to talk about the security a little bit, but this is not, site is not proposed to be gated right now.
Okay, and the on-street parking
On-street parking on Frank Applegate Road?
on Frank Applegate?
No, we're not proposing any parking on Frank Applegate. I don't think the county allows parking on Frank Applegate Road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Brezzi.
Yeah, I have one question. See, I brought up the septic system. I know there's probably going 2 agencies looking at it, Department of Health and DEP. What is your schedule for maintenance? I know on your stormwater, you have to give a manual and everything to the township. They got it. What is your projection for maintenance and inspections? Is that a licensed person inspecting that system regularly? And are they going to be on call? Are there alarm systems on it that is not functioning properly? Is that going to be installed?
The answer is yes, yes, and yes. I know, Mr. Bressy, you're familiar with some of these requirements. Some of the other board members may not be as much, but the DEP over the last 15, 20 years has gone through a process of reviewing and approving what are called advanced treatment units. A lot of it was driven by the Pinelands, but then, went to the DEP as well. And the technology now is so much better than it was years ago in regards to the sewage disposal, how effective those units are, and different units. There are a bunch of units that are now approved by the DEP, have been gone through the whole process. The design process for them is way easier than it used to be, 15, 20 years ago. What happens now is we call up one of these manufacturers, and there's about 15 different ones you can utilize. We call up one of these manufacturers, hey, we got this nice school, 6,000 gallons a day. Give me a schematic for what type of advanced treatment system I can use, what the effluent, what the removal is going to be, what the discharge level is going to be. And they'll pull up and they'll say, okay, this unit is certified by the DEP for 6,000 gallons a unit. You need this tank, you need that tank, you need that type of media. And if we size the disposal field and the thing works, and it goes to the DEP. And yes, there are processes where the owner has to contract with the installer, has to sign a maintenance agreement. The DEP has to do monitoring. The DEP comes out and does testing for effluent standard to make sure the systems are functioning in accordance with the adopted standards and the requirements of the permit. So the answer is yes, there are a lot of checks and balances in place nowadays to ensure that the systems are, first of all, designed properly, and then second, maintained and working properly.
I understand that, and yes, you checked all the boxes on that. The one, and I'm not sure of the law on that, I got a couple of lawyers up here that might know it and out there. Do you have to have a licensed person to maintain or keep records of that septic system on site or recording it?
They don't have to be on, they don't reside on site, but
No.
they're the ones that have to oversee the collection of the effluent, the submission to the certified lab. So the answer is yes.
And they'd be on call, and they'd be the ones certifying it daily and so forth.
Somebody who's licensed and qualified does have to submit the reporting to the DEP on a regular basis.
Thank you.
It's reviewed by the DEP.
Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McFarland, thank you for your testimony. You have a copy of our report handy? I do. Page 9, number 2, just deals with curb radii throughout the site. I didn't hear you touch on that. I just wanted to verify you can comply with that.
Yes, you said page 9.
Page 9, number 2.
Page 9, number 2. Curb return radius of not less than 15 feet for all right turn movements is what you asked for. Yeah, I mean, the comments, frankly, was a little vague to me. I wasn't sure exactly where you think it applied, but the short answer is yes, I'm going to comply with it.
Thank you. On page 12, under miscellaneous, the plans indicate phasing. Are you the right witness to start the conversation about phasing?
Yeah, there's no phasing proposed.
No phasing.
Phasing is taken out of the
Okay.
project.
I need to go back to the signs on page 8, comment C1. You talked pretty quick about the signs, and while I have to tell you, from a planning and engineering perspective, I don't take any exception to having a sign out in front of the site so that people know where the building is. I just want to make sure whether or not this board needs to grant a design waiver for it.
I don't believe it does, Ernie, because I'm going to call it the new ordinance, 2244-46. Permitted accessory uses of buildings and structures, I'm reading from paragraph B, then item 10, signs. So permitted accessory use of buildings and structures is signs.
Subject to the requirements of 207.
Subject to the requirements of 207, correct. And
Okay.
207 says our sign has to be, for a certain area, it has to be set back a certain distance, which we're going to comply with.
So, but again, I'm back to my comment C1. In 207B6, it says ground-mounted or monument signs shall be permitted for professional office uses in certain zones. Doesn't appear they're permitted in an R3 zone. Would you agree?
I agree that sentence says it may or may not be permitted in the zone, but my opinion is that this ordinance that says R2, R3, and R5 zones can have signs allows me to have a sign.
Thank you. Last comment, in the submitted EIS, in Chapter 7, the other required approvals, it lists Jackson MUA, preliminary, tentative, and final. And I'm not sure if that's just for water.
Well, it would be just for water at this time. Sewage is the on-site disposal.
It doesn't appear in
system.
that list that there's a DEP requirement for the septic system.
No, I think when we wrote that report last year, we were not certain that DEP approval was going to be required.
So when the
that
time's
report-
right, we can ask for just an updated sheet?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. McFarland, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I got another question, ma'am.
Mr. Brezzi.
Speaking-
Ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that you
Yield
keep
that all.
your noise level down because this is being recorded and the people at home will have trouble hearing if you are loud out there. Thank you.
Regarding the MUA statement, one, you said you have talked to them about that operation off-site and coming over. Has there been any more preliminary approval or just talk?
We have had some preliminary discussions with the MUA about the off-site water main extension, but that's
Okay, now-
as far
okay,
as we've gone so
now,
far.
if that doesn't come to fruition, what do? Come back to us?
That would be a specific condition of approval,
And
yes.
you'll stipulate to that?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, I don't believe there's any conversation of the sewer, because that's not in the 208.
Not 208.
It's not a 208.
The site is not in the sewer service area, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Sullivan?
A question about the natural gas generators again. What's the distance between the property line and the location of those generators?
It is about 15 feet to the side property line. I'm sorry, it's 22 feet to the side property line.
22 feet. Was there any consideration taken in the design placement for the neighboring residential property when it comes to the location of these generators?
Well, again, we're proposing them with noise abatement so that they would satisfy local and statutory obligations for noise levels.
Okay, so there will be the noise abatement.
Correct.
for the
They will have enclosures, so they will have noise abatement as part of their
Okay, thank you.
function.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Rogers?
I think those are
There's a lot of discussion on signage that we just had. Well, in the past, the board had for emergency services and the general public's information, that there be an English version of the building, description of the building. Would that be on a monument side? Would that be at all? Was that provided for?
That's fine. We would agree to provide that on the street sign, both Jewish and English version.
It's helpful for all.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Real
sir.
quick, just to follow up on the septic fields or disposal fields. Is the rec area included in that, or will those disposal fields be fenced off from the rec area?
No, they're not going to be fenced off. They're going to be disposal fields with grass over the top of them. So there's no restrictions on them being utilized for walking over them, just like, you may have many people sitting in this room that have in their front yards. They're just bigger.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McFarland. Don't go far.
We're now going to call Mr. Du Bois.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last of the record.
Brian Du Bois.
Microphone.
Oh, Brian Du Bois. You hear that?
And please list your credentials for the board.
Yeah. I'm a senior biologist with Du Bois and Associates. I have 32 years' experience, Bachelor of Science at,
You can just hold the microphone to your face.
okay, Bachelor of Science from Westchester University. I'm a qualified biologist for New Jersey DEP, the Pinelands Commission, Pennsylvania Fish and Boat, Maryland, Delaware DNR. I'm a qualified biologist by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm a professional wetland scientist, a certified ecologist. I've also been appointed 4 times to the Wetland Mitigation Council for the state of New Jersey by 4 separate governors. I have spoke at over 100 planning boards in the last 32 years. And,
Does the board accept his credentials?
Yes, and you're a first-timer for us, so
I've been here quite a few times, but maybe
Not lately.
not lately. You're right,
thank you.
right.
And Brian, you were hired for limited purposes to advance this project. Can you summarize for the board what you did for each of those disciplines?
Yeah, we do a lot of state approvals, wetland approvals. That's what we do. So we were hired to do the letter of interpretation, flag the wetland line. We did that in March of 2024. We submitted the letter of interpretation in March of 2025, maybe April of 2025. We anticipate getting the letter of interpretation back. It's been taking about a year for the state to do those, so we anticipate getting them back in March or April of this year. And when we get it back, they'll determine the resource classification, which will be the buffer for the site.
And your opinion and the plan that you submitted to the DEP would be a 50-foot?
We felt it was 50 foot based on the habitat that's out there, the size of the trees, the type of the wetlands that they are. If it comes back 150, it's within the 300-foot riparian buffer. So not really too much of a issue.
So let's now talk about the riparian buffer. What role, if any, did you play in determining that?
None. That's
If you would hold that microphone, we're having a problem with our system here, so you really need to
Okay.
be close. Thank you very much.
Okay, my role, I didn't have a role with the riparian buffer. The site is mapped, the wetland is mapped, or the riparian feature that's on site is mapped as a C1 water body, and that gives a 300-foot buffer.
And then the last function you had was a species inventory. Can you describe what that entailed and then what your conclusions were?
Yeah, we did well, when we do the LOI, we do an assessment of the, inventory of the plant species. Out there is typical of Jackson Township. It's white oak, pitch pine, the understory sassafras, black cherry. The wetlands are maple gum, You know, you have a lot of typical species there, some sweet bay magnolia, and that's about it. Nothing, you know, nothing unique or surprising about this area.
You heard the question from one of the board members about this letter of no concern. Have you ever heard of that?
I think the name, I think the premise is correct. I think the name is jurisdictional determination.
And can you just describe what that would entail?
Yeah, JD is typically done in CAFRA areas for folks to figure out if they're in the CAFRA jurisdiction, but you can submit a jurisdictional determination to the state. It's not all encompassing. It doesn't cover, you know, NJPT's permits or things like of that sort, but it covers land use permits. And we would be able to submit that if.
The applicant will stipulate that they'll file the jurisdictional determination with the DEP on any and all issues that are raised.
We would submit a plan, a request that they look over and basically, you know, check what
Correct.
is required. And they submit a letter back, and it just has checkpoints of what's required.
And then the applicant will stipulate that will also, when received, that will be sent to our professionals as well.
Yes, we'll submit it to the professionals and to the board. The issue, I guess, to deal with Mr. Bressy's second comment is that if they refuse to do it, we don't want to have to come back and say they refused. But if they point out something that's different than what we've testified to, then yes, of course, we would come
And I
back.
thank you for the correction of the name, and I totally respect your credentials and everything else. I'm not trying to fight with that or argue with that. You're a professional. But I still think that when that letter goes to them, all the concerns I mentioned before, the sector citizen habitat, neighborhood wells and runoff, wetlands surrounding Matineconk River buffers, should be outlined in that letter. Now, if they don't want to answer it, Sal, fine, I understand. Get me the letter back that says they don't want to answer it, but show me the letter you sent to them. Show me that letter to my professionals so I know you acted in good faith and did it. And I want your applicant to stipulate that if it did come back and they did do it and they found a problem, you'd come back in front of us and address it. What is the problem with that concept?
No problem at all. Before we submit it, we'll pass it through Doug so that he makes sure that we cover all the topics he thinks you're concerned with, and we'll make sure that's all in our letter. And then from there, we lose control.
go.
Whatever happens from
Right,
there
and if it
happens.
comes back with a concern, we'll address that, correct?
Excuse me?
If it comes back with a concern, you'll come back in
Yes.
front of us to address it.
Yes.
That's a stipulation.
Yes.
You got that, Mr. Shea?
And Brian, you're good with that?
Thank you.
And that's all we have of this witness, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is the rabbi here? I haven't turned around yet, so I don't know who's here. Oh, hi, Rabbi. Come on in. Get comfortable.
Yeah. Please raise your right hand. You affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Avram Moshe Nierenberg. The last name is spelled N-I-E-R.
If you just raise the microphone to your mouth.
Avram Moshe Nierenberg. The last name is spelled N-I-E-R-E-N-B-E-R-G.
And Rabbi, what is your affiliation with this school?
I'm a teacher in the school. I've been there for the past 6 years. There are a large portion of the day, and I'm involved in the general running of the school.
And where's the school currently operate?
82 Oak Street in Lakewood.
And you're
If you would please be so kind as to speak up, because we're having some difficulty with our microphone system.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Let's first focus on the high school component of the application. You heard Mr. McFarland say that there will be approximately 160 students. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And Can you describe, and then you heard him summarize the arrival and departure. Can you provide the hours of operation of the high school? When did,
So basically, the high school starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, so arrival would be staggered between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. And the boys are there throughout the day. 9th and 10th grade leaves at 8:30 at night, and 11th and 12th leaves at 9:30 at night.
and is that 6 days a week?
It's 5 days a week, because Friday they leave at 12, between 12 and 12:30.
Okay, and Sunday, it's a full day.
Sunday's a full day.
And the departure, how is that? Is that staggered as well?
So on Fridays,
During all the days?
so like I said, 9th and 10th grade leaves at 8:30, and then 11th and 12th grade leaves at 9:30, so that's staggered over an hour period.
And then Friday?
And Friday, it's staggered over a half-hour period, but it's basically the 4 grades will leave at the same time.
You heard Mr. McFarland indicate that there are 6 total classrooms. How was that broken out between the high school and the post-high school?
So the high school would each grade would have a classroom, and then the post-high school would have a classroom, and then the 6th one would be for if they needed something extra for whatever reason.
Are any of the students at the high school permitted to drive to school?
They're not.
And do you anticipate that any of the students would be driven to the school by their parents?
Possibly under extenuated circumstances, but certainly not more than a small percentage, maybe 10%.
And extenuating meaning if they were
It means if
missed the
they had a
bus?
doctor's appointment or if they missed the bus for whatever reason, but based on what happens these days, it's a very infrequent occurrence.
Will there be a nurse on staff?
There will be, yes.
And what about meals? How do you, since the children are there for a very long period of time, how do you handle the meals?
So breakfast is basically like cold items like bread and cereal and things like that. No prep required. Lunch and supper are brought in by caterers. There's no cooking on site. There's some warming and things like that, but there's no cooking.
And
no prep.
there's a loading zone next to the kitchen where the deliveries could be made, is that correct?
Correct.
How many employees do you expect during peak times, and what were the functions of those employees?
So generally, the way it works is that it's broken up in 3 times of the day. The morning, there would be around nine staff members and a couple of tutors, no more than 15 people in total. The afternoon is probably like 15 staff members and 5 tutors, around no more than 20 people. At night would also be like 9 staff members and like 15, 20 tutors, but no more than 25 people.
Are there special events like graduations or anything where there'll be a larger attendance with
So
parents?
there's no graduation in the school. They have like something just for the students on site. The parents don't come to that. There is PTA, but that's staggered throughout the evening. So there wouldn't be a large group of parents at any given point in time. There is an orientation, but that's also staggered by grades. But other than that, there's no point in time where you'd have large groups of people coming in. No.
So there'd be no assembly of
No.
rooms for that?
Never.
Okay. Mr. McFarland testified that there was a base medrash, offices, dining hall, and other support rooms. Can you just generally describe, for example, what the base medrash is?
Okay, so generally the way it works is, and it depends on grade, but the boys spend time in classrooms hearing lectures from the teachers. But besides for that, they spend time, base medrash is basically a study hall where they study in pairs with, reference materials that the teachers give out in advance. And they study that, and, depending on the grade, 9th grade spends more time in the classroom, 10th grade a little bit less, and as they get older, they spend more time on their own. But that's what a base medrash is. A base medrash is primarily for, paired off studying between 2 people.
In terms of recreation for the high school students, what are we providing?
So there's certainly no organized sports. We do want the boys to get some exercise, for their general health and a little bit, to let out some energy. So there is a gym, there's an outdoor basketball court, there's some fields they could walk around a little bit, but it's primarily just for their own health benefits. There's no organized sports, there's no intense leagues or anything of the sort. It's just for basic health and recreation.
Then moving on to the post-high school, Mr. McFarland indicated that there were 22 rooms with 3 occupants for a total of 66 students maximum, correct?
Correct.
And then there's 1 room for a counselor, or what do you call the person who's going to supervise?
The dorm counselor?
The dorm counselor, and that dorm counselor is going to live on site during the off hours, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what is the role of that counselor?
To be the mature, responsible adult to deal with any issues that arise. And if there's any security issues, he's somebody who would be trained in that to know how to deal with that under the circumstances.
And that person's not one of the students then?
He is not.
You mentioned security. Will there be security cameras?
There'll be full security cameras with access control and 100%.
The food prep and service would be the same as in the high school?
Yeah. They eat in the same area. It's the same food. There's no extra deliveries for that.
And these dorm occupancy students, how long are they there during the year? Are they there every day of the year, or are there periods of time where they go home?
So there's basically the way it works is that they're there.
If you could put your microphone up, I'm very sorry, but we can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So the way it works is that they're generally there straight. Once a month, they go home for an extended weekend. Like they'd leave on Thursday afternoon and come back Sunday night. Then obviously there's breaks somewhat throughout the year for holidays and things like that, and the summer break. But other than that, they'd be there basically for like a month at a stretch.
Are the dorm students allowed to have cars, the post-high school students?
No.
And all the post-high school students live in the dorm?
Yes.
The number of employees that you highlighted during the high school time discussion, is that that include
That would include, yes, that would include post-high school.
Okay. And in terms of recreation, same thing with recreation?
Same thing.
I had a follow-up. I just need to pull my notes. Bear with me 1 second, please. Mr. Peters, in his report, raises a few questions that I just want to make sure that we cover. Sorry, I'm flipping. Okay. We talked about the General Assembly. There's no areas for General Assembly. All the areas within the facility are used for the education purposes as you described, correct?
Correct.
The refuse area, Mr. McFarland indicated there's an area where there'll be, where the garbage and recycling will be placed. That'll all be done through, do you have like janitors or other staff members that handle all that?
Yes, we do.
There was a question in Mr. Peters' report, it's actually on page 8, item B2, where there's an area on the second floor with 2 living areas, 4 bedrooms with closets, and 2 full bathrooms, and we never really discussed what the purpose of that area is. Can you describe that?
So the post-high school students are there throughout the week, and they're also there for what we call Shabbos for Saturday. So generally, we'd have a staff member, a married staff member, come and spend the weekend there with the boys, in addition to the dorm counselor, but there would be a married staff member who would come for the weekend, so we have apartments set aside for that.
There's no basement proposed for this building, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. McFarland again talk about the number of buses and the drop-off and pickup, and his testimony was consistent with the operations as you expect them to occur, correct?
Correct.
And then in terms of a parent drop-off, you said it's rare, but if a parent were to drop off a child, they would park in the parking lot and let their child walk into the building?
Correct.
Is there security when someone walks into the building during the day?
I don't think so.
Okay. And if, the last question is, in terms of accreditation or licensing or disclosures to the state of New Jersey. You have to register with the state in your current location, and whatever you do there, you would have to do here as well.
Yes.
Okay. That's all we have of
Thank
this-
you.
the
Rabbi, I do have several questions here. How many students are in each room? The
In the
residents?
in the room, 3.
3 in each room. And the married student, or the married chaperones for the weekend, they're coming Friday night to Sunday?
They'd come Friday night and stay till Saturday night.
Till Saturday night, and children involved in that? Are there children?
Depending on who the married staff is, there might be, yeah.
And there will only be there for 2 nights? Or
Not-
one night?
one night.
One night,
One night,
that's all?
correct.
No long-term residency?
No.
And the RA, there is only one single man?
Correct.
I spent 30 years teaching high school.
Okay.
And being a principal of a high school. So I'm quite familiar with young men.
Okay.
And I'm wondering about their social lives. Are they leaving campus to go somewhere on the weekends? Are they staying on campus? And if so, how do they get around?
So they're not leaving campus, they are staying on site. And therefore, they're not getting around.
So they have no social life?
There's going to be a nice-sized group of boys that are there together with them, right? There's going to be the 66 students in the post-high school.
66 boys.
And then plus another 160 a year younger than them and 2 years younger than them, and it's quite a big group of people.
So here's my question. How old are these post-high school students?
They're 1 year older. They're
They're
1 year.
19 to
Yeah,
20.
that's correct.
And they will not be leaving to go out on the weekends to socialize.
Correct.
And they will have no cars.
Correct.
And they will not leave the campus.
Well, I can't guarantee that
That's
nobody.
my question.
So the thing is like this, they will not, it certainly will not be, boys will not be leaving to socialize, no. When you say it in such stark terms, will anybody leave the campus? They're not prisoners, but nobody's going to be leaving to socialize. That's not,
Here's my concern. There is nothing, absolutely nowhere to walk except people's homes. There isn't a Wawa for miles and miles. And I know boys eat all the time, 20 hours a day if they could. So they're not going to be leaving the school to go out and forage.
no.
Okay. One of my biggest concerns is for their safety,
Okay.
the safety of young people, and the comfort and safety of the community. And I'm wondering if you would be accepting of a fence around the properties. So I'm concerned about noise for the residential neighbors, and perhaps something along the residential side that would be perhaps a 6-foot fence that would contain sound. They're going to listen to music. I've heard them for sure at 20 years old in the evenings, so I want to make sure that the neighbors are comfortable. And I also want the children, young people, to be protected. And I'm concerned about them walking, walking places, going out onto the streets in the evening. That is a concern, and I think the neighbors are concerned about the same thing. What are your thoughts about maybe a chain link fence around the entire property and a 6-foot fence on the residential side?
If that's what the
Yes,
board would
thank you
like, then
very
yes.
much. I think people will be very grateful for that, and I think your community will be safer. Now, that would mean that we would like to see a gate on the driveways where they, and I think it will be safer for you. It will be safer for the community, for the students to have something secured in the evening, at night. We live in a dangerous world, in a dangerous time.
I appreciate your concern, yes.
So the
Yes.
the rabbi said yes. The only caveat is that there's certain, we obviously can't put fences in wetlands. so
No, no,
we-
no,
Only in the,
only around the school area itself, where the line, where the light line is now,
fine.
and the driveway areas, just where the light line is, not the dark green, just the light green areas, I think people would feel more comfortable, and that's our goal.
And we'll work with your board professionals on fence details.
And I think the professionals know exactly what we have in mind. Thank you, appreciate that. So and of course, I'm thinking Cross Street. Now, I know we're not on Cross Street, but I've been driving Cross Street for 50 years in this town. And I'm always concerned about hitchhiking and boys. We're not going to have that on Frank Applegate Road.
We will not have hitchhiking on Frank Applegate Road.
You can promise me that. You need-
Yes,
No hitchhiking of the boys on Frank Applegate Road, correct?
correct.
Thank you very much. I think that will make everyone feel much better. You'll have your turn. This is my turn. You'll have your turn. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
So we have guarantee for you on that.
Yes.
Mr. Brezzi.
I have two small questions. On the security cameras, will the police have access to them on a
Yes.
regular basis?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the other thing on the signs, it was brought up on a road sign, that it would be in English also. And I'm noticing, like you have here, dining room signage and donor's name. Now, is that going to be in English or Hebrew? And my reason I'm asking that is, if it's only in Hebrew, and our fire department don't speak Hebrew and get there, they won't know where they got to go. So I think all signs should have at least some English on it, what it is. I
Okay.
think that's important in a safety factor, and quick, in reaction time, seconds count.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we've had no donor signage on
Yes,
the
there is.
exterior of, yes, but we have before said all donor signage is interior, not
Yeah,
exterior.
we don't have any sign
Right.
variance relief, so
Because
so
I
yes.
saw that was gone.
Correct.
Good. Ms. Rose?
I have a question. You said that you're going to be catering food for meals. So my question is for the young men living in the dormitory. Are they going to have a microfridge for snacks, or is there some place that they're able to get something after mealtime? Because I know young men eat all the time, and I'm just concerned as to how you're going to address that and how it's going to be stored.
Well, they have, I believe in the plans, they do have an area that they can have storage outside of the, sorry about that. I believe that there is a storage area outside of the kitchen where they can keep things, and it's also a dormitory. They have dormitory rooms, and they can keep food in there as well. They're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to have everything, but they definitely could have some access to some food.
Maybe like a small refrigerator,
Yeah,
like any
there-
other dorm room.
there will be, yes,
But
there'll
no
be.
cooking.
No
Like
microwave.
a
Microwaves,
microfridge.
no cooking.
There's like a unit, and it's very common in dormitories for higher education, that it's a small contained unit that they can keep snacks that they can either microwave or they can refrigerate.
I would imagine whatever
could
is
be a
normal under
possibility.
the circumstances.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, just to kind of clarify a couple things. So for the dormitory students, they're one-year students, or is it?
One-year
multiple-
students.
Okay, 1 year. And getting back to something that the chairwoman said, I know you said they wouldn't be going out for socially kind of activities. Would there be any kind of late-night field trips or anything like that?
No.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Anyone else on the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Thank you. Rabbi, quickly, and it goes to one of the questions that was raised by your engineer regarding the amount of bus lanes area that's needed, or not buses you have to count for queuing. For the high school students, will there be an equal distribution of students among each grade? Because my understanding is that you're breaking up the bus time between between essentially we'll call like the two younger grades and the two more senior grades, correct, Rabbi?
Yes, correct.
And so
There'll
will
be
there
equal
be-
distribution,
Will the
yes.
distribution between each grade be the same so that you have an equal number of students coming for at each drop-off and each pickup?
Yes.
Okay.
And speaking of the buses, I forgot to ask, those buses are not stored on site. You hire third-party busing, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Just how's it going? Just
You can-
sorry, I thought you saw that. You've got an outdoor basketball court. Is there going to be hours for that as well? Maybe I missed that. Are you going to have certain hours, or are there going to be like some midnight parties out there? The neighbors might be concerned about that.
There's a period at the evening time that you'll agree to stop it. What's a reasonable time that you would not have outdoor recreation?
What the board would recommend, we would be able to restrict that. 10.
Thank you.
I know Mr. Shea is, but he's writing, so I'm trying to give him a breather.
All right, so just a couple of questions. So like Mr. Klee, I did some questionable things in college that will not be named as well. So just what it comes down to the RAs, right? If I would request an additional RA beyond staff due to the number of older children that you have, because if things get out of control, you want to make sure you have at least two people there to kind of tone things down. I'm not sure how many fist fights that you guys get into at 19, 20 years old, but I'm Irish and Italian, and we had quite a few at that age.
So the answer is we'd agree if that's what the board requests. I do want to say one thing, though. I see that there's a concern on your part. These are, I know it might be hard to believe, these are very studious boys, and they're not doing these type of things.
Yeah,
but-
they're still boys, though.
Yeah, I know, but
Right.
I work with them. I will
All
submit
right,
that.
so we'll put that down as a condition. Second condition, I would request that the property not be used for banquet halls, assembly halls, anything of
not
that
be.
nature. Social activities, nothing, it's strictly a school, higher learning, is what it is. That's a use.
Correct.
That's
All right.
correct.
So that will be a condition. And what kind of checks and balancing system is in place to prevent the older children from leaving the premises? Is there a swipe card system? Is there something that once you have the shutdown, they're not able to leave?
Well-
There's some kind of checks and balancing system to make sure that, that they're not, roaming the grounds or going up and down neighboring properties.
Well, there's no checks and balances in place at the moment.
I would, if that's the case, I would just request some kind of, swipe key system. Something ID-related, swipe key-related, just to put in there as kind of a checks and balancing system.
I'm not sure what that would cost, so we have to think.
Well, there's also a problem with, over the Sabbath, we would be prohibited from using such a system over the Sabbath.
Okay. All right, so maybe if you put the swipe key system on a timer, something to that effect. Yeah.
Would we be able to just lock the doors and?
Or lock the doors at a certain
Okay.
time.
So that we could do, we could lock the doors. And there's also cameras on site that it's able to be monitored, but we could lock the doors at night.
All right. Yeah. That is it. I'm going to leave it out to the professionals.
Madam Chair? Just real quick, going back to the swiping.
Wait, Rabbi.
Go, going back to the swiping thing that I think was just put out, is I guess all students are going to have like an ID card or a swipe card?
I don't think so, no.
No, okay. And you said it's not a prison. I would agree. But if a student wanted to go off campus to take a walk on Frank Applegate, he wouldn't be restricted.
The school policy is that they shouldn't leave the property.
They don't leave the property.
Right.
So we have 66 boys. Now we have 2 RAs. I was going to say, good luck. Bob, you just had to deal with fights. Bob, when you just were dealing with fights, no fireworks, no drinking. I think you're light on security.
All right, is there alcohol on site?
There's no alcohol on site.
There was no alcohol allowed in the dorms either. That's all. I think you're light on security, though.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else here? Good?
Next is, thank you, Rabbi. The architect, I don't know if he's here yet. He is, okay.
I saw him. He came up. He was smiling before.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Shimon Greenbaum, Greenenebaum.
And would you place your credentials on the record, please?
As a licensed architect in good standing in the state of New Jersey and multiple other states, I have appeared in front of this board in the past.
We accept your credentials and welcome you back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did we submit an exhibit of the renderings, I believe?
A3.
A3? Okay, would you describe for the board what A3 depicts, please?
So it's a rendering of the building from the inner courtyard of the building. This is your main entrance. Off to the left, you're seeing the main study hall with 3 sides of windows, which is, we try to bring light and air, the air is done mechanically. We try to bring light into the main study hall, which is where most of the boys spend most of that day. And then on the right side, you're seeing the classroom wing and the dormitory on the 2nd floor. That's in the center, and all the way on the right is our dining room and more dorm rooms on top. The actual design of the building we're moving into the Apple age, in which we have the rounded corners, trying to do something a little bit different than what we've shown in the township in the past, using a mix of materials between ephes and brick and some stone that looks like limestone with our standard curtain wall systems.
Next exhibit is A4, I assume? It's a floor
A5.
plan? A5?
A5 is the first floor plan. So we have the entry coming in the center. You're coming into the class. You're coming into to your left is the coat room, coffee room, and then the main study hall, the Base Measures High School room that we're looking at. That's that large room on the left. There's a library there. There's a principal's office, and the admin wing is all the way off to the left, the top left of the screen. On the right, we have our 4 classrooms, and then, as we move from the right from the lobby, and as we move further down the hallway, we have a dining room down a couple of steps. And I know there was a topic earlier before about the students having storage, having food on site. There's a student food storage area next to the bathrooms, and various other storage areas, and the warming kitchens. If we go to A6, A6 is the 2nd floor. That's our dormitories, and the 12th grade classrooms. All the way on the left side, you see that you have the 12th grade classrooms and an additional classroom for the post high school, as well as a small study hall for those students as well. There was a question before about that living area that we had with the bedrooms. As stated earlier, that's an area for some of the rabbis to be able to stay over the Sabbath or the holidays when the curriculum calls for rabbinical oversight or rabbinical lectures over those days. As we move to the right, past the stairs, we have the dormitory, which is closed. We have the dorm council room. And then we have the dorm room, showers, laundries, sinks, and everything else that's necessary to keep a dorm room running. I do know there was some question about the refrigerators in the rooms. Typically, we recommend to our clients that the lounge area be utilized for a larger refrigerator that the students can avail themselves of, as opposed to bringing food into all of the rooms, but that will be a operations policy that they'd have to decide. I don't know if we entered the roof into exhibit, but I know that we're probably going to get a question about solar. We will do whatever is financially feasible, and
Even if you just make it solar ready.
we will be making it solar ready. And then when we go to exhibit A7, A7 is your standard two-dimensional elevation drawings, where you can see a little bit of the materiality a little bit better. When we made these drawings, we did have the donor names on the outside of the building. It's subsequently been removed from the project. And duly noted about the fire department, I would imagine that there probably should be an address sign closer to the street, which we will add. And we have a secondary entrance to the dining room, just to make it feel a little bit more like a campus that we see on the interior west elevation. The interior east elevation that we see at the bottom of the screen, that's that window wall that we were seeing that brings a light into the study hall. Then exhibit A8 is the remainder of the building, which is basically on a remarkable standard for a school. EFIS with the score lines as necessary for control joints and for design aesthetic.
Two follow-ups. One is, you'll confirm that there's no basement in this building?
There is no basement in the building. I believe the water table was too high.
And would you also confirm that Mr. McFarland indicated that the height was 30 feet? Is that correct? Or it's less than the 35 that's allowed, correct?
Yes, the height is less than the 35 that's allowed. We currently have the parapet at 32.4, which, based on ordinance, I think it only goes to the top of roof, which is below the 35 feet.
So we have with the architect, Madam Chair.
I have a
Yes. I noticed on the outside, on A8, we have an outside fire escape, the staircase.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why it was an exterior?
Yeah, so that's actually not a fire escape. That is actually for privacy for the Sabbath apartment that we made, so that the children and the women can get up in and out of that living area without having to mingle with the boys in the dormitory.
Okay.
So it's only going to be utilized.
That's for the marrieds,
That's for the marrieds and any-
weekend
Yes.
staff. Okay, thank you.
Good. That clarifies that for me. Thank you.
Mr. Brezzi.
Yes, this question now, just because I heard it come up twice, refrigerator with a microwave, maybe combination of each, and I'm not sure how that works. But was that ran by the fire department? Was that mentioned at all to the fire department to
I
look
do
at?
not believe we mentioned anything with the fire department. I think anything that we do will be discussed with the fire department, and the building
Well,
department will
do you-
refer to the fire department.
Just out of my curiosity, being a microwave in a dorm, like in a motel, they're not allowed, would you think it'd be fruitful to mention that to the fire department and see if they have a problem with it or not?
Typically, these rooms won't have microwaves in them. If anything, there would be something downstairs in the student food storage room.
I
But
love the word typically.
It-
I'd rather have the word they will not. But, if it's not
I
going to be,
can't- I can't speak
if it's
for
not
op-
going to be without, then I think you have to go back to the fire department.
I can't speak for operations, but my recommendation would be not to be
So
having microwaves.
we
in them.
could certainly stipulate that if the microwaves are going to be in the dorms, we will consult with the fire department and make sure it's acceptable, and if not, they won't do it.
Or just
Thank you.
stipulate there'll be no microwaves in the rooms.
We'll find that out.
Well,
Yeah, they're ready to stipulate there will be no microwaves in the room.
see that? It's also simple.
How, so simple. Thank you.
I just
Thank
can't.
you.
I just can't say it without their go
course.
ahead.
Had to wait for the head nod, I
Of
saw
course,
that.
of course. But that will just make our lives easier. Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else from the board?
Yes, one thing.
Mr.
Quick.
Rogers.
Excuse me. The exterior staircase, did you consider covering that for inclement weather?
I do have to check with the civil engineers in terms of setback if we can, but I imagine that the school would be very happy if we can.
I would think
So-
so. I've done it many times, and it's good for the ice and snow.
We
Yeah.
could use the microphones, we could hear you, and then we'd know what you said.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
No.
I'm sorry. Yes. I said I've done it many times, and with the ice and snow, it's greatly utilized.
He was asking if we could cover the outdoor stair.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I can
Good question.
just make a point on that, I personally went to a high school that had an exterior staircase, and it caused a lot of financial issues for the school later on when they tried to enclose it and replace it. So if you can do it, before you decide to do it later, you're better off.
100%.
Anything else?
Yes, I have something. What is the?
Mr. Tremor, I'm just doing it for the microphone system.
Absolutely.
Mr. Tremor.
Is the building going to be sprinklered?
Sorry, what?
Is the building going to be sprinklered?
Fire suppression.
Will there be a
believe so.
fire department connection?
Yes, it will be required the sprinkler.
Where would the fire pump be in this?
Fire department connection, I would have to consult with the civil engineer. You have a. I believe we put the water room and the sprinkler room off to if we go back to A5, it's in the, I believe we coordinated this already. There's on the top left corner of the building, there is a water room. I believe that the fire department connection will be somewhere in that area.
So my only question with that is, so the way you have it lined up right there, your fire department connection, so the sprinkler room would be to the top left. But on the front, there is no direct access. So
If you look at the water room, there's a door at the back.
I see that, but on the plans regarding the outside, it's Exhibit A2. If you want to go back to A2.
That would actually be Exhibit A8. Oh, on the site plan.
Yeah, on the site plan for A2. So if you go back to A2, does it line up?
Is this the door? Is this the door? Oh, that's the gym.
So that's my question there. If the fire department connection and the sprinkler room is going to be in that top left corner, there's no direct road access to it. So the fire department can't pull up and connect to that. It has to be.
I thought you were, I misunderstood you. I thought you were talking about the water connection for the sprinkler.
Okay.
The fire department Y would probably be closer to.
To the vestibule?
It would be closer,
It-
probably
it's-
to where that.
It's on the emergency access lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
You can see it on there.
The emergency access drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind the back.
Yeah, but there's no.
Yeah, they would come in the emergency access drive.
Yeah, I see the door, but but I'm asking where the FDC would be, because it's not annotated on here.
We're going to locate it wherever the fire department wants it.
Okay. That's good enough for me. Thank you. Yes.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Sir, do we have a floor plan for the gymnasium?
We do have one here. I don't know that it was submitted as part of the package.
I don't have
I didn't see it in part of the list of exhibits.
Can you describe the gym?
Yeah, the gym essentially is a simple affair. It's going to connect into the, if we go to A6, it's going to connect at the end of the hallway. There'll be three steps up, I believe, at that location, and then we're coming to a small link that has a small rec room, and then it's just a big gym, open gym with regular hoops. The dormitory showers would be typically in similar buildings, as I've testified in the past.
Madam Chair? Mr. Greenbaum, thank you for your testimony. On the site civil plans, the gym appears to be 62 by 100 and what appears to be a 32-foot connector to the yeshiva.
Yes.
Can we please get some plans just to understand what goes, is it a hallway? Is it an area for storage of things?
So
It's hard for the board to make a decision without understanding what goes on past the bounds of the yeshiva building.
So basically, in that connector link, there's a set of double doors, and there's a double doors to the exterior. There's a ramp that brings you, because where there's there's a small grade difference. It's the 3 riser grade difference there. So we have a small ramp. Past that small vestibule or stair area, there in that 32-foot connector, there will be a rec room that would have ping pong tables or something similar to that. And then we're just entering into a regular big empty gym that's just regular basketball gymnasium.
Describe what's being proposed. I don't know if the record includes plans for it.
And just to follow up, the building would have to be ADA compliant, is that correct?
Yes. There's a ramp next to those 3 risers.
I would appreciate that you do have the ADA compliance here.
We have one more witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Scott Kennel, Kennel, with McDonough and Ray Associates, located at 1431 Lakewood Road, Manasquan. I'm a
Hey,
principal.
Mr. Cannell, before you get on the record, I see a lot of new faces in the crowd, so I just want to set kind of the foundation here, because how it operates at the planning board is a little bit different than what happens at the zoning board. So pursuant to the New Jersey Supreme Court, what happens is that the planning board only has a jurisdiction to review the public health and safety for the ingress and egress of the property and the internal circulation. What happens outside of the property at the planning board level essentially goes into a black hole. Now, I don't agree with that, but it is a New Jersey Supreme Court case that determines the board's jurisdiction. Eventually, at some point in time in the future, that will probably be reversed, but this is a sandbox that we have to play in. Just so everybody is clear, even if you come up, you have questions of Mr. Cannell, that is a sandbox that the planning board has to play with. So just to kind of set the stage here so that everybody understands what the board's jurisdiction is, what we have the right and not the right to vote on, and I'll leave it to Mr. Cannell.
So, Mr. Kennel, will you place your credentials on the record,
Yes,
please?
thank you. Thank you. I'm a principal with McDonough and Ray Associates with over 40 years of traffic and transportation planning experience. I've testified before this board as well as in 100 other municipalities on over 2,000 applications, and have been qualified by the New Jersey Superior Court as a traffic expert. Thank you. So our office prepared a traffic report dated June 26, 2025. That traffic report summarizes the tasks that were undertaken, including an inventory of existing conditions, traffic projections, the access design, as well as a site plan. Traffic counts were conducted at the intersection of Frank Applegate Road and Jackson Mill Road on June 4, 2025, from 7 to 10 a.m. and 3 to 6 p.m. And again, we picked those times because they're generally the highest periods of traffic on the roadways. And Mr. Shea, the other people that do have a review of, say, Applegate and Frank Applegate and Jackson Mills Road, and the other end of Frank Applegate at Bennett's Mills will be Ocean County. Ocean County will be reviewing this. So there is another
That is
pair of
correct.
eyes They'll be reviewing those off-site locations as it refers to this project. And it was determined that the peak hour on Frank Applegate was 7:45 to 8:45, with approximately the two-way volume of 160 vehicles in the vicinity of the site. The afternoon peak hour was from 5 to 6 p.m., with approximately 240 vehicles two-way on Frank Applegate Road adjacent to the site. As far as traffic projections, typically we review the trip generation manual published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And I'll go through where there's two sets of calculations. The traffic data collected by ITE does not take in consideration the operations of the proposed school, because typically high schools have a lot of pedestrian vehicle access, that being the students and higher drop-offs. But we take into consideration the fact that there will be approximately 4 buses serving the 160 high school students. We also took a conservative approach that 10% of those students would be driven to the school or picked up by their parents or their guardians. And then we took into consideration the staffing levels that were presented earlier, and determined that during the morning peak hour, there would be approximately 64 trips, basically 44 vehicles entering, 20 exiting. And those include the buses, and then the parents would be the exiting traffic. We did PM traffic projections and projected 34 vehicles, even though that's a conservative estimate based on the testimony you heard earlier, where generally the dismissal occurs from 8:30 to 9:30. If we were to consider a generic private high school, IT would recommend a trip generation of 150. Again, that's excessive when you consider the fact that the students don't drive, and over 90% of the students will be arrive by bus and depart by bus. And we've always provided those calculations because that's something that's requested by Ocean County when we're providing traffic impact studies for a private high school. We determined, based on the review of the area roadway network traffic patterns, that 70% of the site traffic would be oriented towards Jackson Mills Road, either going north or south on Jackson Mills Road, with the balance 30% oriented towards the east or southeast towards Bennett's Mills Road. So that's what we took into consideration when we were assigning site traffic and assigning the traffic at the site driveway. As far as future projections, we took into consideration the Ocean County Planning Board protocol, where we look at a 10-year horizon. So we looked at a design year of 2035, which took into consideration traffic growth based on data published by the New Jersey Department of Transportation, and it equated to approximately a 10% growth in traffic from what was recorded. We also took into consideration additional site-generated traffic from 2 other sites in the area. One is a proposed office building on Jackson Mills Road at 180 Jackson Mills Road that was recently approved. And we also took into consideration the remaining dwellings to be occupied at Jackson 21, the southeast section that is on Freehold Road. So that traffic was added on to develop our future traffic volumes. And it was determined that when we took all that into consideration at the site driveway, it would be operating at level service A. You've heard testimony, we rated an intersection from A to F. A generally means that vehicles exiting this site or entering would have delays less than 10 seconds. The design threshold is generally a level service C to D. We're well below that, and this driveway will operate very efficiently. Also reviewed the on-site circulation and the access design. Where the site driveway is proposed, we observed a site distance towards Jackson Mills Road of approximately 600 feet. And then looking in the other direction, more towards the east or southeast, recorded the site distance in the range of 450 to 500 feet. according to national standards, which are accepted by Ocean County. Again, Frank Applegate Road is under jurisdiction of Ocean County. The requirement is 360 feet. So the site distance provided exceeds the recommended safe stopping site distance for Frank Applegate Road at a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. On-site circulation, just to amplify what Mr. McFarland testified to, the site's been designed to provide positive on-site circulation to accommodate not only passenger vehicles, but school buses, refuse vehicles, as well as emergency vehicles, and it's been designed in a safe and efficient manner. So in summary, the site access will operate at level service A. It's been designed in a safe and efficient manner, and the site provides positive on-site circulation.
I have two follow-ups. First is, do you anticipate any road improvements imposed by the county along our frontage or elsewhere?
It's expected they have some half-section requirements, that there'll be improvements required, and that's, I'll defer to Mr. McFarland for those details.
And then the other is a waiver request that Mr. McFarland discussed, which is that the ordinance states that no parking stall shall utilize the required entrance or exit drives or major circulation drives. And we obviously are on the drives. Can you just opine as to under these circumstances, why that waiver is reasonable?
Yeah, it's acceptable because we do not have any parking spaces that are directly accessing the access aisle or access drive within close proximity to Frank Applegate Road. So any parking maneuvers are far enough into the site where they would not have a negative impact on vehicles entering or exiting the site.
And also, it's not like a shopping center where they're in and out all day, too. They're more regular, long-term
There's
parking.
specific periods of time during the day, correct.
That's all we have of Mr. Kennel, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. We're prepared to answer questions when raised.
I'd like to make a motion for a 10-minute break. Sullivan?
Second, Heller.
Aye.
question for any of the experts that testified. So it's not statements, not opinions, not feelings, but just questions for the expert as to the testimony that they put on. All right? So why don't we open for...
I'd like to open the public portion for cross-examination of this application only. Sullivan.
Second, Heller?
Aye.
Good to see you again. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Ed Bannon, 22 Abercorn Court, Jackson.
All right.
Last time I went to elementary school, grade school, intermediate school, high school, and college. 80 plus 0 did not equal 0. How do we come up with these kids who are not allowed to use the school, leave the school, come to the school, drive to the school?
Just direct the questions at an expert for this part.
Why do we need 80 parking spaces if they can't do anything?
The 80 parking spaces are allocated for at times when we do have parents coming in. We're never going to have all the parents at the same time, but for things like PTA, so the staff will be on site and parents will be coming and going, and there was enough room for it, and there's no on-street parking.
But
So we
80,
set it up.
80 spaces?
We don't need 80 spaces. It's just there in case.
I believe Mr. Klee or Mr. Peters questioned whether we would agree to bank the parking, which means design for it but not build it. The reason we would prefer not doing that is it's expensive to gear people up again to go and do site work. Since they're all going to be on site, hopefully building it, we wanted to build them all at the same time.
Okay.
Good evening, and thanks for everybody to be here. All right, Paul.
Please raise your right hand.
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Paul Riviere, I'm on West Commodore Road in Jackson.
Right.
Now, I have questions for our
Wait,
own
just
experts.
say your address one more time. I don't think Laura got it. You got it? Okay.
I have questions for our own experts. And I have a question for you, is why is Brent Pullman here at this meeting?
So, were you here at the beginning of the meeting?
I'm sorry?
Were you here at the beginning of the meeting? Were you here at the beginning of the meeting?
I didn't. No, I didn't know I was not. I missed it by 5 minutes.
All right. So Mr. Pullman is here because we wanted to make sure that he addressed the fact that the ordinance that arose from this application was a result of litigation that the township had with the federal government, really, and the Justice Department and the AG's office and the whole 9 yards. So we wanted to be very clear about that, and Mr. Pullman was our expert in that matter.
Now, that litigation was a result, was that litigation a result of 2 unconstitutional ordinances? I'm asking your Brent Pullman. Your mic is not on. Okay.
As part of the lawsuit filed by the Department of Justice, I don't believe they alleged they were unconstitutional. I believe they alleged that they violated the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, as well as the Civil Rights Act.
Now, is that law, in your opinion, mandatory for their in perpetuity for Jackson?
Is
The
what, sir?
overlay law?
Is what, sir?
I'm sorry?
What is what in perpetuity, sir?
The law, the overlay zone law, that can never be repealed?
The ordinance?
Yes.
Well, any time that what the settlement agreement with the federal government requires is that if the Township of Jackson wishes to amend its law, its ordinances, as it applies to private schools or religious uses, those must be submitted to the Department of Justice as well as the Attorney General's office.
Okay, thank you.
For
All right.
review and approval. That is what the agreement provides for.
Okay, my next question is to our own engineer. This side
Jackson Township pays to represent us, and this side, the applicant pays to represent them. So my question is an aerial map required as a part of the application?
I guess, first off, the town is not paying me. The applicant or any of the professionals. The applicant posts an escrow.
Yeah,
dollars.
okay, well, that's,
Right.
thank you for clarifying, but
Okay.
really, you
So
wouldn't
it's
be
no
here
tax dollars.
if you weren't representing Jackson, is that correct?
I'm representing the Jackson
All
Township
right,
Planning
yeah,
Board.
okay.
correct.
All right, so,
And I don't think an aerial photograph is required as a checklist item to be submitted, but typically the applicants provide them to allow the public to see the site and the surrounding area.
well, that's my problem, it's absent here. You can't see all the homes around it, and it doesn't give you the big picture. Can you require an aerial map?
So what you're going to have to do, what you're requesting is an amendment to the checklist, right? But we do have it, it is part of the submission package, right?
Well, can we put that up or something to show the?
It's been up a few
Can we put that
times,
up to
but we
show
can-
everybody's
we can put it
home
up.
and how many
I believe
homes
it's
are going to
A1.
be affected?
It has been marked as A1.
Okay. Now, is this already a tax exempt property? I'm asking because you're supposed to make sure that the applicant has fully paid in taxes.
I don't think a vacant property can be tax exempt because it has to be used for a nonprofit purpose, so I doubt it's tax exempt.
So you're fully paid
I have
in
no idea.
taxes?
I don't pay the taxes here, I have no idea.
Well, that's
So-
a
so ju-
requirement by the planning board.
Hang on, so just because I actually dealt with this over the last 2 weeks quite a bit. So what happens is that pursuant to the checklist that we have for an application to be deemed complete, the applicant has to have all their taxes paid up to the date of application. So in order to be deemed complete, the taxes have to be verified, that they are paid, they're verified both internally and with our board engineer. And to the best of my knowledge, according to the checklist and the certification of completeness, they have been.
So they're not in arrears for the taxes, you're saying?
No, but it's also irrelevant at this point because what happens is that they have to be deemed paid at the time of checklist completion, and that's how we determine that that element of the checklist is complete.
Okay. Now I have another question for our engineer. Is it okay if I call you our engineer? All right. Is any part of this property, did you check to see if any part of this property was in the conservation overlay zone?
Yes, and it is.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, now, we have a law here in Jackson saying that any property that's in the conservation overlay zone cannot be deemed complete until all those DEP permits have been
That's
completed.
not true, sir.
And
That's
okay, it's
not true.
244-45, and it's still active, and it's
So it's an LOI. So
See-
what happens is that if there's
Huh?
any, it's called an LOI. So what happens is if there's any issues involving the DEP on a piece of property, they have to submit an LOI to the DEP. They have to incorporate that into the checklist as proof that they submitted it to the DEP as an item in the checklist to be deemed complete. That's what you're referencing.
well, I'm reading it here, and it said
I understand what you're saying.
it's C1A. And they say they have to have it before they're deemed complete.
They have to file it with the DP, and they have to submit it as part of their application to the planning board for both internal administrative review and also board engineer review to be deemed complete. And they've done
Well,
that.
please check it, because I'm
Yeah.
reading it right here. It says, all applications for blah, 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 approval shall be required to submit a valid NJDEP letter of interpretation or permit which identifies
Right,
all
or
freshlands,
permit.
wetlands,
Right.
buffers, transitions, before the application can be deemed complete.
That is correct. That's the LOI. So what happens is
Do
that
we
it ta-
have the LOI here?
We have the LOI.
Okay,
We have an
so-
application for the LOI.
We have the application for the
Okay,
LOI.
so do you have a copy of the LOI
Hasn't been
that can
issued.
show us where the LOI is?
It's part of the submission package, which is online and both in the file at the planning board office.
All right, well, have you,
And the applicant has submitted for an LOI.
But he has not received an approval.
It takes about 2 years to get that done.
Listen, I'm asking, can you,
I'm answering your question, I know. So it
You're
takes
not
about
an
it
expert,
takes
I'm
about 2 years to get a DEP approval, and you also have to have an approval from a board body in order to get it, right? So I understand where you're going with it, that you're saying that, you know, everybody needs a permit to be entitled to be heard at the planning board, but you're missing the step where first it goes LOI, then it goes board, then it goes DEP approval.
well, that's not what it says here, so I'm
It-
not going
that's-
to,
that's what it
go
says.
back and forth.
I'm not going to argue the verbiage
All
with you,
right, so,
but that's how it
Mike,
works.
going back to my question, can I ask our engineer
No,
that
go
we're
for
paying-
it.
Do we have a map of a NJDEP approved LOI?
It's not a map, sir. It's not, an LOI is not a map. An LOI is an application to the DEP
All right. I'm just
regarding
asking,
any
listen,
environmental
I'm just
issues on the
asking
property.
questions. I'm not meaning to be
I'm
rude or anything.
answering you, but that's a legal question.
All right.
Right.
All right, so now, there's also a riparian map. Do you have a map of the New Jersey DEP approved riparian lines?
No.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna ask you to direct your questions to the environmental specialist and the engineer of the applicant. This is technically cross-examination period
So
for.
I didn't know I was limited, and I couldn't talk to our
I'm-
own
So
experts.
what
They
you're
provided
asking, what
testimony.
you're asking for is applicant information, and I don't want to have our experts testifying on behalf of the applicant. So
Yeah, but-
you're asking applicant-based questions to board experts. So you could ask whatever question you want. I'm just saying, please direct them if they're applicant-based to the
all right,
applicant.
well, I thought I was, people who testified, which they did, I thought I was able
Our
to
experts
ask
did
them.
not testify.
And you're telling me I can't?
I'm telling you that if it's an applicant-based question, which is what you're asking, please direct it to the applicant's experts, because they're the ones who testified.
Okay, so can we get a straight answer? Do you have an approved New Jersey DEP LOI that you can show us?
No, we have an application only.
All right. Now, could that application be, the approval of that application, could it be a lot different than what you requested?
And if it is, we'd have to come back to this board.
Excuse me?
If it is significantly different, we would have to come back to this board.
Right, okay. So they would have to reconfigure the whole site plan if the New Jersey DEP had a whole different interpretation.
Correct. That's an outside agency approval. It would be a
Okay.
condition of approval.
All right, so now, what about the toxic waste? That's a problem on that land.
Mr. McFarland testified first of all, there was no toxic waste, but he did testify to the Seamus that was buried and how that was addressed, and they did soil samples.
Does the New Jersey DEP, is there certain regulations where you can't break the soil if there's toxic waste present and has to be removed?
I don't know of any toxic waste on site, and I can't comment. If one of our professionals might be able to answer your question. It's a hypothetical, I
Well,
assume, right?
Because, are you familiar with, there's a report in New Jersey DEP on toxic waste on the site?
What I had testified to was the solid waste that was buried on the site by Rabbi Abadi in 2015 or 2016, which was discovered, which was then remediated through a process with the DEP, was removed from the site. So that was solid waste, not toxic waste.
All right, do you have a copy of the New Jersey DEP clearing the site?
I do. That was part of the EIS, correct. There was a letter of dismissal issued by the DEP indicating that that issue was resolved to their satisfaction and has fully been addressed.
Okay, so the statement of operations, that's critical in something like this. The statement of operations has not been posted on the web. And the statement of operation governs what they're allowed and not allowed to do. Okay.
The statement of operations is attached to our experts' engineering report, which is part of the record, it's online, as well as on file at the planning office.
Well, it's not online, the statement of operations.
It is online.
No, it's not. Would you stop already? Come
Well,
on.
listen, so it's attached to my engineering report.
Ladies and gentlemen, This
Oh, man, I'm just trying to get
This hearing
answers,
is being
all right?
recorded. You must be quiet so we can hear the testimony. All right, keep it up. We'll be here. We'll
I
wait.
just don't
It will
listen.
be quiet or we will not continue. You must be quiet so the people at home can hear what's going on.
All right, so we need that online because the people here have to be able to review the statement of operations. It's really important.
Well, in response to that, the rabbi and the engineer testified to all the components that are set forth in that statement of operations.
Well, we need to see it.
Well, you
And
heard the
can
testimony.
You can the township please post it online?
So just to be clear, because the statement of operations was attached to my engineering report that I was given in distribution to this. So which
Okay.
typically what happens is that the statement of operations is then part of the record, both during the applicant's submissions and also as part of the engineering report.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, hang on. So I
Okay.
just want to verify with our board secretary if the statement of operations is in the file at the planning board office.
Yes, it is. The entire file is available.
Right.
What
Yeah.
gets posted online are the plans, the exhibits, the architecturals. The planning board and the zoning board have both done it that way. The review letters have not been posted online.
Understood. My apologies, sir.
Oh, it's okay. It's
So-
okay.
so-
Listen,
and just-
listen, I don't want to get gaslighted or shut down. I'm just asking questions, all right?
Right.
But is it possible to put that online so the people can see it?
In the
without
future, we will
driving
put all
miles and
statement-
miles.
Right. In the future, we will put all statement of operations
But
online.
can we do this one
So
online?
what happens with jurisdictionally, right? So go back to jurisdiction. Jurisdictionally, under the MLUL, all documents have to be in the file at the planning office for review by the general public. That's what the MLUL governs. We do it online as a courtesy to the public, but we're not required to.
I understand. So you're being nice to us, but not making us drive 30
I'm
miles
just
to
saying
get
that the
to a office.
MLUL has not caught up in many
I know
ways
it's not mandatory.
to
But it's certainly not friendly to the residents to have them come all the way in and go.
I understand, sir, and
But
I
my
will
question
correct
is,
that after
can
this
we
meeting.
get the statement of operations online? Is that a yes or a no?
That is a yes, and I will correct that for future applications.
All right. All right.
Calm down.
All right, well, I still don't understand why I can't ask our own gatekeepers
You can
questions.
ask our professionals questions directly related to them, but if I can't have the board's professionals testifying on behalf of the applicant. So
Okay.
if it's an answer that the applicant has to give with regard to testimony they give, the question has to be directed to the applicant's professionals.
Okay,
That's
so
all I'm saying.
Can we put the planner and the engineer's report on this site plan online? So people can look at it.
I understand.
So my question is,
Right.
can we do that?
So it will be. We will update the online file with, right.
Once an application is heard, what happens is the plans and everything are there in the document center, which someone has to have an account to access. But they're not on the planning board that main page where you can just go and get them. But the documents are always saved, yes, in the document center. And I can put any documents you want in there. But someone from the public would have to create an account on the website and go into there and
Yeah.
get them.
Well,
They're
I'm
not just going to
Understood.
be on that because we can't keep every
So
document for all the
it's actually there,
applications
but the
there.
process is they have to actually create a
Listen,
username
I'm not
to get
trying
to
to
it.
give you a hard time. I'm just asking, okay? It might sound that way, and you might feel that way, but it's not intentional.
No, I
It's
just
the
said they
way
have
I
to,
am.
they're just in a different place on the
All right.
website.
So can we get,
Once it's up there, we don't delete
can
anything.
we get the statement of operations and the planning report and our engineer's report placed online so people don't have to drive and bother you? Can we do that?
Yes, they can be put online, yes.
Will you put them online?
I will, but they're
All
not
right.
going to be on that planning board main
Well, if they can
page.
always call you and you can direct them.
Sure,
That's
So
absolutely.
what she's
Yep.
saying.
All right, well,
Absolutely.
I want to thank everybody, and it's just unfortunate. It's just terrible, unfortunate that we passed an ordinance that caused us to get sued and then resulting in this overlay thing. All right? And I think the people, anybody who was part of that, you know, really did the township great damage. All right, well, thank you for your time, and thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Eleanor Hannum, Hannun.
And your address for the record?
7 Evergreen Court, Jackson, New Jersey. So just the statement of operations. In the past, I have seen it, and I think it's very beneficial for the residents because, as all you lawyers know, only one word within a statement twists the entire intent. So I have a few questions because I was sitting in the corner and I guess that one is not working. Did I miss the location of where the dumpster, the garbage, is going to be?
Yes, Anthony, if you could pull up A2. So the answer to your question is yes, you did miss the location. It's right there, close to the dining room entrance.
So in the front?
That is not the front. The front of the site is here on Frank Applegate Road. This is in the back portion of the site located in, if you want to call this a little courtyard area or something like that, where loading occurs to the dining area.
But the front of the building, because the building faces front, that way, not the front of the building.
It's where he said it is.
Right, no,
You
I
could
get
call
it.
it wherever you want.
I get it, but usually, you know, aesthetically, to have your garbage dumpster in the front of the building, you know, just an eyesore. My other question is the riparian zone. Is there any way that you can fence off that whole area so that there is no human access to all of those wetland buffers? Only because, in my experience, living here forever,
We just agreed to fence the area that's the light green area.
I understand that. But there's a reason why I am making this comment, because we have such a sensitive area and the Matitakont tributary. You also have both of your septic fields in that green area, and then you have your retention or detention basin all up against an environmentally sensitive area. Has that been taken into consideration?
We have not considered providing fencing. That area would be open for passive recreation. DEP rules do not require us to provide any fencing. There's no regulation that requires us to put any fencing, and in my opinion, it's not a good idea. I would rather see that area accessible for passive recreation use so the students can possibly enjoy that wildlife area.
I guess you didn't understand my question.
I did understand your question,
No,
and
my
that's my
question
answer to your
wasn't
question.
about the fence. When it came to the two septic fields and the non-point source pollution that's going to drain off of the over 50,000 foot footprint, and all the cars and the buses and all the toxins that come off the asphalt that's going to be draining up against the environmentally sensitive riparian zone.
What's the question?
My question is, has all of those things been taken into consideration? I mean, I do understand that you're very limited to what you can use because it's such a sensitive piece of property, but to put so much toxic drainage so close to such an environmentally sensitive area,
Well, it's not toxic, but Mr. McFarland, how is that regulated?
The answer to the question is yes, we did take that into consideration, and the septic system will be designed in accordance with DEP regulations, and the stormwater management system, which consists of 1 underground small-scale infiltration and 3 surface small-scale infiltration basins, are designed in accordance with the New Jersey Stormwater Management Standards. They provide for green infrastructure design and standards, and designed in accordance with all applicable regulations. So the answer is yes, that has been taken into consideration.
Very nice standard words. So my other question is the lighting. I guess I missed that portion. Has the lighting and the lumens been discussed tonight?
Yes, it was.
Okay, what are the lumens that you have on your plans?
Well, they're shown on the plans that were submitted as part of the application. The design is in accordance with township standards. I did indicate that our plan currently did not have lighting worked out for for this courtyard, so that has to be added to the plan. The lighting plan does show a series of pole-mounted lights that will illuminate the driveway and the parking field in accordance with ordinance requirements.
Okay, so again, we're in a very environmentally sensitive area. And when I was going through your site plans, I saw on the right with, your key, you have there where the lighting is going to be 8,900 lumens per light pole?
No, I don't think that's correct.
I believe it's on the side.
So if you could tell me what the question is, and I can respond.
I'm concerned about the effects of LED lighting on God knows how many lights you're putting up there in an environmentally sensitive area with an ecosystem that's going to be disrupted by basically stadium lighting.
And again, this is a lighting plan designed to illuminate the drive aisles and the parking areas to provide for pedestrian safety, motorist safety, and any other members of the public or private school that will be using the facility. And the lighting plan is designed in accordance with ordinance requirements.
All right, but you testified that at night nobody would be leaving the school. So why do we need such high voltage
Well,
lighting?
he testified that after hours, there would only be security lighting, not the entire parking lot lit.
All right, but again, that type of lighting is going to completely disrupt the ecosystem, the mortality of the animals, the entire habitat of the wildlife that lives there. That is very essential because, especially when you're up against a wetlands area and the Matitakon C1 River.
Is that a question?
Well, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, there's no consideration for the environment. And go ahead, laugh at me.
The consideration for the environment is we have to get DEP approval for the wetlands line. We've agreed to go to the DEP for this jurisdictional determination where they could look at everything again. Whether they comment on it or not, I don't know. And we comply with all regulations, so I'm not sure what more we can do.
So this board is going to allow the entire habitat and ecosystem to be disrupted by lights because they're unwilling to change what they do have in their plans.
The DEP rules do not regulate lighting and their proximity to the riparian buffer.
Right, but what I'm saying is we have a board here that can.
I don't think they can. They only could do what the ordinance allows. The ordinance doesn't
The
require
ordinance does not designate lighting.
that. Yes, there's lighting standards in the ordinance.
Are there lighting standards?
I'll
What are
defer
the
that to my
lumens?
expert.
What are the lumens? Yeah. It's the brightness of the LEDs.
No, I think he knows what a lumen is. The question is,
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just putting it on the record that we're not going to have a stadium in the middle of this neighborhood.
Mrs. Hannon, do you mind if I jump in for a sec? Just real quick. So applicant Would you guys be amenable to putting the lights on timers?
We agreed already, yes.
Okay, and what time would that be?
I don't remember if we
Do we
said.
put caps on the
That's,
lights?
that was my next
And
question.
there are, and we do have shields on it. Lighting turned off 11 PM except for security lighting.
They don't need to be that bright as to what they have, because as it stands right now, we have Elm Street being forced to reduce the lighting because of the same reason.
All right, would the applicant be amenable to lower it down to about 10 PM?
No, I mean, the intensity of the light does not need to be that bright.
We can address that in the next question. Just hang on.
I mean, I don't know.
They leave at 9:30?
Yeah, they leave at 9:30. You have to give time to get people out. If someone's
Yeah,
late.
I'll leave that up to the discretion of the board. Next question would just be shields on the lights. There are
We
shields on the
agreed,
light.
there are shields on the light, correct?
Right, and they would,
They focus it on, so it remains on site.
okay.
An on-site meeting the disturbed area, not the balance of the site.
Okay, so I heard the discussion about the scheduling and the buses and the hours, but maybe I missed, and maybe it's in the statement of operations, is there a summer schedule?
It's all year.
It's all year, year-round? Is that a yes? I missed it.
Yes, that's a yes.
Okay. All right. So I just kind of want to break down because, you know, being an educator myself, I'm having difficulty understanding this breakdown because in the beginning, the testimony was there were 20 college students, but then as we got later on and the breakdown of the 22 dorms and 3 students per dorm comes to 66. So we went from 20
There was no
to
testimony.
66.
Mr. Klee mentioned 22, but I think he misspoke and meant rooms, not students. It was 66 students consistently during the testimony.
I'm so glad this is recorded. All
Me
right.
too. Me
So can you break down the number of, so we have 66, and they testified 160 students that are secondary, high school.
High school,
Okay, and 66, say college.
post-high school,
Okay.
yes.
How many teachers?
We'd have to get the rabbi. He said at peak would be 25 to 30 total
No,
employees,
I-
but I don't know about the teachers. We'll ask the rabbi. He would know.
How many teachers do you have in the morning?
So each class would have a teacher and an assistant teacher.
So
that
how
would-
many teachers?
So that would be, there's five grades, so that would be 10.
Oh.
Actually, no, it's actually 8.
So you'll have 8 teachers in the morning, and how many teachers in the afternoon?
So that would be 10.
How many principals in the morning? Or are they all day long, or morning, afternoon? How does this work?
What, the principals?
Yes, you have two.
There-
You have 2 offices for principals.
So one is there for sure in the morning and at night, sometimes in the afternoon, and the other one is mostly there in the afternoon and evening hours. They do overlap to some extent, but they're not there consistently at the same time.
All right, how many administrators?
2? 2 administrators.
How many people for food service?
So the food is delivered by caterers, and it's put out by the students.
So your students are actually serving the students?
They don't, yeah, that's,
Okay. Never seen or heard that before, as I'm an educator
okay.
in a very large school. How many custodians?
Right now, there's one, but if we move into a larger building, we may need another one.
So you have 1 for that size building? Okay.
For the current size building that we have, this building
I'm
is
sorry,
large.
and the custodian, if you only have 1, they're working like 7 days a week?
We work 6 days a week, and maybe 7 days a week, but the point is that right now we're in a smaller building. This building is larger. Obviously, we, staff up as we need it.
Okay, so are the students, the same students who are serving the food, are they the same students who are cleaning up the cafeteria
No,
when
that
it's
would be
done?
that would be the custodian.
1 custodian to 226 students.
Correct.
226 students to one custodian.
Correct.
Okay. When it comes to the 2 apartment facilities, and I know that Mr. Sullivan questioned the stairway outside. So there's 4 bedrooms and 2 living spaces.
It's 2 apartments. One has 3 bedrooms, one has one bedroom.
And I noticed that there's absolutely no food prep or any type of anything in those rooms. How are the women eating
They're gonna
and their
eat-
children?
They're going to be eating in a designated area in the dining hall.
But the testimony
They
was
will,
that...
they will be eating in their apartment, but the food will be supplied by the school.
So you have somebody bringing food up to them? I mean, I'm
I'm just
confused.
going to,
Yes.
you could continue with your questions, but this is not a planning board function, how food is served at a private
Well,
school.
because I'm looking at bedrooms, and I see that there's absolutely no way for a family to cook a meal or refrigerate a meal.
And what
And
does
then
that
there
have
was
to
this
do-
whole testimony about microwaves. So
Right.
that's where I'm going with this.
Right, so just to be clear, the purview and jurisdiction of the board is to see whether or not the applicant has conformed with the ordinance itself. There's no ordinance requirement for a statement of operations for things like this. So this would just be additional testimony supplementary to whether or not they conform with the local ordinance. And the local ordinance is what the board has jurisdiction over.
Right, so, but by having families coming and going, overnight, to me, it's more like an Airbnb than it is dorms.
The use is higher education.
And it was,
right.
the use was very limited, and it was described by the rabbi. It's not people staying all week, it's just during those limited times.
And that's what Airbnbs accommodate as
Okay,
well.
then it's not an Airbnb, they're not paying for it.
I'm just saying. Same idea. I have one question for you, Mr. Shea. Why is it that Ms. DiMarzo was asked to recuse herself?
That is there was a potential conflict issue. And I don't want to address that due to the nature of the conflict.
Right. It's only conflict for certain people and not conflict in other situations.
No,
So-
the issue arose, and unfortunately, we had to deal with it today, and Ms. DiMarzo chose to conflict and recuse herself. She didn't attend. So based upon a personal conflict that she had, which I really do not feel comfortable
That's fine.
for personal reasons for her addressing, we'll leave it at that.
All right.
Right.
It's, I just find it very interesting how the law is manipulated, especially the fact, and I'm just
Well,
going.
it's not manipulated. Ms. DiMarzo did not show up.
Yes, I know she didn't show up.
Correct.
I'm very well aware of that.
All right.
And I'll just end with the fact that because I'm leaving. So I just need to put it on the record.
If it's a question, you can ask it. If
Well,
it's
it is a
comment, you
question.
can-
So okay, here's my question. Why is it that Mr. Pullman at the beginning of this meeting decided to violate the First Amendment right by telling residents what they can and can't say or ask?
So-
Because that is a violation of the First Amendment right, and you are not allowed to do that. It
Ms.
is
Hannum,
unconstitutional.
all Mr. Pullman did was address the ordinance that was created as a result
Mm-hmm. I know
of
what he
litigation.
did, and I know
Right.
what he
Okay,
said at the
Listen,
end.
Eleanor, Ms. Hannum, that's fine. You can say what you want. You can put on your
I
show.
did.
But what I'm not going to stand...
I put on a show
Ma'am,
just like
ma'am,
you,
ma'am,
Mr. Pullman.
You got to speak. You're not going to... I'm at least going to correct the record that you are not going to make incorrect statements about what I said. I advise the members of the public that pursuant to the ordinance that was adopted through the settlement negotiations and approved by a federal judge, the use is not in question. okay? Do not put words in my mouth. I know you like to do that. You like to put words in what people testified over there, and you like to put words
It's
in
on
people's
the
mouths.
record.
You're right. Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
What, just,
Yes, sir, I do.
please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Adam Heidi, H-A-I-D-I.
All right, and your address?
70 Verbena Court, Jackson, New Jersey.
And just to be clear, so you're coming here
To
as
ask questions.
Well, no, so a little bit more complicated than that. So you're coming here
To
as
ask questions specific to this application.
Hang on. And this is to protect you, okay? You're coming here as a local resident, not a member of the Environmental Commission, correct?
Absolutely. I'm strictly here as a
As a resident.
concerned member of the resident.
You're not formally representing the
I'm
Environmental
not
Commission?
formally representing the
Okay.
Township Environmental Commission, but I do appreciate you for disclosing that information to the public. Thank you, sir. Is that information available on our website?
It is, yeah.
It's not. It's not currently. Right now?
Yeah, all members of the Environmental Commission are, it's
Can
an
you
open...
just focus on the questions, please?
Yeah.
Well, we're all under oath, correct? I just want to make sure that we're all telling the truth.
Correct.
Okay, currently, if you all go to the Jackson website right now, the chairperson is Ray Tremor III. There's no vice chairperson. Robert Greco's a member.
So
Raymond
then
Cantona's
what
a
needs to
member.
happen...
Excuse me.
The
Elsie Heller's a
website,
member. And
the
Keith Preston's a member.
website needs to be updated, that's it. So it's no different, right, it's no different. Hang on. The reason, just to be
Respectfully,
clear,
you've just
the reason-
disclosed private
No,
information
that's
that the
not-
public's not privy to.
It's public information, and the reason...
Where?
It's public information. You can Oprah request it, you can go to the township and get it. Just because it's not on the website as of right now does not mean that it's not public information. It's on the council agenda, it has to be ratified, you have to be part of the process to get on that. Okay?
Does that
So-
include emails to the Environmental Commission? Is that public record also?
Yes, if it's a matter of
So
public
can I speak
township
on,
emails.
Can I speak on an email from the
Hang
Environmental
on,
Commission?
hang on,
that
hang
you
on.
sent?
Hang on. The reason why I brought that up is because when you come in front of a board, okay, it's no different than a code enforcement officer coming in front of a planning board on a local issue. They can't come in their capacity as a code enforcement officer or a police officer or a fire marshal or any. They have to come as a member of the public. That's the reason why I asked you that. It wasn't to dox you.
Did anybody else know in this room except for you?
It's case law. It's actual physical case law.
Okay, so an email that you sent this morning to the Environmental Commission is public record then, right? Can you
say
answer that question? You sent an email to the Environmental Commission this morning.
I did not send any email to the Environmental Commission this morning.
Okay. You confirm that under oath? You never, okay, sorry. Did you send a letterhead to the Environmental Commission or the Planning Board on
So
November 15th?
what I did, just to be clear,
Did you send?
I put a memo together.
Relative to what?
Relative to the advisory nature of the Environmental Commission.
Why?
I sent that to the entire board.
Why did you remind the Planning Board on November 15th?
Because
that
it's
the,
my
excuse me, I'm not done with my
job.
question.
It's
Excuse me, I'm
my
not done with my
job
question.
to do
Excuse me,
that.
I'm not done with my question respectfully. Why did you send an email to the Planning Board 2 days before this application took place, reminding the reminding the environment.
Just to be clear.
Am I not allowed to speak?
Just to be clear.
Am I not
Let
allowed to
me
speak?
answer the question. All done. All done. All done. Just to be clear, I'm answering the question. Just to be clear, there was a number, right? So there were a number of issues that I needed to address to the board. I put memos together at the request of the chair so that the board understood their roles and responsibilities in governing not just this application, but all applications.
Okay. Did you or did you not kind of testify how the chairman of the Environmental Commission should vote in that letter?
Absolutely not.
Did you instruct
Absolutely not.
Okay.
It's
Did you
a legal memo, which is operable at this point, okay? So take it for what it is. Please direct your questions to the applicant We're all done with this.
Did you, within that email to the planning board, advise the chair of the environmental
I
commission
did not
when it's
advise
appropriate to vote
the
no?
chair
When it's
to do
appropriate
anything. It was directed
Do
to
I
the
have a
entire-
freedom
it
of
was
speech
all
or not?
done. All done. Okay, I feel like I'm talking to my 4-year-old, okay? All done, all right? So it was a legal memo governing the jurisdiction of this board as to not just that, but also other issues that we frequently come across in applications of various natures during board hearings, okay? So please, if you have any questions for the applicant, direct them to the applicant and the applicant's professionals.
I heard other members of the public address and ask questions to the board. Am I legally allowed to ask questions to the board?
This is cross-examination time. Ask
Why
questions.
did you instruct the chairman of the environmental commission
I
when
just
he can and
answered
can't
your
vote
question.
no?
I just answered your question. You have my answer. That's what, and you know what, Mr. Tremor, you're here. Would you please advise somebody who's on your environmental commission whether or not I directed you to vote one way or another?
If you will, Mr. Shea, I'll pull it up.
Thank you.
Just for the record, the applicant has never seen any of these memos, so we have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, it's all public record, so thank God. Well, that's what I'm saying. How would you know? How would he know? How would anyone have known I'm on the commission?
Right.
It's just public record, right? Just submit an open request, randomly think about it.
The memo was a memo regarding the advisory nature of the Environmental Commission. It's 3 pages long, so I'm going to save everybody the trouble, but it's basically a guideline of what we can vote yes and no to, how the Environmental Commission is more of an advisory commission, and it does highlight the legality of which the Environmental Commission is responsible for. That's a summary.
Yeah. Does that email also include, does it state if an applicant has outside agency approval that the chairman of the Environmental Commission is not allowed to vote no? And if I'm incorrect, can you please explicitly read that language?
I can pull it up. What I did was construct a memo indicating what...
Would you feel comfortable with me reading what you wrote? I have it right here, and I could provide it to you. Or you could read it.
I have it
May
right
I approach?
in front of me.
May I approach?
No, you may not.
Actually, here's this. I'll read it. Can you confirm or deny that you wrote this?
All right. So if you have a question, please direct a question.
A member of the environmental commissions on the planning board is not free to vote to deny an application because of environmental concerns if the applicant otherwise complies with township governing regulations and requires any outside approval from a county or state agencies such as the DEP.
Okay, let me just explain this
What
to
does
you.
that mean?
Let me just explain this to you.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you what it means if you let me speak.
Okay, go
Are you
ahead.
going to let me speak?
I will
Are you
let
going to
you
let me speak?
With one response.
Are you going
I
to let
fe-
me speak?
I feel like you interject me a lot, so please
Are you
treat
gonna
me
let
with the
me
same
speak?
respect. I will let you speak, but please let me speak. You may now speak, sir.
Oh, you're going to give me the privilege of speaking. Thank you very much. Okay. So what it does is that it is a legal memo determining the guidelines by which a board can consider advisory opinions of the Environmental Commission, which, by the way, we don't have, okay? So just to be clear, what happens, environmental commissions are advisory in nature, okay? So they can either issue a letter of interest or a letter of no interest. If they issue a letter of interest, they have to have a number of recommendations contained within. The applicant then takes that, brings that to the DEP, and handles it through the DEP because the Environmental Commission is a subsidiary extension of the DEP. That process is not handled at the board level. The board only has a jurisdiction of determining a denial or approval based upon the local ordinance. What you're indicating to me is that I put something in writing that indicates that the board essentially has to deny things for environmental constraints, which is not true. We would get sued if we did that because the DEP regulates all of it.
Okay. I don't agree with any of that. But for the applicant, I have a couple questions. Oh, and if that is the truth, I will forward that letter to the mayor. I'll forward it to every single outside agency possible to make sure you didn't try to intimidate the chair of the Environmental Commission. But I think the language is explicit, and
It's a legal memo.
it's public, right?
Based
So it'll be
upon,
posted tonight.
based upon the law.
You don't
based
think you tried to
upon
influence a vote?
DEP constraints, all right? And it was sent to the entire board, not one member. And it's for all applications, not just this one.
So per your letter, if an applicant has a DEP approval and hypothetically has a Pineslands Commission approval, the chair really shouldn't vote no. Because
that's
an
not-
applicant has outside agency approval.
that's not what
That's what you wrote.
No, that's not, no.
I could read it again.
No. So, okay, just to be clear,
I could-
let's talk process here, all right? Let's talk process. What happens is that an
Mr. Tremor,
applicant...
can you please read the paragraph that
Excuse me, I am speaking, okay? So what happens procedurally, and this is for all applications in front of a planning board in the state of New Jersey, okay? An applicant, if there are DEP constraints, has to file an LOI. They then put that in the checklist pursuant to our checklist guidelines. That becomes part of the application. That shows that they sent to the DEP, recognize their concerns. They come before the planning board or zoning board, either one, doesn't matter, right? They either seek an approval or denial. If they get an approval, they then take that approval, which DEP will require, by the way, all right, in furtherance of the process. That the DEP then takes that, sees if there's any issues that they need to render a determination on. They could send an inspector to the site. They can send somebody to walk a delineation line. They can send somebody to check habitat. They can send somebody to check pinelands. They can send somebody to take a look at trees or species, whatever it is.
Yeah. Did they?
They then render a determination post-compliance, okay, as to whether or not there are DEP concerns. There is an existing LOI right now. They submitted the application.
Are you 100% positive under oath right now
It's
that
part
they
of
have...
the application checklist. It's a document that was submitted to be deemed complete.
Can I call Eric, the biologist, up here?
And the applicant testified to the LOI. No,
Okay,
this is not a free-for-all.
I can't speak.
If
You're
you
not
have
letting me
any
speak.
questions, please direct them at the applicant.
Fine, but I might need a couple of their team members, including the biologist, who they presented information to ask
They're
questions
all
to.
here. Ask whoever you want questions.
Okay, can you please stop being so rude to me,
There you
brother? Could you please stop being so rude to me?
Sir, of all the people that are being rude here, it's not me.
Okay. Okay, to the applicant, why didn't you upload a statement of operations for this application?
We don't upload anything on the township website.
Okay, who was supposed to verify whether or not you had a statement of operations on that application?
I don't think anyone's supposed to verify that. It was submitted as part of the application, so beyond that, I'm not sure what happens to it.
Okay, so you're saying that the statement of operations was required for you to submit an application?
Yes,
Okay, and the board received that?
I have no idea what the board received. But I assume they did. We should have received our entire package.
Interesting. So it's up to the board to verify whether or not the complete
I don't
package
know.
is really there.
Mr. Klee, as part of the checklist, was the LOI received.
Don't testify for the applicant.
I am not.
I'm speaking to the applicant.
I'm answering your question.
I didn't ask you a
with an answer
question.
from
Didn't
my
ask you a question.
engineer.
I don't think I asked you a question.
He asked about the statement of operations, which we filed.
Earlier, I don't know if it was Eric or the attorney, somebody mentioned something about vacant property and paying taxes. Do you guys have a tax collector statement? Or a certificate? You have a tax collector certificate?
I have no idea.
Okay, that shows the amount of respect you have for your application. Next, factoring in both internal and external agency approvals. Is the application currently being heard by the board complete or incomplete?
It was deemed complete.
It was deemed complete. Is that your answer under oath, sir?
I'm not under oath, but yes.
Why is he answering questions if he's not under oath?
Because I don't have to be.
So he's testifying as an attorney. By its very nature, he's under oath.
We have a completeness letter from Mr.
You
Cooley.
put your bar license on the line that when you submitted this application.
Listen, you ask a question, let me answer it.
Okay, sir. I
We have a
apologize.
completeness letter from Mr. Klee, the board engineer, dated August 13th, indicating that the application is deemed technically complete.
Technically.
That, I'm just reading you what it says. That's what it says. The board engineer deemed it complete.
Could you elaborate on what technically might infer
No,
to?
no, I can't.
Okay. For about 3 hours, why did you guys hire a biologist?
Well, why do we hire, why we hire whatever professionals we want? He applied to the DEP for an LOI.
When?
He testified to that, I don't know. Yeah, you want to ask the same question that he answered before?
I'm asking, what was the purpose of the biologist's presence here tonight?
He's a witness who prepared a DEP application for an LOI.
He conducted the LOI? Or he...
I don't know. You
'cause
want,
it- 'cause
Brian, can
where
you
does an
come up?
LOI come from?
Brian, can you come up?
Yeah, if you can have the
You
environmental
delineated the
specialist.
wetlands?
I delineated the wetlands.
And you submitted the application?
Yeah, it's, if you want, I could give you, it's NJDP file number 1511.
08-004.1, right?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so I have an email from the DEP this morning. Why would the DEP, as of this morning, mention that the only active LOI on the site is from 2008, expiring in 2013?
No idea. I don't know who you spoke to.
I spoke to...
Brett Kozlowski has the application.
Give me one second. I'll tell you exactly who I spoke to, sir. Michael Sheehan, EIT, he's an environmental specialist, number 3 of the Department of Environmental Protection. He stated that the LOI for this site was done in 2008, but it expired in 2013. Is that correct?
That's the old LOI did, yeah.
Yeah, and why don't they have record of the new LOI as of this morning?
I don't know.
Well, wait, there's a question between, you're parsing words here. There is no LOI because it hasn't been issued yet. So if you ask the question of the DEP, is there a current LOI, the answer is no. There's a current LOI application, correct?
Exactly. So,
Right. Which is what we said.
Can you explain the difference between an LOI application and actually receiving an LOI from the DEP? For the board, please, explicitly.
Sure. Once you submit an LOI, they take a review. Brett will go out to the site, look at the wetlands, write up his notes, come back to the table, draw up your 2-page letter of interpretation, and that's
Okay.
what he received.
So you would have recorded like raw data. You'd have observations and things like that.
Along the wetlands line, yeah.
Would you be comfortable submitting that to the board?
Yeah, sure. There's a report. We submitted everything to the DEP.
Okay, so you don't have an LOI, correct?
We do not have an LOI right now.
Is an LOI a part of a complete application for this particular site plan?
I can tell you that a town cannot legally require outside agency approvals as a condition of completeness.
Even
So,
in a conservation overlay zone?
It doesn't matter. It's an outside agency approval, because if that were the case, then every town would have an ordinance that says you need to get your county approval, your DEP approval, your every other approval before you come to the board. That's not how, it's the opposite. The board acts first.
Okay. Was it strategically planned to?
Excuse me 1 second.
1 second.
I can explain that a little further. And Sal, you'll probably like to hear this. You're right for once.
For one, did you have to say for once? Did you?
Mr. Bresci doesn't lie.
2010, in our master plan, we did put in place to be deemed complete, the applicant needs a LOI handed to him, not just apply for it. It was thrown out very quickly by the courts. You cannot require it ahead of time. They have to apply for it and probably won't get it till the application is deemed complete so the DEP can look at it and then it'll come in. They cannot move forward without it, but that's all they're required to do by law.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bresci. Appreciate that. Did you guys apply for a flood hazard area permit?
I did not.
Will you guys need a flood hazard area permit
That's an engineering question. I don't.
based on the site conditions? 300 foot from a riparian buffer zone tributary, you will not need a flood hazard area permit? You're 100% positive about that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. In the initial survey, did you guys send out a letter to the neighbor and residents prior to the development? Or
Everyone within 200 feet are notified.
okay, was 200 feet an appropriate radius, given that this site contains a C1 water source?
The LOI application application procedure requires 200 feet.
Okay. And then in that initial survey or notice that you guys sent out, can you verify whether any language or visual depicted the Category 1 waters?
The language for the LOI is set by the state, and it's a state form letter that goes out.
So,
And,
okay.
and since we didn't apply for a flood hazard permit, that as part of the LOI, that wasn't part of that.
So you're saying that you sent the LOI application to the residents, or you sent a notice that
No,
this site plan is
We
like,
send a
being heard?
notice out, and that says that a copy of the application's at the state, at the township and at the state, and if they
Okay.
want to go review it.
But that notice itself, can you confirm or deny whether it contained the language of Category 1 tidal waters or a visual of that?
I
Would you?
do not believe it did.
Okay, sir. And would you be comfortable submitting or making public record that original notice that you guys sent out?
Sure.
Okay.
It's public knowledge now. I mean, it's public.
Okay. This is for the attorney. Can you elaborate on jurisdictional determination, particularly relative to a receiving that letter of no concern?
I have no idea what that question meant. Can you repeat, clarify?
That-
it, please? Letter
Earlier,
of
Mr.
no
Bresci,
concern?
earlier in this meeting, Mr. Bresci kind of requested your team to achieve a letter of no concern from the DEP. Do you recall that?
Yeah, and Mr. Du Bois' response was it's called a jurisdictional determination and that we would request it.
Could you elaborate what he meant by jurisdictional determination?
I cannot, but he probably can.
Would he please have the time to do that for me?
It's just a request that you could send to DEP and, I'm sorry.
I can hear you, brother.
It's a request to the DEP requesting what permits or verifications a site would need under their jurisdiction.
Okay. Why was there so much pushback on attaining or asking for a letter of no concern?
I could answer that. Because number one, we didn't push back. We wanted, before we agreed to it, we wanted to make sure that our environmental expert was able to comment on it. And number two,
Comment on, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
comment on what it meant, because it's not called what Mr. Bresci initially called it, so we wanted to clarify that. And then number two is, the original request was that if we could not get that letter, we had to come back to the board, and we needed to clarify that further to say that only if the DEP refused to answer it, then we would not have to come back to the board, but if the DEP raised an issue, then we would come back to the board. So we needed to clarify those points. It wasn't pushback, we just needed to clarify it to make sure it made sense and it was achievable.
Okay.
And I can say one thing to that too, because I asked the question, right?
Yes, sir.
One, I believe, I have a few years' experience up here, and in those years, I've only seen that asked for maybe twice, and it's not a common practice.
Yeah.
And I think they had to identify exactly what I was asking. I used the wrong name. I thank you for correcting that.
Yeah.
And get the purpose and identify all the things I wanted checked. And I think it threw some confusion to them to at least ratify exactly what I was saying. I'm not the clearest speaker. I might have misworded something, but they wanted to make sure they understood my question. At the end, they understood it, and they stipulated that if the DEP refuses to do it, they submit that letter to us. If the DEP says no concern, they keep moving forward. If the DEP has a concern, they have to come back. I think everything out of the question I asked was achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Bresci. Would anybody on the team know when that tributary, the Mantita-Conk River, was upgraded to a Category 1 water source?
I believe 2007.
It's close. It's 2003. Do you
Getting
know,
old.
as a biologist, what characteristics make up a Category 1 water source?
I'm just going to object because that's outside the purview of this board. It's a DEP regulation. I don't care if he answers it, but to spend time on something that this board has no jurisdiction over.
I would like to interject and say that the board has accepted the biologist's credentials as a certified scientist, and he should answer my question because
Right,
he has the degree.
Just to be clear, let's go back to process, right? So the jurisdictional letter from the DEP.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you.
No,
I'm not asking you.
I know, but just to be clear, the jurisdictional letter is going to incorporate all the concerns that you're now addressing. So what happens is that if you're in a flood hazard zone, right, it's number one by map. Number two, it's you either, there's a couple of different layers to it. You either go to CAFRA.
Is he
or
in a
you go
flood hazard zone?
You go straight to, well, I'm not testifying for the applicant. What I'm saying to you is that once they file that jurisdictional letter, okay, that's going to trigger a mechanism by which all these different things are looked at. And if they're going to build within a flood hazard zone or anything of that nature, then the DEP is going to reject the application. They're not going to be able to build, and it's going to be restricted. So what you're addressing is actually going to be rolled into and incorporated into that letter, and that letter is then going to be the guiding force by which the application is either going to come back to us or be denied in its entirety by the DEP.
Okay. One second. So I'm going to ask again, as a biologist, what characteristics make up a Category 1 water source?
It depends where you are in the state. Some Category 1s are water quality, and some Category 1s are endangered species, and that makes up most of them.
So you can confirm like an exceptionally clean drinking water source, maybe
True.
vast, exceptional ecological characteristics to provide for wildlife?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what big body of water does this tributary connect to?
Matineconk,
Yeah, and what does the Matineconk River immediately connect to?
Barnegat Bay.
The Barnegat Bay, correct? So would you agree that there's a chance activities on this site plan may affect neighboring cities in New Jersey, given that this tributary connects statewide?
I don't know. I believe that the way they engineer things nowadays are pretty stringent. The fact that you have a 300-foot buffer on this that you can't reduce is pretty stringent. And even in Pinelands, you could get a 300-foot buffer and still do a buffer reduction model and reduce that to 175 or 240. But on this one, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, the site plan traverses a 300-foot riparian buffer, right? Doesn't that make it prone to flooding?
The site plan traverses? No, it's in the 6 acres outside. I mean, it's 24 acres. There's 6 acres of development, and so that's 18 acres left undisturbed.
There's no flood hazard areas on that site plan?
I'm not an engineer. I didn't run the flood hazard methods.
Understood.
So
Okay. Do you know how groundwater flows typically? Does it flow to water or does it flow away from water?
well, it'll flow two streams to follow some topography. I mean, I didn't do
No,
anything with that.
listen,
but
we're both
in general-
we're both
in
biologists.
general.
You got it, bro. Right? So water.
In general, yes.
So it would flow towards the stream, correct? Right? Doesn't that pose any risk for things on the site flowing to the stream potentially?
I think the reason the state implemented the 300-foot buffer was to provide a functional transition where normal vegetation, native vegetation could pick up some, runoff, that kind of thing. I'm pretty certain that was when the state imposed all those, that was part of the thought process.
Okay. And then again, as a biologist, you don't see even a minuscule concern with having on-site septic disposal within proximity of a Category 1 water source?
That's out of my expertise, septics.
Okay.
Yes, and all those things you just mentioned are mentioned in my motion for that letter of no concern, to address every one of them.
Well, thank you,
So
sir.
neither this gentleman or the attorney, the DEP is either going to deny doing that or they're going to do it, and every single one you mentioned was mentioned in my question, including surrounding area and waterways and so forth. So that's been questioned and addressed.
Okay, thank you, sir. The EIS omitted floodplains, some stormwater analyses. Was there any reason for that?
Graham, would
Yeah, I didn't write the EIS.
No?
the engineer can answer.
Okay.
Well, the EIS did touch on those components. We indicated that the stormwater report is designed in accordance with current rules I provided some testimony as to what that was, how we satisfy the current regulations, providing a total of 4 on-site small-scale infiltration basins. So the EIS is only a document that gives some guidance to the storm, I guess some guidance or reference for the stormwater report. All the additional details are provided in the stormwater management report.
Okay, but that EIS was mandated, right? It wasn't optional that you guys completed
We're
it.
required to submit an EIS for any building over 20,000 square feet.
Yeah, so it's not just something, it's mandated, it's there for a reason, would you agree?
We're required to submit it, and we have provided one in accordance with ordinance requirements.
Okay. That EIS actually mentioned a few endangered species. Would you be able to recall those species that were mentioned?
I think Mr. Du Bois would talk about any habitat or species.
Okay, no, you're good. Do you have any plans to relocate the barred owl or bog snakes that were found on that property or mentioned?
I would defer that to Mr. Du Bois.
But you didn't have, Mr. Du Bois or the team didn't have an existing plan for that, correct?
I would defer that question to Mr. Du Bois.
Okay, you guys
Mr.
did submit.
Rogers wanted to make a comment?
Yes, I'd like to ask the commenter, do you have faith in the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection and the other agencies that oversee these applications? It appears that you do not, because your line of questioning is asking line by line things that they should be looking at.
Have
and
you
approving.
seen the rules followed explicitly
Excuse
via
me?
humans? Have you ever seen humans explicitly follow the law? Is there never a chance, a situation where someone breaks the rules or doesn't do their job properly?
I've never
So
seen.
as a board member, I think it's rather.
I-
And so
I never
you're
The board member is just asking a
it's a little
question.
it's
But you're
disrespectful to criticize.
You're going down a line of reasoning that the board has no jurisdiction.
I am
over.
asking questions and answers.
And that's
I'm
why
not
I'm
an
giving
attorney.
you, I'm
I don't
giving
know
you the
why
latitude.
you're holding the
I'm
public.
giving you the latitude to answer them, okay? But we just went about 20 minutes with a line of reasoning.
Am I on the clock?
That the board has
Am I
no
on the clock?
jurisdiction over.
Am I on a clock?
Are you on the clock?
Yes. Okay. Do I have the freedom to express or ask any questions to the applicant?
The questions have to be relevant to the purview and jurisdiction of the board.
Were they never relevant?
Not really. Because we don't have the DEP jurisdiction, we cannot take over the legal authority of another state body.
That's fine.
You're asking questions
You're-
about habitat.
You're getting
asking,
fed up. It's almost like
no,
you're supporting the applicant.
it's not. It's the fact that you're asking.
Okay,
and
then
I
can I
could have
continue?
shut you down about 15 minutes
Can I
ago.
continue?
I could have shut you down about 15 minutes ago, but I didn't. I let you go. All right, so I'm trying to give you the latitude here to do it.
Thank you,
all right,
Mr.
but there,
Attorney, for your
the
grace.
host of these questions, the board has no jurisdiction, okay, over determining an application for.
Can I
okay?
finish? The applicant submitted an EIS to the Environmental Commission. On October 14th, that commission requested 6 items of concern. Could you name any of the 6 items that the Environmental Commission was concerned about? And then as a follow-up, did you guys supply any supplemental evidence?
We have not resubmitted to the Environmental Commission yet, but we will be.
Okay. When? And why not?
When those documents are ready, they'll be submitted.
Okay. Would you agree that it's been over 50 days since the Environmental Commission reached out to you?
If that's the math, then I would agree with that, of course.
Okay, I have some septic questions.
But I guess I disagree with that because October 14th to November 17th is not more than 50 days.
Oh, sorry. What are the 6 items that the Environmental Commission requested?
Stormwater management report, which was already provided, species inventory checklist, septic and sanitation plan, which preliminary one was provided on our original design, Ocean County Soil Conservation Report, DEP approvals regarding wetlands and Matita tributary, and proof of remediation from illegal dumping,
Okay.
which was part of the EIS. So some of those items have already been addressed, were already addressed in the initial submission, but evidently the Environmental Commission either didn't take the time to look at it.
How
or
many
did
of the
not-
6
or
were
did not
completed?
or did not understand what they were reviewing.
How many of the 6 were completed?
Stormwater management report was provided, a preliminary septic plan was provided, and proof of remediation from illegal dumping was provided. So half of those were provided in our initial submission to the Environmental Commission.
Okay. I have some septic questions.
I have a question on that. If, when you submit this all to the Environmental Commission, if they come back with a letter of no concern, you keep moving. If the environmental commission comes back with a letter of concern for specific things, you come back in front of us to address them.
Well, I mean, for example, they're asking for a septic plan or DEP approvals. The septic system is going to be approved or
By the
denied by the DEP, so
Ocean
it's...
County Health and
Right, so
DEP, right.
why would we come back for that? Number two is DEP approvals are what they are. We don't have them yet, but when we get them, we'll supply them. So the stormwater management report has nothing to do with the Environmental Commission. It's regulations, they have it, but...
And they have you gave the.
So, I mean, these are
maintenance
things
to
we'll be
township.
glad to provide, but we're not going to say that if they don't like our stormwater management report, we're going to come back because we're going to comply with the regulation, whatever it is. So it's hard to give a blank check to something like that is, I guess, the end result.
I understand. Do you have any septic design? Is there any proof of concept of this on-site septic disposal into the category? Is there any
Well,
proof of concept?
before Mr. McFarland answers, just to preface it by saying it has nothing to do with this board.
Correct.
It's an outside agency, but if he has that, he can
The
certainly
residents
respond.
want to know what
Oh, yeah,
the
so you
septic
can
design
respond.
is like.
To respond to your question, our initial plan did reserve areas for 3 disposal fields that were sized in accordance with, what we feel the sizing would be needed. So
Can you
when
show
I
them?
say- When I say a preliminary plan was provided, that's what I am referring to. I don't have it shown on the display, but it is in the plans that were submitted to the board.
Okay, do you have any data to show how that might work? That septic design, whether it's functional, maybe?
We have not submitted any of our preliminary design calculations to the town or the Environmental Commission because they are not the agency that's responsible to review them.
Okay, and then the septic's obviously to ensure the water quality is good. Any tests to make sure the water quality won't be compromised? Are you aware of DEP statutes that mandate that the water quality must not be changed at all, given it's a Category 1 water source?
I spoke about the permitting process briefly before when I said that a project of this size will require a permit from the DEP under the NGPT's regulation. That sets forth guidelines for the discharge to groundwater requirements, and that design will have to comply with all of those standards.
1 second. So you will need a permit for your on-site septic, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's just say there was an existing septic tank there. Would you still need a permit to use that, modify it?
I'm not going to discuss hypothetical questions.
The answer is yes. Do you know why the answer is yes?
I'm not responding to hypothetical questions.
Okay. Are there any other major developments similar in nature on Frank Applegate?
I'm not sure how that's relevant to the application.
This site's on Frank Applegate Road.
I did not testify to that, so I can't answer that question.
Mr. Shea, would you agree that's an appropriate question, given that
So
this site lies?
the answer to that question would be that there are, of this nature...
Not you. I'm asking them.
Of this, let me just answer the question, okay? So of this nature, of this magnitude, I believe that there's 20-plus septic facilities like this in the township, which I believe that they put a chart up on the screen.
Why are you answering that question when I asked him that question?
You're asking a relative question as to whether or not there are similar
then
septic
you
systems of
answered-
this
you answered
nature
my question
in the
I asked
township,
him.
and I'm answering you
That
based
wasn't your-
upon testimony that the applicant provided.
Your question was about Frank Applegate, right? It wasn't about the entire town.
Exactly. I asked if on Frank Applegate Road, which this site plan is being proposed for, are there any other major developments similar in nature?
And the reason I said it's not relevant is this is a planning board application. It is a permitted use. Any of the impacts that potentially could be created by this application are dealt with either in your ordinance or by an outside agency. So it's not relevant what else is around the application for a planning board application.
That is correct.
Okay. Relative to that septic design, has anyone on the team planned for a failure, any backup plan, God forbid the septic failed? God forbid we had a natural disaster. Has anyone on the team anticipated how to remediate the contamination that might occur into this water source?
That's part of the DEP application process for the NGPT's permit.
But your team does not have an established backup plan.
We
for
haven't
the septic.
designed it yet because that's another outside agency approval that's sought after local approval.
Just to confirm, you haven't designed the backup plan, or you haven't designed the
We
septic?
haven't designed the septic system yet.
So you have no design for the septic yet, correct?
Did you design this?
I could have
Said
sworn you...
that- I said that we have completed some preliminary design so that we could determine the approximate sizes of the disposal fields that would be needed so that we could provide adequate room on the site plan for them, which is suitable for this board to take action on this application, given what they have jurisdiction over. So no, we have not designed it any further than that. We have not completed final design of the septic system. There's a much longer process to go for that to be permitted by the DEP. Nobody is arguing or disputing those facts.
Okay, just a couple more questions. Are you requesting any waivers under RLU IPA laws?
Oh, RLUIPA?
Yes, sir.
Any waiver? I'm not sure there's
That's
such a
not
thing
a,
as a waiver.
RLUIPA is a constitutional...
Maybe look, correct me if I'm wrong.
So
Or I think there was a setback that was mentioned earlier. That wasn't necessary due to this being a religious.
The applicant has to comply with the setback requirements of the ordinance. RLUIPA is a constitutional land use law. They're apples and oranges, two different things.
Two separate
Yeah.
things? I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust you on that.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate on the waivers being requested on this site plan? Specifically, actually, could you elaborate on all of the waivers being requested?
Well, that was already discussed in my testimony. I don't know why I have to go through it again. I presented my testimony, the board professionals commented on it. I don't know why we have to rehash that.
Okay, can you specifically mention the waivers requested that are relative to buffers?
The only waiver relative to the buffer is the location of the emergency generators.
Why are you seeking a waiver?
I had already testified to that they were in the best location to serve the building in the event of a power outage. So I believe it's in the interest of public health and the general welfare to provide those generators in that location that would provide emergency power to this building where 66 young men will be residing.
Hope to be. And just one last question. Factoring in both internal and external agencies, this current application, it's not complete, correct?
Not correct.
Not correct?
Not correct.
You're telling me currently that this is a complete application that the board is hearing?
Yeah, we have a completeness letter from the board engineer deeming it complete.
You have an LOI?
That provision is not enforceable under the law. So no, but we do not have an LOI.
Okay, putting your bar license on the line. This is a complete application that the board is currently hearing.
I'm only going to tell you that the board engineer deemed it complete.
Put in your bar license
I'm not.
on the
I
line.
answered the question. If you don't like the answer, I'm sorry, but that's
well,
the
it sounds
answer.
like you're afraid to answer the question.
No, because you're making.
I'll
you're-
put my license on the line.
That's an unacceptable answer to a question to ask an attorney who's testifying on behalf of his client.
You attorneys are
His bar license
funny.
is always
You
on
guys-
the line, all right, for
Remember
making
that.
misrepresentations. And we've already discussed it multiple times, that they have an application for an LOI that is part of our checklist as a requirement to be deemed complete that has occurred. The board has a document, or else they wouldn't have gotten the application deemed complete by our board engineer, okay?
I got two
So
questions.
we're going to
That's
shut
it.
down that line.
Two more questions. One, could you elaborate how difficult or easy it might be to attain this letter of no concerns from these outside agencies?
No.
Your personal belief.
I have no idea. I've never heard of it before. So, and as Mr. Bresci says, it's very rare. So number one, you're bordering on whether you're asking a religious organization to do something that it would not normally ask a regular applicant. We're not objecting to it. We're agreeing to do it.
I'll interject. Mr. Bresci, the last planning board meeting, it wasn't involving a religious site. He requested a letter of no concern. Is that correct, Mr. Bresci? Yeah, it is correct. So please don't try to
you asked the
make an
question, I
excuse
answered it.
for something that's being specially requested by the board. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. right.
I wanted to run up here because.
Please raise your right hand. Do you
Carlos
swear or affirm to
Martins.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Oh,
truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Carlos Martins, Martins. I live at 406 Cobain Road, Jackson, New Jersey. Yeah, I came running up here because I don't want time to run out, and I have very quick questions. So I just want to make sure that, Mr. Brassi, what you're calling the letter of no concern is exactly the same list of items that is being called JD or whatever it is. I just want to make sure that that's clear, because it wasn't clear to me that it was exactly the same thing. So just whatever.
As I explained to the attorney and the applicant, the things that I wanted listed for the DEP to look at, they stipulated they would do.
Okay.
If the DEP refuses to do that,
Right.
then they can move on. If the DEP does it and has a letter of concern, they have to come back. If the DEP does it and they don't have a concern, that they don't have to come back. And I think that almost every single thing that was brought up the last half hour, ranting back and forth, every single one of those questions were here on this. So it's all covered, not by us, but by the next step in this application, the DEP, and also with the Department of Ocean County Health for the septic system.
Right, perfect. I
And-
just want to make sure that when you
and we
submit that
agreed-
JD thing,
Right.
it has the same
And
list.
and we
of
agreed
items,
that
that's
we
all.
would submit it to the board engineer in advance to make sure that he's on board with the questions.
That-
So
that-
we have no issue with that.
That's clear. Okay, all right, thank you. I just, again, just make sure it's all the same questions. Okay, and the last thing. So someone brought up, that I didn't even think about, the lighting and the impact it has to the wildlife, right? So I understand. So when you do your analysis, right, do you consider lighting at all? Is that even part of your normal? No. So does lighting fall into like a black hole where nobody really looks at it?
Yeah, if we could use a microphone.
Okay.
Well, also, Mr. Martin,
Yeah.
in my questions, was anything they're doing on here, if they have an effect in the habitat in any way, that's one of my questions in that list.
And lighting would fall into that, right?
It would fall
Right,
right
yeah,
into
yeah.
harming
It
the
was just
full-
something I didn't even think about until someone brought it up, and I thought it was a good question. Okay, great. And that, so that's it. If we have time when we get to general comments, I do have I'm on the zoning board, right? But I'm here as a resident, right? But on the zoning board, we do have the same issue with uploading documents. And we came up with a little solution, and maybe we'll help you guys too, because
I think we'll look
we
into that.
encounter the same problems.
Thank you. All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Brian Matthew, Mathieu. I live at 20 Mary Beth Lane, Jackson. I just have one question. So earlier you were talking about the buffering, and there was a difference. There were questions about whether it should be 300 or 600, and 600 was for a religious or for a house of worship. Excuse me.
No.
Now, a question about the wetlands buffering. In the Pineland section of town, there's an ordinance that requires 300-foot wetland buffer is a Pineland standard, and then there's an additional 300-foot upland buffer attached to the wetlands. But that only applies to properties that are in the Pinelands. So this property is not in the Pinelands, so that doesn't apply. What we have is a 300-foot riparian buffer associated with the stream corridor.
Okay, that was my only question.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Greg Eisen, E-I-S-E-N, 487 Frank Applegate Road. That's my house right above the green spot there. My main concerns are the privacy of my property and the generator that's going to be placed right next to my property. Also, well, you know what, I have a whole list here.
What question, so?
Sir?
Yeah, I'll get to it.
We made the applicants have stipulated that on your property, there will be a 6-foot solid fence to ameliorate any sound issues or any light issues onto your property.
I understand that. I'm also concerned about the privacy of my property with the 30-foot building right next to my property line.
Sir, we have the applicants stipulate that they will be fencing the entire school property.
Yes,
For
I
your
understand that, but
protection.
you have a 30-foot building and a 6-foot fence. I'm 6'2", and obviously 30 feet is quite a bit taller than I am. So the view from that building into my property is a big concern of mine. So what can be done about that?
Yeah, the issue, I guess, is that the height is less than what's limited in the ordinance, and we're not asking for any variance relief associated with the location of the building, so there's really not much.
The height is permitted in the zone. So what that means is that every zone has a height requirement. Some is 25, some is 35, some, I don't know if we have taller than that in Jackson, but other townships do.
So essentially, you're saying there's nothing that can
It's
be done
permitted in
about
the zone.
that? Okay. Let's see, we addressed the lights. So what's the lighting on the back of the building going to be like?
The lighting on the back of the building would be minimal. It would be only be at any doors on the back side of the building. Don't anticipate any other lighting on that side of the building.
Okay, I'm also concerned about that, the stairway on the back of the building. I understand it's going to be covered, but is it going to be enclosed?
I think we said yes, it would be enclosed.
So fully enclosed, it's not going to be an open stairwell at all? It's not just going to have a roof on it?
I believe the architect was asked to cover it, and if what I heard was correct, I think he agreed to cover it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a full enclosure that they're building, because it's only used by women on the one night, potentially, and during the week. It's not a regular access point.
Okay. What would the hours of construction and weekend construction be?
Whatever the ordinance allows, we can't deviate from that's not a planning board function. So whatever, I don't know specifically, but they do have time limits that must be adhered to.
Okay. All of the stipulations we spoke about with microwaves and the students leaving the property and walking around and whatnot, how are we actually policing that? How are we checking to make sure that these are actually going to be followed?
Well,
because let me just explain. I grew up in Ocean Township. I spent a lot of time in Wanamassa, where there are some yeshivas now, and we had issues with kind of roving bands of kids that would end up causing trouble because they're 18, 19-year-old kids.
So the resolution, if this is approved, will contain all of the stipulations that have been imposed or agreed to, and they're enforceable. If there's an issue, we would prefer you call the school and they would handle it, but you can always call code enforcement or the police, and they're enforceable. The conditions are enforceable.
All right. I also work in Lakewood daily almost, and I know that there are huge lines of cars waiting for the schools during pickup and drop-off times, and to the point where it's almost impossible to drive around. I'm very concerned about that, as my property is right next door, and I need to be able to, come and go from my property at will.
Right, and we've stipulated that no more than 10% of the student body would arrive by cars. We don't even think it's going to reach that, but just as a conservative approach, because they're bused. They don't all live right there.
And I guess my last question is the landscaping that would be going up alongside of my property and other people's properties. How are we making sure that you don't plant these trees and they just die tomorrow? Are we putting in an irrigation system or anything like that?
There's a, I don't know about the irrigation, but there will be a maintenance bond that's posted, so after the project is built and the town accepts everything, then we have to post a 2-year maintenance bond to make sure that everything's maintained before we can get that released. Irrigation, I don't know the answer to. Mr. McFarland may or may not.
I don't know if we've discussed that yet. So we don't have that answer yet.
Okay. And last, I'd just like to say that some of the people up here, the way that you speak to our townsfolk is despicable. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Caragallo, Gallo, 409 Frank Applegate Road. First, Can we stop calling them kids? They're men that are going to be housed there. They are not children. 18 to 20-year-old, they are grown men. I know, I have 2 of them myself. 18 to 20-year-old men, are they having visitors?
Rabbi? Wait, Rabbi, take the microphone.
They're not having visitors.
So you're going to tell me you have 66 18 to 20-year-old young men who are not going to have female visitors, who are not going to have friends come?
Right, that's correct. I mean, it's a type of student body that's very dedicated to
Sir,
the
they're
studies.
living there. You just said
Can he
they
let
will
him
be there
finish?
7 days a week.
Can he answer the, let him
I
finish,
know that. We
please?
do have some experience, and we do know the student body that we're dealing with, and generally the boys that attend this school are generally the type that will be dedicated to their studies, and we know that they don't have these types of things.
They may
are
be
confident.
dedicated to their studies, but they're still young men.
I'm just speaking from years of experience and knowing the population we're dealing with.
Okay. And Madam Chairperson, you had stated about hitchhiking on Frank Applegate. However, you did not mention any of the surrounding roadways either. That needs to be stipulated. There should be no hitchhiking in any area.
Pam, we did stipulate that the students may not leave the environment of the school. That means
Right,
nowhere.
but you and I both know you are not containing with one chaperone 66
We did
young
double
men.
that, ma'am.
Okay, so
We
two.
doubled it to 2. But they have cameras.
But they don't have eyes everywhere, ma'am.
Excuse me. I'm answering your question. We stipulated, and they have stipulated on the record, that they will have no students leave the environments of the environs of the school, which is going to be gated, fenced property. So if you see anybody who has left that school, call the school and report them. And the school will take care of it. That's what schools are supposed to do.
Okay. Another resident had sent me some paperwork because he could not be here with some concerns of other residents. One of them,
Ma'am, this is somebody else's,
it's just bullet points.
if it's not directly from you, you can't testify.
Well, it's going to come directly from me
It doesn't
because I'm
doesn't
also
matter.
a resident, so it does concern me.
It doesn't matter. What happens is that we're governed by kind of a quasi-rules of evidence, and it's technically hearsay. It's a legal term, right?
Okay,
So
well-
it's hearsay, so you can't.
Well, why don't you give me a second to
That's
speak
what
it?
I'm saying. So if
and
if
then
you
you
if you
could
want to ask
determine
your
if
own
what I'm
questions in
asking
your
is
own way,
hearsay.
ask your own questions in your own way.
So the first thing is Category 1 tidal water emissions. Violations of NJAC 78, 713 anti-degradation public notice regulations. The most serious issue is the omission or misclassification of nearby Category 1 tidal waters in project documents, public notices, and potentially NJDEP correspondence. This omission invalidates stormwater management, any no jurisdiction or no flood hazard not applicable claims, any C1 buffer delineations.
Ma'am, we've already discussed that this is outside agency. I've got to shut this down because it's getting repetitive and it's 10:40 at night. So anything related to DEP or anything of that's
Well, see,
that's been
this is
asked and answered
where-
at this point, it's going to be rolled into the letter of jurisdiction. And quite frankly, if they don't meet the letter of jurisdiction, the DEP could possibly just put a gun to the back of the application's head and deny the entire thing. So, or they come back to us with a new
Well,
use.
that's what the DEP
I
should do.
know, but it's 10:40 at night. This has been asked probably
I'm
5 or
here
6
just
times.
like you are.
I understand, but when you're
And at
reading
the
from
end
a
of the
piece of
day,
paper,
your water will be fine and mine
I
won't.
understand. But the tideland issues, the habitat issues, the aquifer issues, the wetland delineation issues, all of that is governed by the DEP, right? So the applicant's going to have to get that approval, or else the application is dead, all right? They can't do anything. So anything DEP related, let's just chalk it up that it's been asked and answered. Anything related to the ordinance, the setbacks, anything like that, just feel free to ask the applicant.
Okay, well, I'll wait for the rest of the commentary to come up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Thomas Lombardi, Lombardi, at 187 Frank Applegate. Just a few technical questions. First is for Mr. McFarland. The underground storage basin that you have proposed underneath the parking lot, is that routed through the rear two basins to the Matitaconk or towards the front of the property to Jackson, towards Frank Applegate, rather?
That is routed to the rear two basins as well.
Okay. My concern was that there's a significant flooding history at Mary Beth, so that's actually a good thing. My concern was that there's significant flooding at Mary Beth in the past, so it's actually a good thing. My second question is for the architect. The proposed gymnasium, is there any provisions for rafters or seating?
The gym is only for exercise for the boys in the school. We do not have spectator sports.
Okay, thank you. The third question was for the traffic engineer, I believe it's Mr. Rea. My question is that your traffic impact report that's going to the county, is that going to address the impact to the traffic signal to the south at Bennett's Mills Road?
That'll be something that the county will review. We're not responsible for reviewing that. They'll take into consideration the amount of traffic projected and how much of that traffic is routed through that intersection.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr.
No bleachers.
Tom Glass.
Yeah, that we would
GLASS.
stipulate that.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Thomas Glass, 277 Frank Applegate Road. I think I understood that there's an application for a water line from Jackson Mills to supply the water to the facility.
Yes, that's correct.
If that is not approved, is there a contingency plan to supply the water, I'm assuming by well?
If that was not approved, that would be the only other alternative.
And if so, would the impact of those wells be studied regarding the aquifer and any effects they might have on our turbidity and quality of water and depth of aquifer?
Well, again, that's a hypothetical question, and not what's been proposed as part of this application, but well permits would be regulated by the NJDEP.
If the water line is approved and installed, how long will Frank Applegate be torn up and restricting traffic?
I don't have an answer to that question.
If the water line is approved, will residents be required to connect to it and pay for water going forward?
That would be up to the MUA.
Also, in this town, there is no mandatory hookup unless if there's a well failure and it can't be replaced and the line, the two-way is there, the line's there, and your well fails, then you could be required. Other than that, there's no hookup mandate on the MUA line.
So people on wells can retain their wells and utilize them?
Yeah.
Yes.
And just so we're clear, what happens in Jackson Township is that if the developer puts the line in, they have to pay for it, and they also have to pay for the installation fees for anybody else that is hooking up to it.
I'm not, we don't agree
But
with that.
it's part of the package that I'm not putting that as a stipulation. I'm saying that based upon conversations I've had with the MUA, the developer, if they're putting a new line in the new area, the MUA typically has the developer pay for it. So just there's no detriment to you in that sense.
And I've never seen, I don't want to disappoint you, Al, I've never seen the MUA back off on that neither.
Well, that's an MUA issue with the battle we'll have with them. It's not a board function, so.
I know that. Have fun with it.
Yep.
All right, there was some sort of testing associated with the septic system? I said there was some sort of testing associated with the septic system. Okay, will that include checking contamination in the wetlands?
Well, I've stipulated that the septic system would require a permit from the DEP, which sets forth all of the technical requirements for the level of treatment that's provided, so it would have to comply with all of those standards.
And how often would that type of testing take place?
Whatever the DEP requires as part of their permit.
Would the well water aquifer be monitored as a part of that sewage contamination testing?
No, I don't believe so. What's monitored is the effluent being discharged from the septic system.
What is the noise level adjacent to the property lines that's permitted?
I don't have an answer to that question.
There is a sound ordinance in town that.
They have to comply with the local ordinance.
We have to comply. This board cannot give relief from that, so it has to be fully compliant.
I noticed that the generator is up towards the street area in the buffer zone. I was wondering if that could be moved further back from the road, providing the local resident more noise relief as well as folks across the street in the area.
Well, we agreed to install a solid fence along that property line, plus there's a sound attenuation enclosure that would be required as well that we stipulated to.
How will the dormitory residents be evacuated in the event of fire or other emergency? That doesn't look like it's...
I'm not sure that's a planning board function either, but that's certainly something that they'll have to work with through whatever the emergency management.
It'd be the fire marshal.
The fire marshal. But that's not something this board deals with.
Will the buffer zone along, added along Frank Applegate interfere with traffic safety and egress visibility?
No, the buffer would be kept out of the required site easements.
Thank you. I've heard microwaves stipulated a number of times. I'm assuming the attempt is to eliminate cooking devices, but there are other types besides microwaves, like heating plates, et cetera, and also a concern with things like electric heaters. Can those be stipulated in addition to the microwaves?
I don't know about heating plates or heating plates. I mean, again.
If the
yeah,
applicant would stipulate to no
we're
cooking
not-
devices, that make things
Okay.
easier.
Yeah, so there's no in
No-
the
no
in the,
cooking
in the
devices.
living room, in the rooms. There's
Correct.
no cooking devices.
In the rooms, yes.
Yeah.
yes.
That's
Along
right.
with,
And-
also with heaters.
Right, and it's all going to have to be fire compliant pursuant to the fire marshal's review letter.
Internal heating devices of any type can create additional fire hazards for all of those folks. Is the operation plan as regards to the traffic enforceable in any way? Or if it is changed, will that have to be reviewed again going forward?
I'm not sure. The traffic plan.
The operating timelines for the busing and coming and going to and from the school, et cetera, were stipulated, mostly outside of high-traffic time periods. And I was just wondering if that's...
Well, yeah, the hours of operation are what was testified to.
Right, and
So just so the public's aware, there really isn't anything in your ordinance that prohibits the school from operating any hours that it wants to operate, but we've stipulated what they are that we're willing to live with. So I'm not sure if that's responsive, but that's the reality. what we testify to is what's going to happen.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Teresa Rivera. I live at 439.
That you have
Yes,
to,
I do.
affirmative yes.
Affirmative, yes.
Okay.
My name's
Please-
Teresa Rivera. I live at.
If you could just speak into the microphone.
I live at 439 Frank Applegate Road.
Well,
There's-
just say your name and spell your last for our board secretary.
Teresa Rivera, Rivera, 439 Frank Applegate Road. There's flooding all on that road. The county put in a sewer drainage in front of my house and then across the street. It still floods. It rains. I have a lake in front of my house. There's a lake in front of the house across the street. The rain comes down. Now you're going to have more building.
Do you have a question for the applicant?
Yes. So what are they going to do with addressing the flooding that's already going on the road? And now you're going to be putting more concrete, less areas where the ground's going to absorb water when we're already not absorbing water as it is.
And just
Because
speak into
this-
the microphone, it's hard to hear
This is a
you.
wetlands. I mean, this is a problem, and you're adding,
So Graham,
Concrete.
can you respond to that, please?
Well, sure. The overall stormwater management plan is designed to reduce the amount of runoff after development. So the post-development condition, there's less runoff coming from this property than there is in a pre-development condition. So if there is any deficiency in the systems right now, they will not be impacted by this project. And this project is subject to review by the Ocean County Engineering Department since Frank Applegate is a county roadway.
and another question, since this is a wetlands, it's a conservative wetlands area with a lot of animals.
So just to be clear, the area they're building on is not wetlands.
Well-
The delineation line is proof of that, but I'll let the applicant.
Okay, but we are condensing a huge, massive building onto a 5.6 acre.
If you have a question for the
Yes,
applicant.
we have a huge building being put on a 5.6 acre parcel. The rest of that area is not buildable. Isn't there another piece of property somewhere in Jackson that it would be more appropriate so that you could utilize this building, which is a beautiful building, to where people can see it's a beautiful building instead of squishing it in where it really doesn't belong?
Well, we don't think it's squished in because we comply with there's no variance associated with it, so.
You're 50 feet from residential areas on both sides.
Right, but we comply with the ordinance. So this is the location that the school chose as what they felt is the proper location for their school, and we comply with the ordinances. So I'm not sure what else we can say on behalf of the school.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Glenn Markulin, Markulin, 129 Frank Applegate. And my question's for the traffic expert. You said you did on your study with counting the buses, the vehicles for the staff, and possibly parents. What about the delivery trucks? They talk about they're going to be catering, so that's at least 1 or 3 trucks a day.
That may occur, but that's during the off-peak hours when traffic volumes are less.
We live on the road. It's all peak hours.
No, well, no. What we do is we look at the highest traffic volume periods to assess the operational efficiency. So any other times, it's going to operate even better than what I presented. And I indicated this operates, and this board hasn't heard this often, but it operates level service A. Normally, we're dealing with things with greater delays than what we're presenting here. It means that vehicles entering or exiting the site have to wait no longer than 10 seconds.
The other question is, since this is a school, will that at some point change the speed limit in that area as a school zone?
That is something that would come through a request from the township to the county. That wouldn't be subject to the applicant.
And then flashers on the road, if it's, most schools have flashers as you're coming, because you spoke how you can see in the direction. It's on a bend. I mean, were you actually on the property where the driveway will be to look to your left? Because
Yes, it's actually as you're coming out, you're looking to your left, there is vegetation that encroaches into the roadway that needs to be cut back to the right-of-way line to provide the sight lines. And that's what we would have discussions with Ocean County on that there's maintenance issues that need to be taken care of.
because they have vegetation encroaching onto the roadway.
So the sight line's not currently there now unless you take out the trees and the vegetation?
Along the right-of-way, yeah, my measurements are based along the right-of-way that's available and which would require vegetation to be removed.
Okay, and just as a resident, I'm sure a lot can speak about this, the traffic is horrible on that road, especially when the Cedar Swamp, we saw how bad, and the speeding is insane. So we're just adding more traffic.
Well,
Thank you.
that was when Cedar Swamp was closed. That was a temporary situation.
One at a time, guys.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last on the record.
Joseph Holland, Holland, 398 Frank Applegate Road, Jackson. This is for the rabbi. We all know this town is 100 square miles. Why are we going to put that facility in that area? What was the feasibility of doing this?
I don't
Yeah,
think
so
that that's...
I'm going to deem this asked and answered simply due to the fact that under the municipal land use law, you can't deal in hypotheticals. It has to be specific. So in a sense, you can't ask an applicant to relocate a site somewhere else. It has to be based upon the application at the time of filing, what's in front of the board.
It's a permitted use. That's why they chose this location.
Jackson's 100 square miles. You can see all the shortcomings up
I understand,
on that
sir.
screen there.
It's municipal land use law.
crazy.
Right.
I just wanted to bring that to the attention of you people here, and hopefully you take that into consideration seriously. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Please swear or affirm to speak the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last on the record.
I got that. Dan Adams, ADAMS, 521 Frank Applegate Road. One simple question for the rabbi. I've heard a lot of talk, but nothing about the curriculum of the school. Is this
There's no ordinance that the board has jurisdiction over that requires an ordinance.
Can I ask my question?
No, I'm going to cut you off on that. The board does not have the ability to approve or deny based upon the subject material that's taught at a school.
Well, based on what I see, I've been serving our armed forces since 1980.
Thank you very much for your service,
It looks
sir.
very militaristic to me. And my question, if I could ask, is this a pre-military Shiva? Is this prepping young men for the IDF?
Wow.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to let the RLUIPA attorney weigh in on this one.
Direct that the board members not consider that comment question. This board does not have jurisdiction over the curriculum, and that is not a question that should be considered as part of this application.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Linda Thompson, Thompson, 417 Frank Applegate. Question about the busing. Is it private busing? Is it paid by the taxpayers, or is it private pay?
It's not, we have private busing, but the mechanism for payment's not relevant to an application either. Whatever the state law is, it is for every bus, not just the school.
So we don't know where the money's coming from for that.
It's, I don't know the answer, but it's not, again, not relevant to a planning board application. Every school is treated the same.
Okay. Question, another question about the traffic. I guess this is the traffic gentleman. Frank Applegate is not only a super speedway now, it also brought a light over on Bennett's Mill Road, which since that light has been put there, there's been a few deaths, there's been accidents, over accidents. That road goes across the Butterfly. The traffic on Frank Applegate has gotten so bad because it crosses over to Butterfly, goes out to 528, and goes out to Toms River. Bottom line, it's become a much more speed distance to Toms River. That's what's caused it. Beside Jackson Mills Road, the other side is gotten just as bad. And I don't think that when you do these traffic reports, I don't know what time of day, but My kids get on the bus, my grandchildren actually get on the bus, some at 7:30 in the morning, some at 8:15, and some at 9. And I didn't hear any of those times being disclosed as to traffic at that time, buses stopping, and unfortunately, some kids crossing the streets. And we've heard tons of accidents where kids are crossing the street, the buses aren't stopping, people aren't stopping, kids are getting hit by cars. It's a nightmare.
As far as the time periods are from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then 3 to 6 p.m. So it would have covered those periods, especially in the morning, as far as school activities, school buses associated with other schools in the town.
Just Jackson. I'm only worried about the Jackson.
Again, we just did the traffic counts at Frank Applegate and Jackson Mills Road.
And they were done during the week.
Yes, they were Wednesday, June 4th, 2025.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'll give it my best.
All right. You know the drill.
Eric Jones, can you spell that? Jones, 722 hyphen? You got it, okay. The only questions I have, make it simple, is this going to be a clear cutting operation inside that green? The light green, totally everything gone?
Yes, what you see inside the light green will be clear to allow for the project to be developed.
Being that this is shoved all the way to one corner, is there a chance that the applicant will subdivide in the future?
There are no plans to subdivide the property right now.
Is it subdividable? I don't know. Well, that's just a question. When you look at this, how far are you obligated to go towards the lot that's in between the piece of property? I can't see the other side, so.
The side yard setback is 50 feet.
Like I'm saying, like if you have to put a sidewalk in, how far are you obligated to go around the curve?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Are you just obligated to do something within your
On our
confines
frontage.
of your job?
Along our
The board
frontage.
said they want us to put sidewalk along their property frontage, which is here, and then this property is kind of U-shaped.
Right.
There's another piece of the frontage.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a picture of that other side.
We don't have, another piece of
Okay.
frontage, which is down here, and the board said they'd like the sidewalk there if you can get a permit from the DEP.
Well, the only reason I'm asking, like somebody else said, is that's a blind curve. You don't know what's on that curve till you're on the curve. So I was just asking that because I don't know if you guys are responsible to, you're adding a driveway in a spot that's very hazardous. So I don't know if you're
Well,
responsible to come all the way
as-
down to your other side of your
As
job.
Mr. Kennel just testified, and you can kind of see on this plan,
Yeah.
it does show on this plan, there is a required sight line, sight visibility line, which is from here.
I'm not
down.
talking sight line for you, I'm talking sight line, somebody coming blind around a curve.
That's what I'm talking about, sight visibility. So
Oh,
there's a
that's-
required sight visibility line that goes along.
Sorry,
that
but that's
goes
not
along
gonna
here.
You guys should be able to clear your other side of your property and include the guy in the middle, so it's one shot.
The line that we have shown on the plan.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but you're stopping only on one part of your property, not the other side.
Yeah, but just remember that there's a difference between the right-of-way and the property line. We can clear everything in the right-of-way.
Okay, I'm just going from a safety aspect. And the other question, I was probably the rabbi can answer. Since you have a generator, would you consider using this as an emergency place if power goes out? Like for the neighborhood, let's say it's in the middle of the winter and the power goes out and you're the only guy in the town that has the power. Would you consider using the gymnasium as a?
They would
Okay.
consider it, I'm not sure what that entails, but.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, just asking. It's just,
Yeah.
good, being neighborly, that's all. We have buildings all over the place, but they don't have generators.
They said yes.
Okay, thank you.
That would be a stipulation?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know who we would coordinate that with, but.
EMS, yeah.
No.
Right.
Yeah, fine.
That's pretty extreme.
Good
Please raise
evening,
your right
Ryan
hand.
Archer, A-R-C-H-E-R.
Oh, hang on. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Ryan Archer, last name A-R-C-H-E-R. On my phone here, I have a map that I pulled off the...
What's your address, just for the record?
I don't need to...
Yes, you do.
And the zoning board, I don't. I have to do it here?
So-
486 Frank
so-
Applegate Road.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I can explain to you why if you want.
Fair enough.
But,
Understood.
Okay, all right.
I pulled a map off the DEP website a couple months ago, and it shows this property in question. And on this map, it highlights the entire area of the school as either forested habitat state threatened or forested wetland habitat state threatened. Has that changed since this map has been published?
If you're looking at a DEP map, I'm not sure that it have to be submitted into the record.
Question for me? Can we address the biologist?
So what happens when you have a map, you can't just show somebody something on your phone. What happens is that you have to submit it into evidence as an exhibit, and if you can't do that, it can't become part of the record.
But Brian can answer based upon what he knows.
If it's landscape 3.4, it's the newest rendition of the landscape plan.
Okay. So it meets the requirements of the map.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All the mapping is based off forest areas, different parameters. So some soil, moisture, that kind of thing. So when they map it, typically everything needs to be ground truth. They're aerial maps from 20,000 feet above. Sorry. They're high-level maps, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I have a question for Remington Verdict. The gentleman from, I don't know who's from Remington Verdict. Someone here?
That would be our planner.
Yeah. Were you directed by the planning board to create a general amendment of the master plan dated October 5th, 2023 for the township?
Sir, we're not going to take master plan questions tonight.
But it's relative to this
It
application.
has to be directly relevant to the application.
Okay, so in that document, there's language in there that talks about protecting existing neighborhoods and making sure that applications blend in with that without adversely affecting
Right.
the
And
existing character of the neighborhood.
I'll answer that by saying that this is a permitted use with an ordinance that is valid, and they meet all the conditions. There's no variances.
And this application...
That would be the answer to that.
And this application is a result of the lawsuit and felon consent order that this township signed, correct?
So
The ordinance.
The application is the result of the applicant choosing to file it. The ordinance that was passed that created this as a permitted use in the R3 zone along this particular road was the result of the litigation instituted by the United States Department of Justice.
Correct. And you represented the township in that consent order, correct, sir?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And who was the signers of the consent order for the township?
I forget who the council president was.
Mike Reyna and Mr. Chisholm.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. During that time, did you provide legal advice to the mayor of this township?
I was the attorney to the
Correct.
township.
Did you review documentation, correspondence that the mayor received?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you review correspondence that the mayor received? Official correspondence?
is that related to this application?
It is, because this is relative to the fact that Mr. Pullman did not direct the mayor to recuse himself from this consent order. Because of
But
political...
you're challenging the consent order.
I am
That's-
challenging the consent order, sir.
Oh, okay, no, but
And how it
but
applies to this
listen-
application.
I'll make this very clear, because the mayor didn't vote on the consent order.
He signed it, sir.
The mayor did not vote on the consent order.
He signed it.
The council passed the consent order.
But who signed it?
The council president, who, if it was Mr. Chisholm at the time.
And the
it would have been
mayor.
Him and the mayor.
I'll give you a date to look up, and then you can tell me if he was politically biased or politically
So,
persuaded.
hang on.
January 14th, 2020.
Hang on one
Thank
second.
you.
Okay.
I'm going back to the
You're all done?
application.
All right.
Yep. Totally biased. Back to the application. Does the turning radiuses in and out of that school allow for buses to turn without obstructing the opposing lane of traffic? It does. Okay. Regards to left-hand turns out of the driveway, will you be installing a positive measure so that people cannot make left-hand turns out of there? No. Why?
Mr. Kennel testified about the traffic volumes and the level of service, and he's probably the one to answer the question more definitively, but this is a 30-foot wide driveway, which provides for adequate means of ingress and egress for the buses that are going to be using the site.
So left-hand and right-hand turns are acceptable?
They're permitted, correct.
Fair enough. Like, again, I appreciate your time, Mr. Pullman. Please look up the date, January 14th, 2020, and you let me know if this consent order was illegitimate.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Joanne Pinkham, Pinkham, as in Michael, 1 Chris Ann Court. First, to the professionals, you've been here for years and years serving us. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody's time and attention, appreciate greatly. The applicant, Mr. Alfieri, you know you represented Hard Maple years ago with a subdivision. Now, at that time, that application was withdrawn because of the Seamus pit. I would like read into the record.
Ma'am,
Excuse me, I'm asking for, excuse me.
So right now is question time.
Okay, and I am asking for the letter that closed the case for the remediation to be read into record. That's an important document.
It's already part of the record, ma'am.
Again,
Are you talking about the remediation?
Yes.
It's already part of the record.
If that has closed, excuse me, please.
Ma'am, it's already part of the record.
I understand that, but I'm asking it to be read into the record
We're not going to read the
tonight.
entire order under the record. That's
That's not
it's
what I'm
already
asking.
part of the. It's already
Okay,
part of the record.
Excuse me. Shenanigans is unacceptable right now. I am asking for an important documentation that has not been supplied to me as in any of the other 31 pages of...
Ma'am, you have the ability, if you want to do your own due diligence, every township citizen
me.
has the,
Okay.
hang on, let me
Okay,
answer.
so I understand
Every
what you're
township
saying.
citizen has the
I
right
understand
to
what
go
you're
down to
saying.
the planning office and inspect the file
Okay.
prior to the application.
Okay, then
That
I
is
just
their
wanna-
right under the municipal land use law.
Okay.
It's
You should
part
be
of that
working-
file.
You should be working with me, not against me.
Ma'am,
That being said,
it's
excuse me,
11:09
Mr.
at night.
Shea,
I'm not
I would
reading
like
a
to move
4-page
on.
order
I would
into
like
the
to
record.
move on, please. So, that being said, to make things,
All done, all done.
so let's be a little bit more specific, because you talked in generalities before. November 15th, 2013, Rabbi Abadi was fined for the Seamus dumping.
Ma'am, we need you to
excuse me.
frame it as a question.
Yes, I am framing it as a
Then
question.
please do so.
My question is, the document that I have not yet seen is of concern for me because this large monstrosity is above my aquifer. Okay?
Where's the question?
My aquifer. So
Where is the question,
my
ma'am?
question is, how, and I appreciate Mr. Bressy's opportunity to speak up for us with the jurisdictional determination for the land use permits. My question is, where is the security for us that my drinking water, my children's drinking water, and now my grandchildren's drinking water is going to be not just, because if I understood it correctly, it doesn't have to be tested periodically. It was only in relation to septic discharge, correct?
If the
Is that
engineer
correct?
can answer the question.
Is that correct?
If the question is related to the septic field, the answer is yes. The applicant will have to provide periodic testing of the effluent being disposed from the septic fields
And how is that determined?
by the DEP.
So, in essence, you're asking us to take this on blind faith, right? I understand that this meets the,
Ma'am, it's not blind faith, and you're not asking questions,
Okay,
okay?
yes,
You're going on a diatribe, which the next
No,
section is for.
excuse me.
Okay?
Let me just
Hang
say
on,
something.
hang on one sec. Let me just explain this to you.
I
okay?
understand what
The
you're saying, the
DEP,
question.
it's not blind faith because the DEP has absolute unmitigated control
I understand
over
that.
the approval of that type of system.
I understand
The
that.
board has absolutely no jurisdiction whatsoever to approve or deny an application
Right.
based off of that type of system.
Okay, so isn't it in essence maybe our due diligence to wait and ensure that we receive all of these DEP?
That is illegal, ma'am. You can't do that.
Why?
Because the law says that you cannot force an applicant to obtain all outside agency
I'm not
approval
saying that
before
they
being deemed
obtain.
complete for a board application. That is the law.
I didn't say
That is what that's what you're
No.
inferencing.
No, if you would allow me. You're looking for, correct, the applicant is looking for preliminary and final site plan approval, all in one. It just seems that that's a little bit large of an ask, that perhaps we should revisit this application after, and maybe do a preliminary. Why can't we just take under consideration that this be a preliminary, since there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions? That's what I'm asking.
Ma'am?
And if you would allow me to continue, you would have got the question out of me a little bit sooner.
That is up to
Go
the
ahead.
board's
I'd like to say
jurisdiction.
one thing to that, Mr. Keller, that if we did preliminary and then a final, they still would not receive those certifications until they got their final. That's how these outside agencies work, because they want to look at the complete application, what was approved, and all the data involved.
Right, but with all
So
due
no matter what you
respect.
did, you just aren't going to change nothing, because you're not going to get them papers until they get an approval to go there, and the DEP, Ocean County Health, and all the agencies can see exactly what they got.
Right.
And besides that, by doing that, we give them an extra 5 years of protection if something changes in the town.
So what you're saying is the board is not willing to consider preliminary approval this
The
evening?
board hasn't made a
and
determination
then-
at this time yet. The vote's not
Okay,
up.
so would the applicant be receptive to that?
No.
When you submit an application, isn't it to kind of blend with the neighboring residents?
No.
And feel like you're working with us?
It's supposed
instead
to
of-
comply with the ordinance, not...
Right, and I appreciate that we have the ordinance, and I understand that you are within your ordinance, the application meets what is deemed necessary thanks to our new ordinance. But wouldn't it be a little bit more neighborly if you were to secure some of these concerns of us residents that have to live with the effects of this application and show a little bit more
Yeah.
harmony
Yes.
with the existing community?
Yes, because we cannot put a shovel in the ground until all of those approvals are in place. So whether we get preliminary or final, it's meaningless until we get all the other approvals.
Right, okay, so what you're saying is that the jurisdictional determination, letter of no concern, how will that be made? Will we be notified? Will the residents within 200 feet be notified if for some reason the application the DEP will not issue that?
Yes, if we have to come back to this board because the DEP doesn't approve the application, then we have to come back to this board and do this all over again on notice to the public.
Okay, so if the DEP either rejects some of those 6 or so qualifications you wanted met, Mr. Brassi, or denies them.
I'm not sure what rejecting versus denial
I'm just
means.
making sure that I heard this correct, that it would require notice to the surrounding
What-
residents within 200 feet.
What we agreed to is if the DEP were to deny it, then we would have to come back to this board. If we come back to this board, yes, it would be a revised site plan on notice to the public, the same way as it was this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Ray Katona, 11 Fordham Road.
Hang on one second. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Ray Katona, Cattonar.
And your address for the record?
Excuse me?
Address?
Your address for the record?
11 Fordham Road. I just had a question. I was looking at your plans, and I was curious. I would love to have seen the septic boundaries, which are left out. I watched a nice laser go around in a circle, and usually in prior planning meetings, we've been able to see more detailed mapping. I know you've sent it to the planning board, But it would have been nice to actually have that here, to be honest, and also
Do
more
you have
drainage.
a question for the applicant?
That's the question, is why was that left out? I mean, that's probably one of the most important things, being in such an environmental sensitive piece of property.
That's just a graphical representation of the plan. It doesn't show underground features, so the disposal fields are not shown on that display that you're seeing as A2.
Well, we could have saw the boundaries, actually, if,
But-
where these septic systems are. I think it's super.
They are shown on the plans that were submitted to the board, available for the public to inspect.
Wait, and just one question for you. So are
Well, I've
you...
just spent 5 hours here.
Hang
It
on,
would have
hang
been
on,
nice to
hang on.
see.
hang- Are you a member of the Environmental Commission?
Yes, and I'm here as a resident.
As a resident?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So they were on the plans that were submitted to the Environmental Commission, as well as plans that were submitted to the planning board and the professionals.
But the audience behind me was not able to actually see it. I mean, we all go
Correct,
to
they're not
March.
shown on this display, and I've testified that there are 3 of them shown on this plan. There's 1, 2, 3 currently shown on the plan right now.
Again, though, I just make a comment, it would have been nice to see the boundaries, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. He beat you to it. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Greg Griffin, G-R-I-F-F. Greg Griffin, G-R-I-F-F-I-N,
Your address?
423 Frank Applegate Road.
Thank you.
First of all, I'm sorry for that gentleman that has that house up there. I feel so bad for him. No one buys a house.
You have a question for the
Yes.
professionals? Yeah.
You mentioned your property is U-shaped, but you don't allude to the other half of that. Do you plan on building there?
No, the only portion of the site to be developed is what you see on that map.
Okay, because I look at it, there's a lot of traffic going in there, but one way in, one way out. Usually, places have 2 exits, 1 entrance, or 2 entrances. How do you get away with that?
The traffic engineer testified level of service A, which is the highest level of service. So this site access is adequate to service the proposed development.
Okay, maybe, maybe not. We mentioned lights, septics.
I just wanted to mention, there is another emergency.
That's emergency,
There's
right? That's,
another emergency area over on the very top, not just
yeah,
the
that's like a
2.
gravel road, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's exactly
not what I'm
right.
talking about. Talking about really entrance, really exit type of thing, but that's what they say. I know we talked about lights and septics. What about the noise pollution? Will they have big air conditions on the roofs?
So they're going to have to comply with the local ordinance. So what happens in the township is the township has a noise ordinance, and every commercial residential operation has to comply with it. And that's actually, believe it or not, governed by, I believe it's a DCA actually is the one that approves it. So if Jackson has a DCA-approved local ordinance, it's criminal in nature to violate it.
All right, as long as they look after that, because I like to sit out back and listen to the tree frogs and to the crickets, not the air condition, all right? You know, when you get that motel room, you don't want to be next to the air condition, right? So that's what I'm just concerned about, this running all night. It's going to be people living there, right? So that's my thought. I hope it doesn't happen. I'm sorry, guys.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Holly Reynolds, R-E-Y-N-O-L-D-S, 3 Mary Beth. I find it a little inappropriate that we don't have the plans with the grade lines, because if I'm supposed to cross-examine, my questions pertain to stuff on those plans.
Right, they've complied with the items on the checklist required for the plans that are necessary for...
I mean, I have it here, but for me to
I
cross-examine...
understand that, but you're going to have to ask the applicants questions.
Okay. For the stormwater infiltration, number 3, where do you have the discharge going to?
It has an outlet structure and a flared-end section and a scour hole that goes to the riparian buffer.
So you have it discharging to a slope?
Correct.
And in accordance with off-site stability standards, are you allowed to discharge directly onto a slope?
Yes, the project will have to comply with Ocean County Soil Conservation District standards for that off-site stability and the discharge of the stormwater.
Right, in off-site stability, you need to have your stable receiving area within 100 feet. A slope is not a stable receiving area.
I disagree with your opinion. My representation is that the plan is going to comply with the Ocean County Soil Conservation District requirements.
But they don't because they don't have a certified plan, so they're not in compliance with this Ocean County Soil Conservation
We've made
District.
application, we have gotten review comments, we do not yet have a certified plan.
Right,
And
you got,
ma'am, just to be clear, you're here in your personal capacity, not as a member of the Environmental Commission, correct?
correct. I live across the street
I
there.
understand, but
And I have 20 years experience
if you're a
in
public
storm-
official, and which you technically are as a member of the Environmental Commission, you have to come up here as in your individual capacity. I'm just verifying that to protect you.
Yes,
All
I'm
right.
not asking any questions pertaining
right.
to the Environmental Commission. My questions are pertaining to my experience as 20 years of stormwater management.
I understand, go ahead.
So I totally disagree that the off-site stability standard is not being met with the Ocean County Soil Conservation District. And I agree with Mr. Bressi, who asked for the no concern of that, but we are not looking, nobody mentions anything about the soil conservation districts, which review all of these stormwater management facilities.
Right, and we agree that Mr. McFarland did testify that we had to obtain Soil Conservation District approval as well.
Right, which you will not get discharging to a slope.
Then we have to redesign, but that's a condition of approval. We need their approval.
All right, well, what about the, the first infiltration basin? You have a septic system, which you can't see on here, which the septic field drains right into the infiltration system. Is that correct?
No.
How is, you have a septic field and the slopes drain into that depression area, which drains into the infiltration basin number 1.
I don't understand what the question is and what you're alluding to.
This is why we need to have those kinds of,
Ma'am, I understand you, but what happens is that we have no purview or jurisdiction over septic systems. I don't know how many times I can say this, but I understand it's not a joke, but at the same time, what happens is that the board cannot approve or deny an application based upon the engineering of a septic system. It has to go from here to the Board of Health if it's under a certain threshold. If it's over a certain threshold, it goes to the DEP, and the state has to formally acknowledge and approve the engineering. If we ever in our right minds denied an application off the engineering aspect solely alone on an application for a septic system, we would be sued into oblivion. And then you can't do it.
the problem is that you're accepting that they are going to be okay with the septic
That's not what, no. So what happens is that if it goes to the state and the state says, listen, this doesn't look right, it looks like your calculations are off or your engineering looks like it's hokey, they're going to come back and say, denied, and then they're going to come right back to the board, they're going to have a whole new use, the whole thing is going to get shut down.
So isn't it kind of working backwards then?
Welcome to New Jersey.
As we stated, they do not get these approvals until after they get a deemed application complete, because the outside agencies want to see everything that was approved, not what we changed, not what the applicant changed. They want to see what was approved so they can make their decision on these things, be it whatever it is, the septic, and that's Ocean County Health and the DEP, or what we talked about with the wells and everything else. Once they see the complete data, and that's what's been approved, just like the Pinelands does, after the applicant gets approval, that's only the first step. Then they have to go to these other agencies and obtain them. If they can't get them, it's done, or they have to come back and amend their application.
All right, so I guess we'll be back here because there's no way that the Soil Conservation District is going to approve that plan, and the only way that you can get any water from there is to pipe it into the stream. And that DEP permit to get it into a C1 waterway is nearly impossible.
Ma'am, if that's the case, and the application is dead in the water, and the applicant's just wasting money. So if that's your perspective, then it might be true.
All right. I have no more questions. This is ridiculous.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Pals, P-A-L-S, Solomon Court, Jackson. I am here neither in support of nor opposition to this application. I firmly believe that, how you doing? I firmly believe that every property owner has the right to develop or use their land in accordance how the ordinance permits it. You live and you die by the ordinance. So, if I may, is my understanding correct that the ordinance in the town says applicant prepares, submits to professionals. Professionals review, report back to applicant. So at some point, we arrive at an administratively and technically complete application.
That is correct.
And my understanding is that it's what we have now.
That is correct.
Beautiful. So earlier, can we, Anthony's there? A1, I think it is. An individual was asking about his house. And they showed this picture, and they're saying, this is where you see the houses. Are there any, I've looked at this package. Where is the drawing that shows the houses within 200 feet of this property in accordance? Let me take out my notes here. Whoops. 244-28.1B, parentheses 12.
I think you're referencing.
The professionals for the town, am I correct in the understanding? First of all, they apply both to zoning and planning board submissions, correct? The ordinances? So my understanding is that ordinance, which we've been talking a lot about, you know, you can't do it. Well, we got to do it because the ordinance. Okay, ordinance. That ordinance says that the applicant will provide a drawing showing every property within 200 feet of this application. So if I don't live here, but I've been through this with the zoning board. So if I lived here and I said, they're going to do this, my house is here. How does it relate spatially to my house? What's going on? You can look at this drawing and you can see, there's my house and here's the school and yada, yada. So I ask, in compliance with the aforesaid ordinance, where is the drawing that shows this in accordance with the ordinance? And if it's not there, who are we talking to here? Is the engineer not doing his job?
Can we answer you? On the cover page of the
Yeah,
application, there's
there you
a
go.
diagram that has a dashed circle that represents 200 feet around the property.
Does anybody have the 12? I didn't bring it with me. That I understand. That's for property owners. The ordinance specifically states that you will show all structures within 200 feet of this property. Engineer, sir, is this true? Look, this is the ordinance. Let me read it again. Or the number at least. 244-28.1B12. It's in English. Show the structures within 200 feet of this project. How else is a homeowner supposed to relate to this and assess it and make comments?
It's in the preliminary and site plan application. I'll let the applicant. It's part of the submission.
Okay, wait a second. Then, Anthony, can you pull it up then? Anthony, or engineer, applicant, what page shows all the properties, all the uses, or the houses within 200 feet of that property? And if it's not there, how could this application possibly be approved by the engineer, like you're saying, Al? It's an ordinance.
You want to answer?
We've heard that word a lot.
Yeah, the cover sheet shows all the properties within 200 feet of the subject application and provides a list of all property owners within 200 feet of the subject property that were used for notification.
Understood. However, the ordinance says you will show the structures. Are the structures shown on that, sir?
It does not show structures.
Does the ordinance, engineers, does the ordinance require that the structures be shown?
Requires that topographic features within 100 feet of the site are required, and the applicant is requesting a waiver from that.
There is an ordinance that says you're going to show the structures within 200 feet.
Mr. Cleave, you just use a microphone.
I should have bought the ordinance. I just read it.
I have your ordinance 244-30.B.11, which is the submission requirements for preliminary site plan, requires topographic features within 100 feet of the site be provided. The applicant's requesting a waiver of that, and I believe the testimony that he's providing is indicating that he's addressing that through his exhibits and through his testimony.
I'm sorry I didn't bring the ordinance with me. In there, it says you're going to show the structures on where the houses are. Now, I just went through this between the engineers in the same application. The engineers sent them letters 3 times telling them to do this, to show the structures, and they didn't. But ultimately, they did.
We got to keep it to this application.
I understand. I mean, I understand absolutely. So then you're testifying that there is no such ordinance in the Township of Jackson. I'm sorry. So you're stating, or you're sharing with me that as far as you know, there's no ordinance in the town that requires structures within 200 feet of the proposed project to be labeled, to be shown on the map. And if we think about it, why wouldn't, if the ordinance is there?
So we're getting away from questions. Let's direct questions at the applicant.
Well, I said they're not currently shown on the plan. We'll be happy to provide that when we come back.
Can a waiver be requested for that? If it's an ordinance that says.
Yes, it's a submission item, a waiver can be requested from that.
So then what the ordinance then, according to what he's saying, the ordinance allows a request to not show information that can help the homeowners.
Let me kind of set the foundation for this. So under the municipal land use law, 200-foot radius is kind of the litmus test to make sure that all residents surrounding the property make sure they're notified, they're aware of the application, notice has to go out. This seems like a kind of a corresponding ordinance to that. Under the municipal land use law, they comply with the 200-foot radius litmus test. So if they're seeking a waiver, they're kind of really, the applicant can do that because there's almost no harm, no foul. So what you're indicating is that, that you may be prejudiced as a result of not seeing the structures on a site plan, maybe if it's there or not there. I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but the litmus test for the 200-foot radius is that of notice. And the notice matters. The notice is jurisdictional.
Understood.
Right, not the structures.
It's 200.
All right. We're not going to get into a back and forth. Do you have any more questions for the experts?
My statement to you would be.
We have another part after this statement.
If you approve it, you're running the risk of an appeal because anyone that's listening, when you see it, it has it in there. And that's it. I should have brought, I'll tell you, I was sitting at home. This is my last thing.
I'm not
my
worried
last thing.
about
I was
it.
sitting at home watching on YouTube. And
you-
with all due respect,
forget about
Chairman
it.
Practice what you preach.
Do you have any
because
more
spoke so
questions?
frequently.
Do you have any more questions for the applicant?
No, I'm just asking her to practice what she
Okay.
preaches. I
All-
couldn't hear
all
what you were
done,
saying.
all done.
but
It's
you tell me to talk into the
11:40
mic,
at night.
but you
We're all done.
You know,
all
as
done.
a board,
Sit down,
we're not
please.
going
Thank you.
to accept any resident or person participating here insulting the chairwoman. I'm going to make that very clear. The chairwoman won't do it. She's too much of a lady to do that. But I'm going to say it right here. Do not insult the chairwoman.
I don't feel like I insulted her.
All right.
I was at home trying to listen. You said for
Okay.
the benefit of people at home.
Thank you very much.
Talking to the microphone.
Please sit down.
And you didn't, man.
It's 11:36 at night. I'm going to say that this is the last cross-exam, then we have to open it up for general, and we'll do it that way. All right?
I have a question.
So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
James Reynolds, REYNOLDS, 3 Mary Beth.
Thank you.
I have a question for the traffic guy. Do you think it would be appropriate or recommended to have some sort of acceleration, deceleration lane or a shoulder?
No, the level of traffic volume on Frank Applegate and the amount of traffic entering and exiting the site does not warrant XL decel lanes.
Okay,
This
thank
is a
you.
low volume roadway.
Thank you.
Close it.
I make a motion to close the cross-examination portion of this application. Sullivan.
Second.
Aye. I'd like to make a motion to open the public portion of this application for comments.
All right. So we're going to open it, and then everybody's going to have, anybody who wants to make a general comment is going to have 2 minutes. We'll put it on the clock, and you can make whatever comments you want.
Carlos Martins.
Yep. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Carlos Martins, M-A-R-T-I-N-S, 406 Cobain, Jackson. Yeah, my only thought was actually, so a lot of people have left already. Do you really have to have the public comment today? Is it? Okay, that was it.
Bannon, 22 Abercorn Court.
All right. And you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Since, Ms. Campbell, you requested to have a sidewalk out front, which I granted, thank you. Can we also stripe that sidewalk on the street so that there's no parking on Frank Applegate too?
It's a county road, we have no jurisdiction there.
But, you know, as the public, they can go, correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, to the
County,
council to ask them to contact the county about it,
So
correct?
I got, can I say something? Ms. Alfieri, would your applicant be willing to ask the county if you can put a yellow stripe on that curb?
A no parking, you want some kind of
Right,
no
yes.
parking. We have no issue asking the
Thank
county.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Caragallo, Gallo, 409 Frank Applegate Road.
Okay.
Some of you may know, some of you may not. There was
Oh, yep. Just microphone.
an online petition that was made in conjunction to what this project is. I don't know if you're aware of it. There are over 1,000 signatures.
Ma'am, we can't submit an online petition to the record. It's the same issue that I.
It's a statement, sir.
Enough. All done. I'm explaining hearsay evidence for the record. Stop. You're disturbing the record. Stop. So a public petition is something that you submit to the Township Council. So that's not something that you could submit to a planning board because it's technically hearsay evidence. So if you have any general comments about the application, now would be the time, but you can't make a general comment about something that's not submitted into the record.
Okay, well, my comment is there's obviously a lot of people in this township that are not happy with this project and are not willing to want it to go forward. It is going to impact us. It is going to impact our water. It is going to impact our sewage, our septics, our land, our wildlife, our way of life. Me personally, I feel you are trying to go against your own town people. You have been very defensive since the start of this entire thing, and we've been sitting through this whole thing, cordially concerning what is going on around our home. You will go home to your home, and nothing will be different. We are here voicing our opinions because our homes are about to be changed by this. You should be a little bit more respectful to your own townspeople to listen and not be as defensive in this discussion. With that being said, don't you think a project of this caliber should be in a commercial zone? This is a residential tree-lined block. This will change the entire look and ambiance of what Frank Applegate is. Is anybody taking that into consideration? There are other areas that this could go into. It doesn't need to be on a residential street amongst our homes. We pay a lot of taxes there. We pay a lot of money for our homes. If this is there, it's changing the entire atmosphere, including our morale as neighbors and in a community. That's first of all. Secondly, with all due respect,
Time is up, ma'am.
well, you took 30 seconds of my time, so
We gave it back to you. We
Okay,
gave
well-
it back to you.
you corralled our children into one school.
Ma'am, need you to sit down. Time is up.
Corralled them
Thank you.
into one yeshiva.
Please raise your right.
We're going to direct that the members of the board disregard the member of the public's comment regarding corralling of public and non-public students into schools.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Can you hear me okay?
Mhm.
Okay. Frank Simonelli, at 22 Camelot Terrace in Jackson.
Thank you.
I got to tell you, man, listening to this whole proceedings, you know, as a panel, you know, this is hostile, man. You can't approve this. This is, you have a lot of people here living on Frank Applegate. The last people that were talking up here, 5 or 6 people, were all Frank Applegate, right? Do you people care? Do you people care? Mr. Bresci, thank you very much for your support. From listening to everything tonight, you were very supportive to try to help this situation. But some of the other comments I have, you talked about a chain link fence, a gated fence with these kids. They're going to jump over the fence. They're not going to be contained in the building there. That's not going to happen. Give me a break. And then another thing that was really amazing for me during this whole situation is any kind of questions you came up with, which were very good questions, again, Mr. Bresci, and everything I kept hearing from these people was yes, 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 right? Are they really going to do what they're claiming they're going to do? Really? And who's going to check on that? Who's going to check on that? I can't hear you.
Code enforcement is responsible for enforcing any actions in the township.
And as far as it being, moving on, you've got to go to resolution compliance. If you do not get it, they cannot move on.
Okay.
That's why I asked those questions.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. One more thing I have. Thanks for hearing me out. You talked about a security system there, right? Correct? Who's monitoring that? Who's keeping an eye on that? Who's going to monitor these guys jumping over the fences and getting all over the
We already
place?
did cross-examination. Please give a comment. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record, so the board secretary has it.
P-A-L-S, Solomon Court in Jackson. Here's my public statement. The ordinance in Jackson Township, New Jersey, that requires an applicant to show all buildings and structures within 200 feet of a proposed application is located in Chapter 244, Land Use and Development Regulations, specifically within Article 4, Roman numeral 4, Development Application Procedures, or a similar procedural section of the municipal code. The precise section is paragraph 244-28, minor site plan, subsection G12. This requires the plans to show all existing structures on the site and within 200 feet, including the use thereof, indicating those to be destroyed or removed and those to remain. 244-30, major site plans, preliminary approval. A similar requirement exists for major site plans mentioning paving of rights-of-way with streets and within 200 feet of the site and requiring all structures within 200 feet for comprehensive review. This requirement ensures the planning or zoning board can adequately assess the impact of a proposed development on neighboring properties and the surrounding area as part of the application completeness review process. Thank you.
Teresa Rivera, 439 Frank Applegate Road, Jackson,
Swear to
New
tell the
Jersey.
truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I swear.
All right.
This is a 25-acre parcel. This is a 50,000 6,000 square foot building. It can only be built on 5.6 acres. That is the only property on here that can be built on. The rest is not buildable. Our homes are average 2,000 square feet. You are now taking 25 of our homes and putting it on 5.5 acres. We all have minimally 1.1 acres. Again, this is now being put on 5.5 acres. We have 4 people averaging per household. Now you're putting over 200 people, again, on 5 acres. This does not fit in with our neighborhood. It does not fit in with our way of life. Please keep this under consideration.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Holly Reynolds, REYNOLDS, 3 Mary Beth. This is not about opposing education or religion use. It's about responsible land use, environmental protection, and compliance with both state and township standards, the very responsibilities entrusted to this board. A 50,000 square foot institutional structure is incompatible with the surrounding residential zoning and existing neighborhood pattern. Jackson's master plan emphasizes preserving low-density residential character and protecting environmentally sensitive areas, particularly those adjacent to wetlands, aquifers, and habitat corridors. The scale and intensity of this project, combined with traffic, lighting, parking demand, and impervious coverage, would permanently alter the neighborhood's character and erode the rural balance Jackson Township has worked to maintain. The application presents significant environmental, regulatory, and planning deficiencies. It fails to comply with New Jersey DEP and soil erosion control standards. It threatens C1 protected waterways and adjacent wetlands. It encroaches a rank 3 endangered species habitat in an S2 and Pearl Natural Heritage Area, and conflicts with the Ocean County Century Plan and Jackson's Township Master Plan goals for environmental preservation and compatible development. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to deny this application in order to protect Jackson's natural resources, uphold environmental regulations, and preserve the health, safety, and character of our community.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. State your name and last for the record.
Adam Heidi. I'll make this quick. So my concerns are just all environmental, particularly the future. Let's just say this does get approved. And I want to make a comment. It would be great if our board would stop speaking about applicants' plans in the future as if they were already approved. Nothing will get approved. It's all contingent on different permits and things like that. But what I do want to say is approving an application like this within proximity to such critical ecological resources kind of invites future developers to just tell Jackson, we don't give a shit about you. An approval here invites more attorneys, more engineers, more developers to find loopholes to build near our water sources. And when you say yes here, legally, you're obligated to say yes to the next person. So I really encourage the board to think wisely, go back to all the applications. 3 hours, they talked about an LOI that they never actually had. It's not valid. So please be thorough when you're vetting out all of these applications. Furthermore, I want to shout out Mr. Bressi and the chairperson for the Environmental Commission for having some integrity. I don't know if you two have lived in town. I don't know if everyone on the board lives in town or if they're in any gated communities or anything and they don't experience some of these problems going on. But I appreciate you, Mr. Bressi, and Mr. Tremor for having integrity for the residents of our town. Quite frankly, a lot of people moved here to Ocean County for the resources, for the forest, the wildlife, these protected infrastructures. So an approval here pretty much says you guys don't give a shit about the residents or the environment, respectfully. I apologize for the profanity.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Brian Pinkham, Pinkham, 1 Crescian Court. Just a couple of questions. This is a good indication of this blind corner here. Now, this is the entrance right here. I know that they had mentioned that they were going to have to pull back a sizable, I thought they said 35 feet to clear this line of sight, because this is a really good indication of just how blind this corner is. I live right off of this road. My house is right about here. And my concern is also not only for if you're going to be pulling anything from here, because you indicated this was wetlands. I don't even know if you're allowed to clear trees from wetlands. I have no idea. That's for somebody else to speak about. But I'm also concerned about nobody's talking about the person who lives on this property here, this poor soul, right? This poor soul is surrounded by this whole property. And how much of her property is going to be pulled through eminent domain to clear this line of sight for this blind corner? That's a concern of mine as well. Also, two other things. One is, I don't know if we can get a promise from the developer that if they do get granted municipal utility waterway from Jackson Mills, if they're able to tap into there, if they can actually will do that instead, because my fear is it's a hell of a lot cheaper to drill a well, a big old commercial well here, than it is to go all the way up here to Jackson Mills and tie into their waterway. And my concern is me, my family, my wife, my kids, and my grandkids all drink from my well that's sitting right about here. That's about it. Thank you.
Mr. Alfieri, running that water line that far is also the way to hook up the fire suppression system, correct? That was the main reason for that. Yes. Thank you.
Seeing no one else come forward, I move to close the public portion of this application.
Second.
Aye.
Thank you. It's very late hour. Just very briefly, variance-free application. There's comments about compatibility, but the compatibility has already been determined by the governing body by allowing and providing for this use in this area. We're disturbing less than 25% of the property. We've stipulated many of the conditions which we would agree that would be incorporated into the resolution of approval if the board would act favorably. There are still many outside agency approvals that we've discussed ad nauseum that we need to obtain. We've agreed to provide the sidewalk. The traffic testimony was such that the driveway operates safely and efficiently, which is all we need to provide under the law, and it is under the county jurisdiction. And finally, we agreed to address all the technical comments contained within the board professional reports, and for those reasons, we'd request that the board grant the approval subject to all the stipulations that we've discussed on the record. Thank you.
Anything from you? Mr. Clay?
All right, just to address the board, just to reiterate Mr. Alfieri's summation, it is a permitted use in the zone. There are no variances. There's 4 very minimal waivers, and we've loaded them up with over 20 conditions. So at that point, I will leave it up to the board to vote on preliminary and final.
Madam Chair? Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion. It's been a long night, and one of the hardest things for a board like this to do is to sit down and peel apart the facts that we have the right to vote on and all the data involved. We put a lot of stipulations on them, a lot of questions and stuff they must do is stipulated, and if they don't do, they cannot move forward. There's double checks and balances, Ocean County Board of Health, DEP. As far as the 200 houses not on the screen, they did notify all 200 houses, and that's how it's normally done in the most cases. We've put so many stipulations on them that they have their work cut out to do. This is the first step. And with that said, and the professional testimony you have, the facts and data that we have the right to vote on, I make a motion to approve.
Take a second, please.
I'll second that motion based
And
on,
that's with all the conditions that are stipulated to.
I'll second that motion based on everything that Mr. Bressi said with all the stipulations and all the testimony we've heard tonight. Second, Heller.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Bressi,
Yes.
Mr. Heller,
Yes.
Mr. Rogers,
Yes.
Mr. Trimmer,
No.
Miss Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Weingart,
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan,
I just want to say before I vote that you have to follow the law whether you like it or not. You have to follow the agreements, and you have to follow the zoning. And this application is a conforming application with no variances. And with that, I vote yes.
Dr. Campbell.
I'd also like to make a statement about caring. I've lived in this town for over 50 years in 4 different homes. I understand your discomfort. I don't blame you for being uncomfortable. I don't blame you for being upset. I understand. However, we have obligations to follow the laws, and the law is very clear, handed down from courts and judges, that we have no option with a variance-free in this zone, which is appropriate zone. So I vote yes.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for staying so late. Appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Motion to
I'd
close?
like to make a motion to close the meeting. Sullivan.
Second.
Second.
Aye.